Well, team, looks like we got another supporting data number for the Bulls. Could it be the Bulls have control? Shh. Let's see if we can keep those Bears sleeping in the back into the market open. Let's find out right here. Live trading with Benzinga.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
All right, let's get it started. Let's bring on the boys and see what they see in the market. I'm excited, was able to slide through on fantasy football. Sometimes it's just like that. Can't wait to play Ryan, though. I'm playing Ryan soon enough. Get ready. That's going to be a fun week for sure. But instead of some fantasy talk, we'll get into some stock talk, right? Today, PPI coming in a little bit light and the market liking it. Here's a nice little rally. It seems to me, and I talked about it very early on, and I'm just going to say it really quick. There's two things that can turn the markets, right? Economic data in the right direction for the Bulls. Second thing, of course, is the Fed. Well, we'll see what happens with Fed talk today, but it seems like they're kind of conflicting each other right now, and that's a good sign because if they can stay kind of conflicting each other and not just be in one area towards the bearish side, I think this rally still has some legs. We'll just have to wait and see. I'll let you guys start taking over here and telling me what you guys are seeing in the market. Then, of course, I'll get into what I'm looking at the open. And it's been a good time for Amazon. We'll see if it's able to continue making runs. But it's been a good bull market run here. And it's in a bear market. So this could just be a dead cat bounce. But it's definitely bouncing here. Let's go towards you guys. What are you guys taking a look at?
Raul, good morning to you. What's up, Brian? Glad you
I was going to say good morning. Mitch tried to throw in a fantasy football comment and then change the subject.
I figured you'd want to respond. Go ahead.
Oh, no, Mitch. Yeah, it will be fun to play. My teams are not good this year, so it is what it is. But I, too, slid by yesterday because of Terry McLaren. So
I lost last on that league. I actually lost. So I got now 3 losses. So hasn't been a good 2 weeks for me, but still in the lead, still in the top seed. I'm trying to show Ryan that I'm ready for his leagues.
Hey, I'm glad to have you. I'm sorry I'm not putting up a better performance.
Hey, but sometimes it's that kind of year, and just like it could be that kind of day in trading, right? That always the key is how you bounce back.
That's right. That's
what it's all
right.
about.
So here, Zunaid, you want me to go first? Do you want to go?
I can go ahead and go first because we have a new degenerate account ready to go.
That is announcement team.
The futures, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. They made it a lot easier for me to donate some money. So told you guys I was loading up 10 grand to my futures account in TradeStation so we can start having a little bit of fun, and that's exactly what we've done. And I've got a first trade already ready to go. But this is just me kind of getting used to the platform and things like that. But we will try to trade some futures, especially if, the reason I wanted to trade futures is because sometimes I can't sleep. And if I can't sleep, Ryan, I'd like to go ahead and take these trades at 2 a.m. off of the $4,000 resistance level. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I need some degenerate action at 2 a.m.
You know what I would say?
What's up, man?
I like sleeping, so I cannot relate to that, I'm afraid. I've got to be honest with you.
Zunaid is what I would call...
You're not the only one cursed with knowledge.
Cursed with knowledge there, my friend.
You're right.
Nothing wrong with it.
I am street smart, but I'm not profitable yet in terms of futures, of course. Thankfully, the other side, we're looking pretty. But all right, let's get away from futures. Let's get to the actual markets itself. I have to switch accounts because that's how they like to make me do some work. All right, let's go to the SPY. Yeah, exactly. Here's what I've got on the SPY, right? To me, you've got some gaps to go ahead and fill to the upside here. I'm looking at maybe depending on where it is, but this trend line is kind of what I'm focused on. I have no idea if we're going to get there today or not, because I believe that's all the way up in the 306s area, which I guess you might have a chance at today. But if it gets at around 306 or so, I'd be looking to go short some SPY. But the area for me to go long would be around 400 or so. Give it a little bit of room, see how it wants to go ahead and behave. Might even see if it wants to go ahead and dip below to maybe 399s, but 400 is where I want to kind of stay put at the moment on SPY. But I am looking to go short, possibly around 406 or 408, depending on when this trend line hits. That's kind of what I'm basing it off of. And again, if you missed why I have that trend line, let me go ahead and turn a whole bunch of these off. That way it can just be a crisp little area for you to kind of check out. So this is kind of the trend line that I've got right here on the daily. So I'm looking for it to kind of hit this and then come back down to the upside. And of course, we've got a couple of gaps that we can talk about as the show goes on. Taking a look at Boeing, I got some options, or I saw some options in this one yesterday. I didn't get a chance to play it, but I'm interested in Boeing if it wants to come back and test the 170-ish area. But if it wants the first level that I'm paying attention to is about the 173.53 right here, which was yesterday's low. If we get a bounce there, great, because after hours it held, pre-market it held, and obviously now we're moving to the upside. So if Boeing can come back to 173.53, I'd be interested in going long. Stop loss for me would be right below here. So I'd say stop loss would be about 60 cents to 172.90s. So let me go ahead and mark this puppy right over here. And then in terms of a breakout trade above 178.24, the only hesitation I have is there's only $1 worth of wiggle room to the upside here. We'd have to crack it. And then above that, you've got the whole number 180. So it's going to be a tricky situation. We might have to go and be precise if we're looking to go long on Boeing, but that's the game plan that I've got right now. And then let's go ahead and check out Apple, the 150 level. Finally went ahead and broke out yesterday, but it came right back down. It just couldn't sustain it. And you can see yesterday, let me go ahead and delete this. You had a little bit of a fake out to the downside, came back up. And as soon as it moved the 15-minute candle above this trend line to the upside, Apple went. So now the game plan, we come back here and you can see what interesting. So the high yesterday was the high in pre-market till, of course, the numbers came out. And now we've got a movement to the upside. So for me, the game plan is to kind of go long here, but we're only going to take about maybe 50 shares right here. And we're going to see if we can get a better price at this 150.08 and see if we can go ahead and fill another 50 right over there for 100 shares total on Apple. It's obviously $2 to the upside. We're not going to go ahead and chase it. We're going to wait for it to come in and see if we can go ahead and cash some money on there. 155 area is where I expect to see. Yeah, you got a little bit of gap there. 155 is where I'm expecting some resistance as well. So 155 is where I'm hoping to go short if I don't go ahead and get a fill on my, and it looks like I did go ahead and get stopped out on my ES trade. So 0 for 1, beginner's luck, my ass. But yeah, 155 is where I'm looking to go short on that one. Let's go ahead and check out Netflix, the 300 level. Yesterday, we played Netflix to the upside. Unfortunately, I did not get to move all the way up to the 310s, but we saw some unusual options coming in, so I got a chance to play that. Now we wait and see. You know where the breakout spot is. It's about above this. Well, you had a little bit of higher here, so I actually don't have that clean of a picture. Maybe above 312, you can take a look at it. But definitely if it dips here to 304s, you can go ahead and check out Netflix and see if we can get a move to the upside or not. That could be an area 304. And then, of course, 300s themselves. And then let's see where we got somewhere else. Let's see if we got anything on Tesla here. Tesla, if it wants to get to around the $200 level, I'd be interested in possibly looking for a short. But it looks like the 199 is kind of like right. So excuse me, the $200 right here. You can see how you had resistance, could not break. And then finally to the downside, we came here in pre-market 200 once again, just continuously acting as resistance. So we're going to move this puppy right over there. And we'll see. Now I'm a little gun shy to just go ahead and, short it right off the bat. I'm not going to lie. So unless I see something really, really pretty, I don't know if I'm going to have the guns to go ahead and just short it off at 200. What I might want is break of 200, a test, and then we go ahead and load up with some calls and maybe risk about $1 or so. That's the game plan that I have on Tesla. And then ENSC, this one, we didn't take our gains when we wanted them. We got a little too greedy, so we went ahead and got stopped out. We'll see if this comes back into play or not. And yeah, I do see your comment, Keith, of Peggy is back on the gainers due to earnings. So let me go ahead and show that chart here. Here's Peggy. I will not be trading it since we have an interview with Peggy later on today at 11. So just to, not get called by the SEC or anything like that, I'm not going to go ahead and trade this one, but here's a chart for you. I would say $3 is a level for you to kind of keep an eye on. And of course, if we go ahead and break out above pre-market highs, that could be a nice little area for you. But if you are interested in that interview Make sure you stick around about 11 o'clock or so. Have your questions ready to go in the chat. I'll be more than happy to ask them whenever we get that chance later on today. And let's see what else I've got here. Let's go ahead and quickly just take a look at the futures. If you are looking to go long, the area that you can see that you had resistance is right around here, right? So it was this about, what is that, like 4017 or so. So you can see, I have no idea, right? This is my first time truly, well, not my first time because I traded futures on Thinkorswim, but really kind of trying to look at levels and different things like that. And Voodoo, if you're in the chat, I spent about 20 minutes yesterday looking at the differences between ticks and minute charts and this and that. I think I'm leaning towards tick, but I just need more experience and do some more research on what works for me and my trading style. But anyway, 4017.75 is in level there. Then you've got the 4010. So I'm going to go ahead and mark that right there. And then, of course, you've got the $4,000 level. That was resistance up until about 4 a.m. this morning. And then it broke up around 6 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not going to lie to you guys. I might just slack you and Mitch, Ryan, and be like, hey, man, I know it's 4 a.m., but like I'm trading futures. So I might not wake up on time. You know what I mean? That's when you know I was a degenerate at 4 a.m., Ryan.
Okay.
But
well, I'm
anyway.
glad my phone's on mute at 4 a.m. I'm glad I don't get Slack notifications then. That would really suck for me. So thanks.
You're
good luck though in the degen quest here, right?
Absolutely. I appreciate it. And
I'm hoping this can be, you know, a big step forward for you.
You know, I've always wanted to make the news. Like Trader goes from 25,000 to 100,000 live on air in one day, this, that, the other. But maybe it'll be the reverse, right? But
the path has been cleared for you, Zunaid. Good luck.
It has. They've made it a lot easier for me to go ahead and do the reverse as well. But real quick, last trade, and then floor is yours. Amazon. I'm keeping an eye on the 101.50s. I've got 25 shares, and I've just got a whole bunch of slots of 25 shares to go ahead and purchase around the 101. So 101.45, 101.30s, 101.24. As a matter of fact, this 45 is a little too high. I'm going to cancel that one and replace it with maybe like around here somewhere. There we go. So looking to purchase about 100 shares around $100, $100.30 or so. Excuse me, 101.30 and 101s. I am going to give this one a little bit of wiggle room because I believe the $100 level could possibly be supported as well. I don't necessarily have the best game plan for it, but the fact of the matter is 103.50 is your breakout spot, pre-market highs. If it clears that, comes back and tests it, that's when we go ahead and get in. Yeah, Voodoo, I'm gonna read through that email you sent me. I read it yesterday, but I want to continue, reading it, digesting the information, and hopefully by the end of the month, I'll have a good idea of my game plan. I'm looking at like different strategies, such as like a two-legged pullback. Bro, I'm in the whole research mode and trying to figure out new ways to lose money. But anyway, Ryan, how are you going to make money today?
I'm doing all right. We got a couple of things here. The first one here is going to be QH. Got this right from the Movers Tool. This is a Chinese software company, so keep that in mind. Be careful. It did say it reported better than expected EPS and sales results. So that's what's given us the pop here. This would be day trade only, obviously, not going to hold this. Would love to see this really kind of set the stage by taking out 236. It's going to have to take out the VWAP before that, so we should be able to get across and maybe even a little bit of a build before we take out 236. And then I think it challenges 244 and pops above. Now, that's if it doesn't break down here. If it breaks down, we'll wait and see if we get a curl opportunity. But I think if it breaks down quickly, it's going to lose some of that upside momentum that it currently has. So want to figure that out before we take any trades on this. Next is going to be Peggy. All right, Peggy, this is a stock that we have traded plenty of times before. This has come off the relative volume scanner. Pineapple Energy shares are trading higher after the company reported Q3 financial results. Zunaid, I know that you're doing an interview here, so you probably will not trade it. I think maybe I'll just do the same thing. Maybe I'll just call potential setups and not trade it myself. I don't need any surprise calls either. But we'll definitely keep an eye on this. This is clearly producing a formation here that we've traded before. So we'll see if this plays out and gives us a setup. My biggest watch for today is probably going to be TSM for a couple of reasons. So yesterday we got news that Buffett took a $4 billion stake, a $4+ billion stake in the company. Tiger Global also took a stake in the company. So two investments here, or two large stakes here, and TSM trading up. One of the things that we learned about yesterday when we discussed this, when the news came out after hours, is that these, I believe it was either yesterday or today was the filing deadline. So the stake could have been taken up to, I think, like 45 days or something like that in the past. So just something to keep in mind. I do want to see how this trades today. I think that there might be some opportunity here, especially in the options, depending on what this stock does. So you can see here, I've marked off a couple of levels here. Honestly, what I would really like to see is a pullback towards 80. I want to watch how this trades, though. I don't necessarily want to take a trade out of the gate, because I'm wondering if we're going to get a sizable pullback right here at the open, maybe a pop and a flush or something like that. So I want to wait for this to actually set up before I take it. It's also worth noting that RLX is on the movers list here this morning. We've actually seen this on the movers list before. It really doesn't move around a whole lot. So I charted out some of the levels just to kind of keep in mind, but unsure if I'm actually going to trade this today. We'll see what happens when it actually gets going. A couple other things just to note from the movers tool here. BABA is up today. Looks like we're really kind of button up against that 80. I think you might actually get a trade opportunity here if we move above 80. So something to keep in mind here on BABA. Again, I kind of want to watch how this trades once the market opens, as opposed to trying to trade it too early on. Next one here is going to be NU, right? This is NU Holdings. So we've got a pretty good formation here. Had a high of 508. We've come back off that high, currently sitting right under 5 at 492. 487 stopped us to the downside. It's really kind of lining up now with the VWAP. So again, I want to see what the first move is here on NU. None of these stocks that are here on the movers list really have me amping to go at them out of the gate. This is going to be more of a wait and see approach. Really want to be tactical here with some of these stocks, but that's what I got on watch. We'll continue to watch some of the ETFs too. Those have produced some really nice moves and some really nice setups. So I'll be watching those too as soon as the market opens. We got the PPI number. Market's up here. Question is, do we hold that? Do we come back? So a lot to still figure out once the market actually opens.
Sweet. Appreciate that insight. Yeah, I didn't know about the TSM, so I appreciate you pointing that out. We have you. Sorry, I was just reading a bunch of emails. Where do we go? Let me go ahead and go back to my account here, and then we can switch over to my screen. There's my screen. I was just taking a look at the ES. Like I said, I'm an addict. Just drawing some trend lines on the 1 minute, seeing where I want to take the trade. I've got a trade ready to go at 40.18s. Right here on the ES. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and switch accounts once again. This is actually going to be annoying. I can tell you that much, but got about one. By the way, I'm trading micros, right? So I'm not trading where every point is $50. That's what the ES is. I'm trading the micros where it's about 12.5, I believe, for each point. So anyway, actually, I think it's less than 12.5. But anyway, as you can see, clearly don't know what I'm doing.
I'm excited for you to dive into your futures journey. I hope to learn alongside you. And in fact,
thank you.
If Voodoo sent you that document, forward that to me if that's all right.
I will absolutely.
I'd love to go through that. I'm a big believer that anytime you read through strategy and stuff like that, you can pick up things that you can apply to your own strategy, as long as you understand it. So I'd like to see that. I'd absolutely like to go through that. Voodoo's a really sharp guy.
Yeah, I'll send that to you as soon as
Awesome.
we kind of get things slowed down, and then I'll send that over to you. But yeah, as you can see, I've got a trade, and the reason for me to take this is because I believe that this resistance can possibly go ahead and be support from the 14th. And so we'll see if it wants to kind of come down and test it. And then I'm trying to take a 2-to-1 trade, right? Maybe since I'm new, maybe I should just do 1-to-1 trades. But for now, I'm also going to go ahead and draw this little trend line here. And if we break it, maybe I'll go ahead and play around with one contract and just have a little bit of fun. I'll be honest, I don't want to say my goal, but I'm giving myself like, $2,000 is like hey, you can lose up to this. And I'm hoping that in the beginning, I'm just losing money on fees, right? I'm hoping that it's just like, bro, you're a break-even trader, or you're losing a little bit, but your fees are this, that, the other. So again, I got to keep fees in mind as well. I believe I pay like 25 cents or so one way. So about 50 cents plus whatever other fees they charge. So a few bucks.
Just make sure that it doesn't cut into your haircut budget, because then we can really have some trouble. You know,
I mean, you can see your boy needs one, right? But I couldn't because I all my life savings are in this futures account, so I can't even afford
Plus,
a
you
haircut.
have an interview today.
Plus, I have an interview today, so it's just atrocious. But something interesting though, you see the support line on ES, right? Bounced once, twice, 3 times, then it finally broke through and it tested it again, and it went ahead and held as resistance, and it came right back down. So that's kind of interesting for me to see. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be hooked on this one. But let me move on from this, and let's go ahead and check out if there's anything on the queues. I haven't played the queues in a minute. It's just because I'm just having such a great time playing everything else. What's up, Mitch? You let us know. You got a couple of minutes. Any stocks you want to go over as you drink your naked drink? Is that Naked brand?
Oh,
yes,
yeah, the green machine.
I'm going to hit the washroom before we open here.
Sounds good, pal.
All right, the green machine. That's what I'm going to call myself today. Let's go. Gonna get the drink going, gonna get the flow going. Let's see what we can do here. Amazon, of course, has been our main target of day trades lately. And why is that? Well, it was oversold to the downside when we started getting this CPI number. Was looking for these stocks to really start coming back. Now we got to start being careful now, right? Because you can see that quick push off of the bottom there. How far are we going to get here? I think we can go into even the filling in the gap zone, but that's not even too much further now. That's only to 109. So comparison to where we are now, you're talking about maybe 7% max from here. So you've got to start being careful with Amazon. It's already gone up about 17%. So I'm not saying that Amazon's turning around today. I'm still trying to play this for the trade. But remember, I'm more looking at these as renting these names versus buying them for long term here. Because I still in the camp that I think we still get a downward angle move eventually, but we got to be careful with some of these names, right? Now, oil is another area where we can look to see what happens today. Will we see the decline of oil? Yesterday, we started seeing it right towards the end, and then it popped right now in the pre-market, right around that 74.50 for like Oxy. Look to see if we start seeing oil turn around to the downside today. That's going to be one of the trades that I'll be looking for. As I've been starting to see the actual oil prices come down, and I need to take another look at WTI right now. Normally always try to take a look at this before, and we're down on the day, coming down. 4 a.m. we were down even further. So we'll see if that can continue that downward trend and we get a little reversal in these names here. But let's see what happens. Bell's here. It's time to trade, team. Let's do what we do best. Let's get after it.
Oh, it's a couple seconds late.
It's all right. It's all right. You shall be forgiven. No worries.
Well, thank you, Zunaid. I appreciate that.
All right. Let's see what we've got. Any orders that have been filled yet? Wow. Surprisingly, no. Usually I'm losing money a minute in.
PDSB from yesterday actually made a high of 782 here today. Looks like it's trading back up here. Looks like it's curling back up. No position, though. PDSB. TSM first move is up here.
Yeah, that TSM, I don't know about that one long term, but Warren feels that he likes it.
Because you're worried about the war.
I mean, clear.
Absolutely.
That thing could end up being like, 50% down if the war happens. So I think it's just too much risk. I would never want to be in a stock that could probably go down from one headline and just completely destroy portfolios. But hey, that's what some people like to do. Amazon battling here, trying to make an up move through that 104. Not seeing the lift right now that we're seeing. We're seeing a little bit of weakness here. Let's see if we get a pullback in SPY. SPY looks like it's trying to get back up through that 402, but fighting up here. We'll see what happens there. I'm going to go to these oil names. Oil's coming down fast here. That looks like a little bit of a breakdown. I'm going to be looking to see if I can get some of these names short off of the VWAP. So looking for what we call VWAP fades on oil today. We'll see if we get it.
Shelly says, little does Mitch know, every stock can be destroyed with one headline.
She said I cut into my shower budget. Shelly out here being mean today.
I mean, yeah, but not every stock has that kind of exposure normally towards it. Like I don't expect to see Google disappearing overnight, but TSM is a whole nother different exposure.
Waiting for this 5-minute candle to close above this pre-market high on Amazon. I'd be interested in a quick long.
TSM coming in now. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to wait. I want to see where it settles on TSM.
XLM's actually up here. That's what I'm thinking about getting short on because it's the only one that I see up right now. Some of these oil names, yeah, they're all looking weak here. I don't know why XLM's up on the day here. The 114.10.
PDSB. PDSB, that
pushing.
741 looks to be a spot here. Let me mark that off as well.
Drip is pushing there. All right. Let me share the screen over here. Target making a nice move after Walmart's earnings, of course. We'll see what happens with that stock, but not a bad one there to keep eye on. Is XOM already coming down here? It'd be the risk off of 114 in this area.
I'll be interested in playing Chewy if we can get a fill at 44. What's up, Ryan?
I was just going to say PDSB really struggling to get over that 741 here. Looked like it was going to be strong out of the gate. No volume to confirm the up move. Pulling back here towards VWAP.
Looking for a pullback there, and Oxy is just flushing right now, guys. We'll see what happens in that one. Drip keeps on coming up here. SPY battling that 402. Amazon trying to battle there, trying to get back above the 103.60s, but really no strength there. I want to be looking for deeper pullbacks on that.
Yeah, and this is why we wanted to wait for that 5-minute candle to close on Amazon. Couldn't quite do it. To the downside it comes. So we're just going to kind of wait for our levels to be broken, either to the upside or downside, 103.50 or 101s.
Oxy just flushing down, man. I'm kind of a little annoyed I didn't get the bounce in that one now. It's down to 72.21, started the day at 73.75. It's already dropped about close to 2%. That would have been a nice one.
Bro, in QH here. So we were talking about QH. Looks like it's come back in here. One of those support levels.
Come on, Oxy. Bounce back so I can short shoot.
Yeah, Peggy is running. $3. Solid support area there, of course. A psychological number. Now keep an eye on 330 if it wants to break the pre-market highs. Again, we won't be trading this one here on the show, but something for you guys to keep an eye on so we're not completely ignoring you in the chat. Disney, let's go ahead and check out Disney.
AMD is trying to catch now the bounce there around 77. Doesn't look too bad, but a lot of wicks at the 77.50 area. Just be careful there. We'll see what happens here on a nice little pullback. Support I see as 76.79 or 76.75. It could be bouncing off of those levels. Doesn't look too bad there on AMD on this pullback. You guys can see it here. This is kind of the support that I'd be drawing right here. On the 5-minute, draw this sideways. Look how it's holding there. Interesting risk to return there on AMD here.
Real quick, that QH pullback took us right to 189. It's bounced there, flirting with this 2 level. We'll see if it can trade back up towards 213. QH. Peggy is running, apparently. Let's check out Peggy. Ooh, big spike out of the open here. Right above that pre-market high, too. 329 would have been great entry on that pop.
No bounce there for Oxy for me. XOM starting to come down there. Might look at XOM. It's already
for
going
Peggy,
there.
For Peggy, what we want here on this spike, if you're not actually already in this, what we want is the spike to set up the next trade, right? So wherever it stops, mark off the top of that candle, see if it comes back in and then curls back towards that high. That would be how we trade that going forward here. Roblox I see Vernon shouting Roblox here in the chat. Roblox approaching, that high 38.10 here in the pre-market. Looks like it's trying to take that out. Wonder if we pop here if we take that. The A10, yeah. This is a former resistance area. Think 40 might be on deck if we can get above that level. We'll see.
Somebody pissed Chewy off because that thing just broke below 44 and to my stop.
Chewy. That thing had a crazy move, and sometimes it has crazy moves with no news. I don't understand it sometimes. I don't know if it's some manipulation that gets played in this, or maybe there's a player that we don't know about, but definitely Chewy makes some moves that I get stunned sometimes to see.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, where's the news? There is none. I'm like, okay, well, that's a pretty massive move there off with no news.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and try a little bit of TSM here. I'm going to start with 50 shares. I'm going to have a stop loss on this one for now. I would say around 80, 87. And then I'm going to wait to see if it wants to hold above VWAP on the 5-minute. Then I'll go ahead and enter with a little bit more size and also go ahead and grab some contracts. But for now, just 50 shares for me on this one. And I'm waiting for E-Trade on the option side if we can go ahead and close above in a minute 30.
TSM rolling back over. We'll see if it can hold here.
I like, actually, it's a weird stock to play, but I'm looking at Macy's right now. I'm looking for a little pullback now towards 26 or 25s. But I don't think it's a bad play. We'll look for a nice little push back through 2150s.
What's going on with MMAT? We popped here on volume all the way up to 191. Popped up on the relative volume scanner, but I don't see what's driving this here.
AMD holding there on that support. I actually like this trade now. I'm just going to look to see if I can get it here and risk off the bottom there. It's a 76.75. Doesn't look too bad here. Let me see if it can kind of flip back into the green. I'm waiting here. Going to look for a 3-minute green candle here. It needs to hold the 76.74 though. We'll see if it reverses or not.
MMAT, I'm going to mark off this level here on MMAT. See if this comes back into play later today. 191, that level of interest here in MMAT. Although I think it's got to settle before we end up taking that out.
Long on Macy's.
Yeah, Alan, I saw that new facility. That PR was out really early this morning. The pop just seemed a little bit late.
All right, CRM went and took profits to the upside. And then I'm also taking one contract here, just one contract on TSM, December 16th expiration, $90 calls. I got filled at 103s. This might be a swing for me in terms of this week, but I do have a stop loss at a 50%. So just risking $50 on this one here on TSM.
Yeah, I tell you what, that break above 82.50 might be really good for that trade, Zunaid.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if we've got a...
And Matt holding this pop so far.
Let's check in on Amazon.
Ooh, True with a nice curl here too.
Macy's pulling back to the VWAP here. My ad here on the VWAP would have to risk off of 2113s now. I think I'm just going to keep it where it is. It's not going to move me down much if I add here. So I'll just stay where I am, keep the risk where it's at. See if we can VWAP bounce here back towards the upside.
Wissing, QH is actually broke beneath that 189 support, rolling over here. QH not looking good yet. Really needs to settle. Looks like the next support area would probably be what, 182? It's right where we're at. But that 189 level was the level I had flagged.
No, the bounce wasn't big enough for me to get short on Oxy there, but it was a good outlook today. We'll see if it bounces enough towards the VWAP.
Tony, you got the PPI at 830.
Yeah, I can give you the numbers right here. I got you.
Okay.
So
I got him. Go ahead.
Oh, you got it? I got them as banners. That's why I was
I was going to say, you got them as banners. I was just reading it.
Yeah. You could read them if anything. Go through them, of course. Year over year came in at 8% versus 8.3. If you look at core, came in at 0 versus 0.3 estimate. So definitely some lower numbers there. And the month over month number, I need to get it as a banner, but I read it and I didn't grab it. Let me just go ahead and grab it right quick. That won't take me too long. Just got to use my handy dandy Benzinga Pro.
That's right.
While you do that,
0.2
I'm going to get into Tesla calls here. 205 calls expiring this week got filled at 295. And it looks like I got my order filled on CRM. So I went ahead and bought some CRM here near VWAP. Stop loss for me is going to be, I'm going to give it a little bit more room. Stop loss for me is going to be 163.40s. Looking to take profits around 164.54.
MMAT button up against that 191. MMAT really, if it that a pop above 2 might actually send this. There could be a nice move here in MMAT. We'll see if it takes out that 191 here. I'd actually like to see the volume expand even more from here. That would really do well. MMAT flirting with that now. Watching this at the moment. A little bit of size there at 191 as well. And they're hitting it and they're refilling it. Or they're at 192 now.
On MMAT, my main concern is $2 being a resistance area. Yep. So you don't have the best risk reward, in my opinion. Wait for a $2 rejection or a push through and a retest. Are you trading on TradingView? Yes, I have an account with the TradeStation broker, which I have linked to TradingView, and that's how I'm trading. Yes.
Yeah, Zunaid, to your point that you were just making, we are extended here at this 191 break. And until this stock can prove to me that when it breaks some of these levels, it's actually going to pop, I too would wait for a rejection or wait for buying it closer to support. And here we go. Here comes that pull right back down to 189.
I'm trying to chase into Oxy here. I was trying to get 72.50, 72.60s. It went to 72.75, went down to 60s, went down to 50s. It didn't even let me get filled there on that. So didn't get a fill there on the Oxy there. Nice little drop there. Just wasn't able to actually jump onto that drop there on Oxy. A little upset there that I wasn't able to get a fill. I wanted to fill on the VWAP. The VWAP is actually a little bit slightly below or on my other charging service, which is 72.84. And it rejected right off of that 72.85. So we'll look to see if I get a little bit of a bounce, trying to get short on Oxy, but not being able to get a fill there.
TSM struggling to take that next leg up here.
Glad we got a quick trade out of that one.
It's holding though? It's holding though. That's the good thing here. So it's not actually breaking down yet.
What's the best broker for long-term investing? I would say any of your reputable ones, such as your TradeStation, your Charles Schwab, TD Ameritrade, TradeStation, whatever the case may be. And it looks like my stop did get executed on CRM, so that's an L for me.
Like that sounds down. That was like a cheery sound. I like that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Did you change it? You must have changed it.
No, I didn't. So that sound gets made whenever a fill happens to the upside or downside. So unfortunately, even if I lose money, it makes that sound. But regardless, transparency, I did go ahead and lose on CRM because it went ahead and broke below VWAP. I don't like it. Maybe if it comes back to the upside, I can re-engage with the trade.
It'd be pretty cool if I could set a sound for closing a trade for profit. I would make that the one up sound from Mario.
Dude, I would literally.
That would just be like a little cool thing to be able to do. As far as I'm aware, you can't though.
100%. See, something like that, bro. That would be sick. Zunaid, are you trading futures? I have a futures trade ready to go. I just have to switch accounts and it gets annoying. But 4018 is where I'm looking to go ahead and go long. Just one micro contract. I am interested in going long Tesla here, so I'm going to go ahead and buy 25 shares. My stop loss on this one, let me go ahead and put up. My stop loss on this one is going to be a crack of 196. So I'm going to risk about $40 on this trade, looking to cash in $40 as well, though. Probably a better entry would have been near VWAP. That's on me. And that's how I would have, that would have been a better entry. But let's see if it holds. Let's see where the 10-minute is.
We popped right out of the open here. Market looks like it's rolling over a little bit. Interestingly enough, my relative volume scanner has really quieted down here. Really shortened lists. It looks like opportunities are, at least from relative volume here, drying up a little.
I'm chasing a little bit here in Oxy. I can
I'm
even
trying
feel
not
it.
to do that for
Yeah.
whatever that's worth.
Yeah, no, and then that's why I'm calling it out. I know when I'm chasing here into Oxy, but just can't get any fills on the pop-ups. I don't know what it is. If there's a bigger seller that getting the priority fills there, but it keeps popping to 75, and then it like doesn't last there for even a second. And I'm seeing the volume that's there, and all of a sudden there's volume that gets filled, and it just completely vanishes. So I got a starter there, willing to add on the position, but definitely, guess what? Just showed myself that, you know, that definitely chasing there. It's already bounced like 20 cents there from my starter. And what is that? Me chasing on the pie now. Now I'm going to be looking for it to get back. I need it to get towards 76 for the ads to at least be correct here. And then the risk is going to be towards probably 72.90s. We'll just see right now what I can get a better fill in.
MMAT up
tough.
to 195. Huge seller here at this 195 spot. They're hitting it. It's real, but it's big. Pop above this might actually pop this. They're taking it now. Gone. 196 up. 197. Didn't. There we go. A little bit more here. Coming up to that 2 resistance you were talking about, Zunaid. Didn't quite get there. Let's see how the stock actually behaves when it gets there. Big volume sticks here too. That's a good sign.
There's a stop on Tesla. Jesus. All right, let me go ahead and turn this off because that's a lot of noises.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that are being bought here right now on SPY. It looks like that's come down to the $400 level. I'm long SPY there. Honestly, it just hasn't been a great day for me at all. But the reason I'm okay with that is because I'm not chasing and losing. I'm trying to go ahead and buy the dips, right? So even on this SPY, I'm going to have my stop loss at about 399.45s. Look to take some profits at around 430, right below VWAP, excuse me, where I'm looking to take some gains here. But it looks like I might be long Amazon here as well. And yep, 50 shares long. So look at, this is exactly why I wanted to go and kind of spread my buy orders, right? So I didn't get filled on the other ones. I'm going to go ahead and cancel those for now. But right on that line, it went ahead and gave us our fill. So now we kind of look to see if we can go ahead and lock in some gains, come back up. I kind of want to give it a little bit more wiggle room. Yeah, we'll go to 101.69s. All right, looks like Amazon. Sorry, real quick. Amazon did go ahead and take some profits there as that bounce came from the 101.19. So that was a quick scalp on Amazon. That's a green trade for us. Nice. And that worked out. But again, this is why, you know, just for the folks that might be joining us, why did I have that level? I just looked left. That's all it is. Just like driving, you look left, you got resistance right there. You believe that that's going to turn into support, and that's where you place your trades off of. I didn't chase up here. You guys, you know, heard me say I wanted to wait for the 5-minute candle to close. It clearly didn't, so I didn't chase. I waited for the support. It came in. I was going to move my limit take profits to around the 101.69s, but unfortunately it filled me well before I could do that. But there are some gains on Amazon.
Zunaid, the not taking it above that level that you just talked about, is that just because of kind of what we've seen recently in the market, and you're trying to make adjustments to your own process?
It's so that when I lose, and I'm being very serious, it might sound funny, but it's so that if I lose on the trade, I can tell myself, hey, you know what? I waited for the close on the 5-minute, and then I went ahead and got in, and I didn't just go in on a wick, if you will, right? Because the way that I like to do it is, say if I want to buy 200 shares, I want to buy 100 on the 5-minute close, and I want to buy 100 on the test of the breakout, and then that way I can have my stop loss. That's how I would love to do it. And that's how I kind of treat my options trading as well. If I want to grab 10 contracts, I'll grab 5 and then 5.
Oh, I'm getting the squeeze put on me for that horrible short on Oxy here. Just trying to figure out here if I'm going to risk it past the 73.25s, but definitely not executing at all here, at least on my trades on Oxy.
You've got the previous close here that can possibly act as resistance for you at the 73.28. So let's see if that kind of works out in your favor. Rad, someone's calling out. Rite Aid. Can't believe they're still in business, but that's a nice little ticker to the upside. 682s. The closer you get this one, maybe to VWAP or 650s could be better if you're looking to go long on that one. Let's see if MMAT ever made it to $2.
Yeah,
Nope, not quite.
It's
2 cents
testing
away.
that $2 right now. But I'll be honest, Zunaid, I'm not sure on the pop beneath. We've seen a lot of these actually take out that level on second and third attempts and then immediately get yanked back. So I mean, we were talking about PDSB earlier. That was a grind in the morning before finally working a little bit later in the afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on Wick Watch because we're looking to take profits at 487. And of course, the high of this candle was 484. So we missed our profit by 3 cents. If you're new to the show, you'll hear a lot more complaining from me. But we're almost there, and there's the fill. So green trade up for us on SPY here. And again, just kind of going back to yesterday's high. Looks like I was off a little bit, but to me, that $400 level is where I wanted to go ahead and grab some. Grabbed it around 400. Actually, where was my fill? Let me tell you guys exactly where my fill was. On
and
SPY.
Matt trying still.
416 is where my fill was on SPY. CRM still below. Glad we got out of that trade. Chewy is one I'm interested in if it can go ahead and come back above. VWAP and hold. Clearly it can't. Let's see what TSM is doing. To the downside, holding at the moment.
Well, it looks like at least the chat's doing better on that oil downside outlook than me. Definitely horrible execution here. About to get stopped out on Oxy. Horrible.
You should have just
execution.
Venmo'd. You should have just Venmo'd Henry the money.
Chat
Should've-
looks like they're crushing
should've
red,
definitely.
to be honest.
Oh man, that was horrible. That was
Somebody's getting fucked. Somebody's getting fucked.
Mitch loves the soundboard.
Speaking of getting screwed, so this is honestly what's going to be an issue for me is I have 2 accounts on TradeStation, and I don't know which one I'm going to get filled at sometime. So we'll figure it out. But anyway, I told you guys I was looking to go long futures at 40.18. I did go ahead and go long as promised. We're in the money by about $20, so we're up about 4 points on this one. We're waiting to take profits at 2025 if we can get there. But for now, I mean, as I speak, it's just coming down. Can we not do this, please? Whoever is literally selling, can we not? But
PDSB
anyway, we'll see if we get
interesting
filled.
here. Really
that
quick,
was
PDSB
no bueno.
broke out of that 741 area, popping here. 752, 782 is your highs. Keep an eye on PDSB. We might have a trade here. Not in it at the moment. No position in this right now.
Doug, first things first, right? We're looking for just quick scalps and trades. And second thing, you can say, why would someone go long after such a big bounce? But keep in mind what happened to the market after CPI, right? You had a big bounce and the trend kind of continued to the upside. So I get your sentiment, but know that it has played out in the other way as well. How wide is your stop on the micro E-mini? Let's see. Let's take a look. My stop on that one is about 4 points to the downside, and it's a 2-to-1 trade. So, and there it is. Let's go. Our first win on TradeStation. And now look, it's brushing up. Thank you. It's brushing up against this trend line that I have. I don't know how accurate it's going to be. We'll see it. But again, why did I get into this trade? Simply because I looked left and I saw this was resistance, and I believe this would hold the support. Was I 100% right? Hell no. It came all the way down to 40.15, which is why I gave myself a little bit of wiggle room, because support and resistance are not an exact number. They're an area, and you want to give yourself a little bit of wiggle room. And now let's see how this trade, if I could have left a couple of runners, because what I want to do eventually is grab 2 contracts in December. So that way I can take my profits at a 2-to-1 trade and leave a runner and kind of be very mechanical about it. But there it is. Buy moving to the upside. Looks like it bounced from that $400 level once again. So there it is. Bounce. We scalped it. Obviously, I didn't get back in the second time, but now it's testing VWAP here.
all right.
Wait until lunch hour. Buy the support. I mean, I hear you, Doug. I respect it.
Starter for me on Amazon upwards, long on Amazon, hourly support, resistance held as new support right around the level of 101.19. The high there was, 101.19 exactly. And we went towards right now 101.21. So I'm taking a little bit of a shot here on Amazon starter on, willing to add to the position, reversal style action for Amazon.
Mitch,
Want to see the market go up.
Mitch, I actually like that. I'm looking at the VIX here. VIX put in a slightly lower high from yesterday's intraday high, and it looks like it's coming back down. So, I mean, if this next move up here on the spike keeps going, I think that Amazon trade's probably pretty good. 103 definitely possible on this.
So Macy's is working for me now up towards 2137, and also Amazon working for me really well right out the gates here. So we'll look for it to continue going already to the 102, at least trying to bounce back in this Oxy. If both of these trades go back into the green, I could be right back into the zero mark. We'll see what happens there. Oxy definitely got caught a little bit more, but just going to try to battle my way back here on the day.
PDSB highs again, so we're still going there. Voodoo, I like this. Z, nice trade. Foot's going to give you gray hairs, brother.
I mean, look, it's either gray hair or no hair. Either way, I'm losing something in life. But as long as I'm making money, it's a good sacrifice. You've got Tesla approaching $200. Unfortunately, we got wicked. We did not get back in the trade because we were focused on too many other tickers. But our options contract is up about 35%, which I'm going to sell right now. It's $200. It's about 40 cents away on TSLA.
All right, where can we see some profits?
PDSB, more highs here.
248 is where I see some profits for Macy's. So that's probably where I'm going to take majority of it off and then look for it to keep running after that.
Oh, I'm chasing a little. Damn it. It's fine.
PDSB at the highs, 766 here. And those are gone. Man, PDSB definitely strong here. Should have taken it on that break. Being a little too tactical today, which is stopping me from getting good entries on setups. I have to work on that. Love to see PDSB come back in here too. That'd be great. Since I'm not in it, would love to see it set back up for the next move.
I've got an order ready to go on Chewy at 44.43. What's up, Mitch?
No, you're good. You're good. I'm just battling here.
I'm
trying to get some profits.
I don't want to chase here on Chewy and pay about 30 to 40 cents above. So I'm going to go ahead and wait and be patient at 44.53. If I can go ahead and grab some, that would be great on Chewy. Stop loss for me is going to be 44.03. AMD to the upside. Let's see if it breaks
with the market.
Yeah.
Becca, good shout there. AEVA this morning keeps moving up too, but in a nice little, staircase there. We traded really up to 227, carved out a range between 227 and 223. Now taking the next leg up here on AEVA. Good eyes out there. I feel like we've traded this one off the scanner too.
Majority out there in Macy's.
Running into a little resistance right here, maybe 250 as well on AEVA.
Not a bad trade there on Macy's today. Majority of it out. Still got a little piece there. Going to let it run here. Break even on the rest of it. 21.26. We just took out majority at 21.48. So not too bad on that one. Let's keep battling back. Amazon with the big push there. Looking good here. Going to go ahead and take some profits in Amazon. At least a quarter of it off here.
Market keeps moving to highs here. TSM approaching that 82.50 mark that we talked about.
Just took some off of Amazon at 102.46. Original entry 102.64. Almost a full point. Took some off. Just a little bit of quarter.
What does +6 in the green box mean next to the name? So if you're talking about this green box here, 50 is how many shares I'm long. So if you look at the futures, it'll be, how many contracts I'm long. And then the P&L is what you're seeing here in USD. And this right here is just where my take profit would be and how much I would make and how much I would lose. That's all. Speaking of which, I am into DWAC here at 27.35. Stop loss 26.85. Looking to take profits possibly before this previous close here at 27.83. There is anticipation of Trump announcing his presidential run. So perhaps that'll help us out. But you can see a nice little trend line. If this trend line breaks, I will go ahead and get out and just give myself a little bit of wiggle room.
27.51, the spot that I have. This was marked from
not too bad.
Previous level too.
I like also 2683. So that's the support that you're seeing right there. Ryan, I see that support too. There's another layer down towards 2683. That's kind of the price action from the 14th. But
Yep.
I like those two levels. Somewhere in
Yep,
between
yep.
there, it doesn't look too bad, right? And so that's what's one thing I'd be thinking. Maybe I'm getting small piece down there towards 2680s, looking to add above 2750s, because that would get us back into, yesterday's price action. That's kind of like where you want to get back through. But of course, we've been looking for red to green. And I think also when you're playing these plays, it makes sense to be looking at those red to green because you're looking for discounts, right? You want to get this at the cheap and then let it run versus trying to catch it up at the high and let it pull back on you.
TSM did take out that 8250 we talked about, currently at 8240. So it looks like it might want to take the next move here. It definitely feels like a chase. I'm looking at that December contract that Zunaid was trading earlier. All of these contracts up like 900%.
Yep, still have it, except obviously I'm not up 900%. And we only had one contract, but those are the December 16th expiration, $90 calls. We bought them at 103. They're going for about 127. We're up 25%. Since they're, like I said, I mean, it's one contract. I'm going to look to swing it into this week, see if it wants to give us a little bit more. By the way, on SNAL, if the $3 holds, that could be great, but we're ways away from that one. Keep an eye on the previous close being resistance on this one, along with 350. Being resistance here as well. TBLT, however, is coming back to $3. So if you like this stock and you like the risk reward on this one, you saw the trend line break yesterday. Unfortunately, I did not get a chance to play this one no matter what. It just moved way too quick and never really tested it. $3 though is where TBLT is. You can have a stop loss. I would say give it about maybe 10-cent wiggle room if you'd like. The fact that it's below VWAP isn't good, as NVDA is making new session highs. And I'm sure AMD is as well. And you bet you're behind it is. There's AMD to the upside.
All right, watching Amazon. It's battling here around the VWAP. We'll have to continue watching the overall market to see if we can get a nice run there. But seeing the SPY right now trying to get back towards 402.50s. That's where I can see us really running. Let's see if we can get back there. Right now, it's been battling. It hasn't made that run yet.
Chewy decided to just go without us, so we did not get our fills at 44.53, and now is making new highs. We're going to get out of that.
All right, let me call out some the sectors that are moving today. Consumer cyclical, technologies, and utilities leading the way. Red side today, basic materials, energy, and industrials. So shows me that, I wasn't too far off on my, Oxy outlook, just horrible execution there. And that's how it is sometimes. You can have the right idea and not execute well. We'll see what happens during the end of the day.
On the Tesla contracts on the 205 calls, I was in at 340. They're going for 370. I'm looking to sell a couple of them here at 385s.
Trying to see how the rule of three is going to play here for Amazon right at the VWAP. See if we get another up move towards around the 102.40s. Then need to hold the pullback towards around 102.20 area. We're creating some support around the 102.20s and 102.10 area. But if it cracks 102 on the downside, I'm definitely going to get out of the rest of the position. Just giving it a chance to keep running on Amazon. We'll see what happens today. Just been rinsing and repeating in that one, so I don't feel bad in that one. AMD, though, beautiful breakout after it broke out. Really nice up move. All right, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there? Does anyone know the Trump time? I don't know the Trump time.
I do not. I only know, I don't know. Never mind. Not going to go there.
What else out there? Let me see. HKD. She's a runner. Oh, good Lord. Is that one running? It is. It is pushing a little strong there. I will call that one out for you. Anybody that's brave enough to take a stock like that. Not me, but definitely keep your eyes open to it. HKD did do a little run there from 18 to about almost 20. I'd be looking for pullbacks. I wouldn't be going and reaching out here. And another thing to keep in mind, that's like a 40-cent spread there on a $19 stock. That's the spread is about 2% sometimes. So just be careful there.
Where is the recession? It is wherever I go buy eggs and beef and everything else. Where
So everywhere
inflation is just killing me, and therefore recession's coming. What's up?
I was going to say, so everywhere is basically what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tesla to the downside.
Amazon pulling back here.
PDSB stopped at 770. So one of the things I want to wait for on PDSB is a really good setup. Looks like it was at 771 it stopped at. I would love for this to come back in and give us a setup. It needs to come in closer to VWAP. VWAP I currently got at 735, so we're a ways off there. We need to wait for PDSB to set up, or I need to anyway, before I take this. Missed that last move through 741, unfortunately.
Someone mentioned Visa, so let me go ahead and take a look at Visa. Visa V. There we go. Here's a trend line that I have on Visa on the daily. As you can see, we are now slowly starting to break out of it on the daily here. So if you're looking to swing trade, and my oh my, are you brave, this could be an interesting one on Visa. Keep in mind they have earnings coming up. Oh, never mind. It's like 3 months away. But that's what I've got on Visa. Let's go ahead and take a look at the daily here. We could see a little bit of resistance on that trend line that I have, but I don't think it's perfectly done though. Here's the 200-day, or excuse me, here's the mRNA someone brought up, and then Calming's music saying 200-day on SPY is 406.68. Or ways away from that. We talked about it earlier where I'm looking to short around 408, 410 if we ever get there. Oh, what do you know? Look at that. I've got a little line here at 406.79 as well.
It's battling right now. Be careful there of course in Amazon. Now that's what I'm looking at right now. It's trying to come back, but needs to hold around this 101.75 area. How's the SPY there? Pulled back significantly, but still in the trend. Just trying to battle there. Take a look at the 1 hour chart. 1 hour chart has it a little bit more like it wants to come back to 400 here. See if it can find a 5-minute low. Get back up there towards 402.
Cut out a DWAC on break even.
DWAC. The whack. Macy's is not looking too bad. Now up towards 2150. Still got a piece on that. Looking for a nice little push towards the breakout above, towards 2160s. Trying to battle my way back here after a big loss there in Oxy today. Getting a test here on Amazon. It might crack there and I might have to get out. Yeah, I got out there, guys. I didn't want to get through my break-even price point. At least we took some profit on Amazon. Nowhere near the amount that we probably should have taken. I should have definitely gotten out at that 102 down move. Just missed out on the move. And then when it was already down there towards 101.70s, just kind of froze up a little bit. Definitely slower on my execution today. Not feeling in the zone. And so you got to be careful when you're like that. So I'll just kind of ride the winners right now and look for perfect setups. In my eyes, I got out of Amazon there. Just didn't want to get towards the risk. The risk could easily get down there towards 101.24. So it wasn't going to pressure it down there. Stop me out, break even on the rest.
Folks are saying Trump is speaking at 9 o'clock, allegedly. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, with this whole DWAC trade here, be careful of this one, right? I get wanting to trade it during the day when you can get in and out of it.
Yeah.
But waiting on an announcement like that, what if it's the sell the news event and you wake up?
Especially if you does it at night, you can't do nothing.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So I would just caution everyone to just be careful on this. Don't necessarily assume that what's going to happen is set in stone.
Well,
if you do like that one, and you do like that pick, I actually like more of the Rumble trade than the DWAC trade, but that's just more of my style.
Now, didn't they report earnings last night?
Yeah, they did pull back already significantly and already making back a majority of those losses. So it's already back there towards 1150s.
Yep.
So
Yep.
gave you a bigger opportunity to go after a stock like that was weak off of earnings that could get the lift off of Trump's announcement. I like that play more than the DWAC one.
Yeah, see, this is sorry, I gotta block the spam in here. This is kind of what I'm thinking. Dan's on the same thing, right? It's a buy the rumor, sell the news. So here's the thing. If you buy this hoping for the pop, maybe you do get it. Maybe you do get rewarded. But like as Zunaid was saying, if this is not going to happen until later, you're not going to be able to do anything with that. And you might be staring at a gap down. I agree with Urban Farms here. Seems to be a political play. That doesn't seem to be the best trade in the market. Doesn't matter what side you're on.
Yeah, and it's also because it's like not everyone and their grandma is kind of doing it. You know what I mean?
Janine says, wow, Ryan, you sound like Dennis. I didn't have video on and I thought it was Triple D. If I'm getting compared to Dennis in any capacity, that means that I'm winning the day. So Janine, I really appreciate you saying that. I will absolutely take that as a compliment.
Qualcomm got filled here at 127.24, stop loss 126.76. You had some calls coming into the 131s expiring this week. So let's see. How red am I on the day? All right, I'm going to go ahead and see if I'm going to go ahead and have a 2-to-1 trade on this one. Let's go ahead and have about 100. So stop loss for me is 126.76. At the moment, I'm going to try to take profits at 128.24. Of course, that is going to depend on the SPY, as that one is below VWAP at the moment. Still holding 400 though, so that's good to see. You're nearly not as negative. That's hilarious.
So Romar is saying, oh my God, that's not Triple D. I thought it was too, but you're not nearly as negative. LOL. Well, given that how 2022 has played out, it served Dennis well being negative. Let's just put it that way. But again, we'll take that only as a compliment. Or I mean bearish. Yeah, I knew what you meant there. I gotcha.
Yeah, it's just how it is. You know, one of the things that I always say is we give it how we see it. And if you don't like it, I mean, that's up to you. But one thing is, I think Dennis and myself for being bearish for a lot of 2022 have not been a bad outlook to have on the markets, right? I mean, I think you would have made some money if you would have turned.
Come on, SPY. Hold the 400 and continue to the upside.
That's why I think this.
Appreciate all of the kind words here this morning. Change Agency saying, Triple D, not negative, a realist. Don't take it personally. Just catch his view. 100. I wish I could 100 emoji react to that because I completely agree. And I would take that a step further beyond Dennis. There's oftentimes people that have experience, you can learn from them, even if they have a completely different view and trade different stocks. Always worth keeping an open mind and adding tools to your toolbox. That's the way I look at it. And this is sorry, Mitch. One last thing. This exchange agent goes on to say, good exchange between Joel and Triple D today. We benefit from different points of views. 100 emojis in the chat. 100 emojis in the chat.
Taking a look at mRNA, it's testing yesterday's resistance, aka yesterday's high. So you could possibly have support here. You also have VWAP here, which is about $3 away. So it's a little bit tricky. You can try going long here, maybe have a stop loss at 183.64. So you're risking about $1, give or take. But possibly may want to wait for VWAP as well. I don't know. It depends on, your risk tolerance and how you want to trade it. But it is testing yesterday's high, which was resistance.
Jeff D's. Morning, Jeff D's. How's it going, my man?
You want to see? It's all right. My name is Zunaid. You can call me India if you'd like. You can call me Z like the letter if you'd like. You'd love to see me and Joel in a conversation? Yeah, I've talked to Joel, maybe twice in life.
Joel's a riot, by the way. Joel makes me laugh. Yeah, Becca, I agree with this too. I love DDD rants. He has a unique perspective. I'm with you there, with you 100%. Joel's the same way.
All right, in true degenerate form, I'm going to go ahead and add a Tesla contract here. The 205 calls I got filled at 302 that expired today. Rejected 200. I need this VWAP to hold, baby. If it will or not, I do not know.
I'm watching solar stocks that are having a good day also with the semiconductor stocks. I'm watching EMPH right now to think about getting into that. One stock that we brought up just a week ago on Monday was Run. And that's been on a massive sun run. I would just say, I don't know who's been watching that one, but since we talked about it, that stock has made a 30% run there. So I don't know if anyone's been playing the solar game, but definitely having a good day today. Array Technology, it's having a great one, up 12.29%. Nice little pattern, bounced off the VWAP. We'll see if it keeps holding. I'm looking for maybe a potential for EMPH to hold this 300 here, come back up towards 312. Daily chart looks like if it comes back towards 310s, it's going to be looking like a nice little cup and handle pattern towards the upside, towards 315. So looking to see if we're going to recover here on ENPH.
And I was just looking at ENPH too, Mitch, and you take a look at the daily chart here, we're clearly running into some resistance around that 320 line. This formation here makes me think that we're at least going to test this 320. Maybe we get a break above and a blue sky breakout here on ENPH.
Yeah, I heard about that one, JD's, but my man AB didn't fill us in. I had to sneak into his show to find out he's doing a trading challenge and didn't invite Ryan, Zunaid, and I.
What?
Can you believe that? I think he's scared. I think that's what it really is. He's scared of us, man. He's scared of us. He knows that we got that smooth jazz type of feeling. You can't mess with us. We're going to have to get after him. We're going to have to just raid his show today. What do you say, boys? We raid his show.
And just bully him? I like it.
Yeah, let's just raid his show. Since he didn't want to include us, we'll just raid his show. What do you guys say, chat? Put a 1 if you guys want to raid Benzinga Live today. We'll all do it. We got 579 of you guys. We got ourselves. We'll all call a time, and out of nowhere, we're just going to go in there and just take over. Who's about it? Throw up a 1.
I'll be honest. This sounds like fun. I mean, you're drumming up something here that sounds like fun. If I'm around, let's do it.
I sound excited.
There's tons of ones in the chat.
What time's the raid? Says Duke the Fool.
Well, I'm thinking. I mean, so AB's show starts at what, 11:30?
Yeah, it starts at 11:30. What time will work for you, Ryan? I want to know what time works for you because we're gonna raid this out. Look at the chat. They're about it. Sounds like fun. The best part, it's this stream. We don't gotta go anywhere, team. Well, we can even act like normal. I know you guys will keep doing your trading game, but then we're just gonna raid them hard.
12 to 1 is the only time I can't join this raid.
Okay, all right. So let's just do it right after the show. We'll take a little break. We'll do it at, what do you say, 11:45? 11:45 sounds fine. We can rate them. All right.
I like it.
Sounds good to me. Boom, boom. We're going 11:45. I'm putting up a banner. Raid on Benzinga Live. Nobody tell AB. Nobody give us a secret. Nobody give the secret away. Raid on Benzinga Live. It's going to be at 11:45 a.m. Eastern. Don't miss it, team. I want to see you guys there. And trust me, I'm gonna do it right. I'm going to have the sound deck going. He's not even going to know what the hell hit him. Let's go, team. Sound it up. Sound it up. This sounds like, I would definitely say, a rally horn. Rally the troops. Raid on Benzinga Live, 11:45 a.m. Eastern. Don't miss out the fun. Let's get back to the stocks. All right. Macy's turning around the trend there. Going to keep watch here. Don't want to see the 2135s go. If not, just going to take the profits there. SPY keeps battling here. That's why I haven't really gone long again, because SPY is battling the 400 here, right underneath it, the 430 area. We're going to see if we crack through that 400. If we do crack through that 400, you could see some downside action coming in here. Just be careful, team. Looking to see if the SPY is going green. You guys know I'm in the bullish tune, but the SPY right now does not want to go into that greenish outlook right now. So just be careful. If we do crack through the 400 area, that the SPY can start really going there. It holds this and comes back towards 402. I'm going to be feeling confident and taking some longs again. But that's why I'm coming in and out of the market, I would rather be in and out right now than get caught, because I do feel that the SPY is extended on the upside. but I do feel that the path of least resistance is still towards the upside here. But of course, we could see pullbacks because we're starting to get extended away. All right, let's catch up with the chat comments. Look how all the ones flowed through there. I love how you guys got excited about that.
Me
That's
too.
what I'm talking about.
I love it. That's what this is all about.
Hey, the community's going to come through. I might even get Jason Raznick on this one.
Oh, let's go, Mitch. Let's go.
Right?
I love this comment. Melissa saying, "Are you sure he doesn't watch the show?" Let him. Then he knows the tsunami.
Melissa, we'll find out. We'll find out, right?
I don't know if AB's awake.
Yeah, I don't think AB wakes up before 10 a.m. You know, it's just kind of that kind of thing. You know, he's definitely. I think he stays up later than you, Zunaid.
Really? Wow.
Can you believe it?
I've got a futures contract. I bet that won't be the thing.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
You've got MU here. Oh, it bounced.
SPY catching some bounce there. I like that little bounce there. When's the last time I played the actual SPY? That would be interesting. I haven't bought SPY in a little while here. Kind of like it. I'm going to go with my EMPH one. I like that one. It's just this one, you got to really size in really small with the NPH because of the spread. The spread is about 40 cents. So what I normally do is I'm going to be putting out orders in between the order here. Trying to get filled on some pullback. Just got a little entry there at 308.57. Looking to get some pullback towards around 308.30s, 20s. Really, 308 is the best area, but just starting to get a starter there in EMPH. Really small size there. I'll put EMPH here towards.
I'm watching it too.
Let's put it on the right-hand side. I like the chart.
As you're asking, how's TSM? TSM's actually holding up here. We did pop above that 82.50 level, got as high as 82.93. Came back into the VWAP here where we're kind of hovering right now. So we'll see if TSM can get the next move here. It's actually holding its gains here. Initially, we saw a pop right out of the open and saw that reverse. Thought it might break down a little bit more, but it actually went and set a new high and is kind of hanging around the VWAP now. So encouraging action in TSM.
Trying to get some more. Had an opportunity there. Just it's hard when you're dealing with these bigger spreads. This is a little bit more of a higher, I would say, skilled trade because you got to deal with the spread. Spread's about 50 cents here on the MPH. No fill yet. Trying to get a little bit more. Got a very small piece right now. Macy's back to the upside. That's still looking good. We're still holding on the piece on Macy's. So that's actually a good outlook. SPY coming back towards 401.50. That's a good outlook there. 402s gives us a nice 15-minute outlook there on the SPY. I'll show you guys that right here in the middle. Look at this kind of flagging kind of pattern here. There you go. We can get back up towards the 402 area. I'm going to be looking good here for the SPY to get a nice little push. Macy's looking good on the left-hand side. EMPH trying to push already. If it does push with only this amount of shares, I'm not going to be too mad. But I want it to be that I'm adding at a better price than I have right now. Not a worse price, not a chase price. We've already learned that one too many times today. And as we know, we got to always learn from our mistakes. If we don't learn from our mistakes, then they just become habits. Those are not habits that we want.
Peggy Crow shot a knife on Peggy. Peggy did knife down here. So remember, we're not trading this because of Zunaid's interview. We crashed all the way back to our pre-market high level. So currently hanging out here around 319. This actually might curl up here. Looks like it's trying. Maybe confirm that on a move through 325. We'll see. Peggy, big knife there.
Speaking of which, if you guys have any questions for Kyle, who is the CEO that we'll be interviewing, feel free to drop them in the comments in that tweet that I just dropped there. Let us know if you have anything you want us to ask them. But coming back to the trades here, I am long the SPY here at 401.25s. Could possibly get us back to the highs, but just long about 25 shares. I wanted to go long here off of the VWAP on this level of 417.75 on the micros. As you can see, beautiful 11, 12 point move to the upside. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to capture that as it came back and tested the levels. But to the upside we go, and let's see if we can kind of break out of this 40-40 area and then make our ways towards the 40-50s.
All right, guys, I'm doing us a favor already and already going to text Jason Raznick about the raid that's going to happen later today. So you guys know I'm not holding back here. We're going to get them going here.
All right, the contracts. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, look at that waterfall there on DWAC that you've got up here. As I told you guys, be careful with this. The rumor stories like that with potential announcements and things, I understand the desire to play those, but you got to be careful with it because none of that stuff is set in stone. It can easily reverse. I mean, even leading up to it, we're selling off here pretty good.
Amazon looking to try for a second time to go above 200. The calls that we purchased at 302, the 205 calls are now trading at about 365. So we're up 20% on those. Part of me wants to kind of be greedy. I'm not going to lie to you. Part of me wants to be greedy. Let's see if we break the session highs. By the way, Chewy, the calls that we purchased at 109s, the $47 calls, those are up 40%. As those are looking to make pre-market highs. That one I'm going to sell here. The spread's about 7 cents wide. Let's see if I can get filled at $1. If I can, I'll be good. The buck is on the ask, and there is my order out there. We'll see if we go ahead and get filled. Let's see what's going on with Tesla. Tesla wicked above to make session highs. Now let's see if it holds. So we've got about 5 minutes on this candle here on Tesla on the 5-minute candle. God, you love AMC. I did too when I got a chance to play it from 5 to 50s, but like now I don't know what to do with this. I don't trade it. But that's making a nice move. You got to wait for the 8 break. You can see that was pre-market highs. Wait for the 8 break and the retest for possibly solid entry on that one.
Add there on EMPH there. Got some fills there at 35. So not too bad there. Now I'm down towards 308.36 here. Trying to work my position in EMPH. I'm going in at fifths when I normally even come in at thirds. Macy's for a new nice little push there. Almost through the intraday high. As I look through, get through 2160s, I'm going to take it all out on Macy's. Not a bad trade there for us on Macy's today.
Amazon just continuing to the downside here, isn't really participating with the market. So the market has kind of bounced already and moved to the upside, right? Amazon, unfortunately, is testing the lows. So not necessarily moving with the market here. That's not a good sign, even though it is relatively strong, just clearly not acting like it.
All out there at Macy's.
PDSB, just an absolute monster. So this one officially going to be a miss for me. We had a great opportunity here at 741, was not prepared to take advantage of it. We cleared out this area that we talked about too in just one candle, didn't have it on my screen. Now it looks like we're trading back up here. Problem here is being up 15% just feels extended. Feels like I'm late to the party. Had this flag down here about 60 cents lower and unable to take it. So this one, even though I didn't actually trade it, feels like I lost out on here. We had a good plan and it just didn't execute. So bummer, not my day either, Mitch.
No worries. I'm putting myself in definitely getting into EMPH and taking some ads on this pullback. Now I know my risk here right now. I need to just hold towards my risk and focus in here, team. I'm averaged in closer towards 307.96 now. Needed to get back above the 308s, wick here, and not get through, of course, that low from the 1024 candle. That was right over here. And we're going to look to see if it can hold here. Don't want to see it back towards that 306.50 area. We'll see what happens here. EMPH. Sorry, I didn't put up my screen there. EMPH here. What will happen? Added on that pullback. Now I just need it to get back above the VWAP. If this doesn't happen, that's my sign to get out also, because VWAP is a really good sign for the average price on the day. And we wanted to get back above that average price on the day. Get this 5 minute to a green, back towards that green candle, towards 310. We're going to be looking good. We'll see what happens there in the NPH.
And real quick, just kind of going back to PDSB, because this was a trade yesterday too. While we were on the show, actually took a loss on this, but was able to make that back and stop about flat. Crow was saying, Ryan, I had a hard time with it yesterday. Yeah, we did have a hard time with this one. It had a number of fake breakouts above one of the levels, and it really didn't happen until the third or fourth attempt here. Gave us a good trade afterwards, but the real nice trade looks to be today here. And yesterday, after getting faked out in the morning, really kind of carrying that thought process over to today, trying to be a little bit more conservative, and ended up just being too slow. So absolutely had a hard time. But Edna, that's the thing. We're gonna try and not chase, right? The last thing that I want to do, if I make a mistake, the last thing that I want to do is compound that mistake. That's instantly something that I can control right there. Revenge trading, going after something without a good setup, that's a good way to compound that mistake.
Yeah, I did it today, right? And it's all about learning lessons, also recognizing the error, right? I recognized it as I did it. Sometimes you can maybe even just cover off that if you think you made a mistake, but I think it's an important thing to also admit to yourself when you made those mistakes. That's one of the hardest things as traders, where we run into more of that bias confirmation, right? And so if you're thinking in a trade and you're looking at certain levels, then you get a little bit of that FOMO feeling. You take the trade and you see the trade go instantly against you. A lot of the times that's going to be the FOMO leading to a trading mistake there that happens often. What happens there? We are starting to think that we're missing out on the trade. So we take the trade there and chase into the action. And a lot of the times that's going to lead us towards instant pain on the trade. Doesn't mean that it's going to go instantly. You're going to lose on the trade, because even you can catch a lucky win on a chase kind of buy, but it does a lot of the times brings instant pain to that type of trade. And that right there is the no in my book, because who wants to be instantly down on their position? I don't think anybody does.
No, it sucks. And I'll be honest, that happens quite a bit, at least to me, right? I take a position, especially in my swing trades, I go down a little bit. But if I've done enough due diligence, my research ends up panning out in the long run. But yeah, I don't like that either. I really don't. Yeah. Chris, question here in the chat: when it comes to options, what size spread starts making you nervous? This is a really good question, Chris. And I would imagine that has to do with what kind of trading you're doing. Generally speaking, I don't really like a spread more than 5 cents on the option contract, right? Because if I'm buying something at the ask and the bid's 5 cents lower, it's harder to make quick trades in that. Zunaid does a lot of these option scalps. One of the reasons he's able to do that is because those spreads are really tight, and he's able to get in at the price that he sees and then get out when the expected move happens. And even if it's not a gigantic move, he's actually able to capture that and repeat that process and build those gains up that way. So spread really cuts into that. I try to trade everything that I trade, especially for quick trades. I try to have that spread as small as possible.
Yeah, look, size really does matter. The smaller, the better when it comes to spreads. So
Junaid's just literally trying to pop off right now.
But
Chewbacca does not like that at all, Zunaid. Chewbacca has had enough.
Take a look at the open interest, and then also take a look at the total volume. Like, for example, I'm going to sneeze here in a minute, I think. Hang on. Am I going to sneeze? I'm going to try to get this straight out. I am in the January 20th SPY calls, 402 strike. I say that so wrong. I'm in the 402 calls expiring January 20th on SPY. My fill is 1529. I would say the break of about 101s to the downside is where my stop loss will be. I'm hoping that we can go ahead and march our way towards the highs. As you can see, I've got a cute little trend line drawn here, waiting to see if we can break above it. So far, we have not. So it can easily come to the downside. But if it does, this could possibly be somewhat of a double bottom for us. Taking a look at Tesla before I go in and get out of here. 200, once again, knocked on the third time. Didn't happen. Hopefully we can come back to the upside and break that $200 level. The calls that we purchased at 302, I unfortunately didn't sell them at 350, so now they're going for 335. And looks like Mitch has got a trade. I'm going to go get ready. I'll see you guys at 11. Deuces.
I got stopped out there in EMPH there, guys. You guys saw the line I drew. It broke through it, got out there. And taking a hit today, it's not the worst. Was able to bounce back some with Macy's and Amazon, but 2 losses today. And especially what it is the out of control loss there on Oxy that ruins the mathematical advantage that I always talk about, team. Once we ruin the mathematical advantage, it's really hard to come back. And so today is going to be one of those days where I need to just go ahead, assess what happened, learn from the mistake, and move forward for the rest of the month. But like always, understanding that what's the most important thing here? Mathematical probability in our favor and not ruining the mathematical equation, right? Not taking more risk than needed, because when you do that, it just starts ruining all your process. Today is one of those days where I take an assessment after trading. More than likely at the end of the day, that's when I'm usually doing this. And I'll take a look and I'll be like, well, today's one of those days that you just take a learning lesson from it. Instead of trying to kill myself mentally, I'm just going to learn from it, understand that I was looking good in Oxy, just went for the wrong stock there because XOM came down from those points. And if you look, energy is still kind of leaking here, and XOM is even leaking now. And so I think it's always an important thing to look back. Also, was it an execution mistake or was it a not good plan at all? It was here, execution mistake, probably going for the wrong stock, getting caught in a spike there in Oxy and not catching the first dip that we were looking for. And we did get it. And now it looks like Oxy is starting to turn around.
Jeff D is saying V worked well for you. So here's your V chart.
That's
Jeff,
nice
what
one.
was your, did you enter this today? Was it like a day trade? Is this something that you were holding? Give me some context around the entry and exit trigger if you have exited.
Really pretty chart on Visa,
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah.
I can pull it up here. I got you. Yeah, tell us what you're seeing there. But I've been seeing a really nice long-term trend line coming into play. And a lot of times I use the 1 week chart to tell me these long-term trend lines that we're about to break. And you can see it here. I'll use Alt-T for our Benzinga Pro users. And you can see there, boom, nice little break through that. Then now you're getting above that. That's what you want to see when you get that action. A lot of times you're going to get a pullback because it hit the resistance. You got the pullback. It played within this. Now getting that next move up. Let's go to the daily chart so you can see a little bit clearer the action. And now you're starting to really get that. Look how it held that pullback today right to that line. That's what you want to be drawing sometimes, working backwards, not forward. Like I always say, sometimes, a lot of times people do bottom-up approach in stock. You want to be doing top-down approach. I'd like top-down approach. Now that we see this, right, in a top-down, we're gonna do it reverse really here. It's really what you're not supposed to be doing, but starting at a stock and working backwards. What do we see here that's making a move? Well, it could be credit services or financial services sector. So let's go ahead. Let's take a look there. How are credit services doing? Well, credit services up are 2.1% today. What are some other stocks that we can maybe look here to see the leader laggard style trade? Well, one that I'll call out here is MasterCard, looking like it's trying to come to its resistance versus already at its resistance. So I would look at MasterCard and look to see if it plays catch up, right? I mean, this is how a lot of stocks do. When one stock makes a nice big move in the industry, a lot of times you get the other to kind of follow along. Look how this one's coming right up to that trend line here also. And I'll use Alt-T to kind of draw that up here. And you guys can see now we're getting also a nice little push there in MasterCard. And you can draw another trend line that draws it up closer towards the 360. That's kind of more the levels where I see it. But there you guys see another one making a move. Another one that you can keep on watch that's kind of a little bit more lagging is going to be AXP, American Express, right? Well, this one's also kind of more lagging off of the support, just bounced off of that 140. Could make a push towards 160 and 170. I'd keep watch on Visa and MasterCard. If they can continue in the trend, why not AXP get a little lift too? And for this being mentioned, PayPal, not looking too bad there, trying to push above the 90. All right, SPY still in that sideways kind of period. It still hasn't really broken down, still hasn't broken out. It tried to push there towards the 402, couldn't make it. Now we're right back down towards 490. Well, we can't look, downside action continuation is a break of 400. We don't want to see that happen on the downside on the SPY today. All right, we'll see what else is going out in the markets. You guys throw up some tickers that you guys see moving on the day. You can also take a look here at the intraday action. Take a look at what's making big moves. Looks like SE making a nice little move. That stock's been so beaten down for so long. Now it's starting to make a little move up there. I don't really know too much about C Limited. I know it's electronic gaming and multimedia, but it's definitely getting a nice little lift today. China stocks really getting a nice little lift today, so keep those on watch. We've talked about Rite Aid, so you guys can keep watch on that. We'll see what happens there. But definitely he's getting a nice little push today. Let's take a look. Kodak Sciences. Look what's making a move, Ryan. Kodak Sciences. I always laugh at this stock. It's insane.
Me too. That's not something that I would ever trade.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy if you trade stocks like that. But Array Technology, you guys know I've been talking about that one. Maybe that one holds the move. I got stopped out at EMPH, but that doesn't mean solar has completely turned on the day. So keep that in mind. Grow Generation's getting a little lift there. Looks like some cannabis getting a little push here. Yep. Aurora Cannabis had some earnings out there, it looks like. Keep your eyes on some cannabis stocks today.
Tilray is actually up 5.5% on the day. You had mentioned GRWG was up. So
man, I remember I got stopped out on the last day when this thing started actually pushing through the 4. Remember I had Tilray on a swing last week? I got stopped out on that thing right around 3, I think like 386, and then it went down to 70, 69, and now it's already up there to 438. So that's about 18% away. Wasn't a bad idea, and that's how it is with trading. Sometimes you can have a really good idea. It's all about execution, though.
Well, see that, and that's one of the reasons why swing trading, though I've kind of backed off swing trading, right? Because the market's choppy here, and you'll get that, right? You'll get those swings that end up stopping you out only to see your plan work, and that there's no getting around it. That's frustrating. It's frustrating to see that. It's like, it reminds me of Zunaid having these really crisp levels set out for his entries and exits, and then having the stock go within, 2 cents of that and not filling his order. That stuff's frustrating. It's just how it goes.
Definitely is.
Ryan's right. Amazon getting spanked here. Amazon pounding lows here. So still up on the day, still up 2.2% here, but some downward momentum here. Looks like 100 test is on deck for Amazon.
Yeah, I mean, I was able to get out of this one at least and didn't take the hit, right? You guys saw me. I got out break even on Amazon today. Was looking for the push back towards the 105. We actually got towards a high, the high today, 103.79. And I've talked about it. This one has gone pretty far here. And now we're starting to see it slow down. Does it mean it's completely done? No, but I definitely think the momentum's slowing down in the name. It's just going to be about the SPY today. Do we continue in the uptrend? If that can happen, I think that you're okay in stocks like this. But let's take a look at some high cap names in the SPY today, see how the leadership is doing. Apple's up 3%. So Apple's still looking well there. If you're looking for a name like to look for a bullish trend, it's right off the VWAP right now. So Apple looking good here. I'll show you guys that chart here. And so
Apple and Tesla remaining strong so far here today. Thanks to.
And so that's an area that you guys can keep watch there. Some areas that are strong on the day. Tesla, trying to push through that 2050 on the day, has pulled back to 199 multiple times. We'll see how that level holds there. Amazon's probably the weakest one out of all of them, but it could be following, right? So it could be leading, and then you see them follow. We'll see what happens. I would like to see if Apple can continue holding 150, and it just bounced off the VWAP, so we'll see how that one works. Visa, we've talked about that one already. XOM is just hanging out there on VWAP. Really hasn't flushed down there on energy. Be careful. You could get a little spike. Johnson & Johnson coming back after a pullback. This is not a bad one that I keep on watch. Look at the daily chart on Johnson & Johnson. I actually kind of like this. It's kind of different style play, but you guys can take a look here. Daily chart has multiple highs up towards 174, pulled back towards the 170. Looks like it wants to go back towards that 174. We'll see if it gets the lift today. Johnson & Johnson. All right. What else is making moves today? Walmart, right?
Unity and Upstart. So two of those beaten down names continuing their move here today. And then, I saw Walmart this morning was up. Haven't actually checked it since then. I want to actually go through the report. Do you have any highlights out of their report, Mitch?
Yes, I do. I got a decent amount of highlights here. I'll roll them through the bottom here, and I'll kind of talk through them. I'll give you that. That's of course coming from Benzinga Pro. We'll talk about Walmart's EPS here at $1.50, beating the $1.32 estimate. Sales at 152.8 billion, beating the 147.51 billion estimate. Walmart approved a new 20 billion share repurchase authorization. Things that were really good. Sam's Club comp sales up 10%, new all-time high in member count. Walmart comp sales grew 8.2%. And one thing that I will note, though, they at least, I feel, are more truthful about the consumer out there than many businesses have been. This was the comment out of the earnings call, Ryan. Pocketbooks are stretched. People have less discretionary income or less disposable income to spend on things. So they're looking for value. They mentioned things like consumers turning to things like hot dogs instead of expensive meat cuts. So that just goes to show us that, yes, I think we're finally starting to see some weakening in the consumer after it seems like, how long has it been since inflation's been engraved now in this economy, Ryan? It's been like what now? A year and a half, I would say, at least.
I think you're going to see more, the consumer tightening and pulling back. I don't think that's over yet. I think that this might just be the beginning of that. You might see more of that into next year.
The truth is, we had a good amount of savings that actually happened in the pandemic. Can you believe that? Yes, we added to our savings accounts instead of what we thought would be depleting them through the pandemic. And it seems like now, of course, you're starting to see those pocketbooks getting stretched. Walmart is one that I was watching, and I said, Target. Why not Target, right?
Target's tomorrow morning now.
Yeah, that's why I was looking for it to run into that earnings. And Target yesterday stopped me out at the very end and then did a beautiful move that it went up there towards 175. I'll show you guys that move there. But Walmart continuing on the day. SPY making a hard, heavy downturn, though. Just going to note that. So keep that in mind here. Kind of really quickly, I'll go to Target's chart. Looks like it's trying to get through 180. Has multiple times that it's tried to get up there. We'll see if it eventually makes that move. Let's go back to the SPY because I definitely think that move was significant. Let's focus in here to see if we cut through 400. If we do cut through 400, we could see some downside action there. So I'm going to just quickly watch this. 15-minute has a nice little kind of flag pattern there. Just needs to hold here the 400, not break and close on a 15-minute basis below 400. We'll see what happens. All right, getting that nice little pullback there. What are you guys talking about in the chat? What's going on out there, the Crow? Pizza pockets for breakfast. Hey, that's a breakfast of champions, my friend. Breakfast of champion. Valiant Goat saying the hot dog indicator there from Walmart given there. Oh, yeah, that's not a good one. It's not a good sign to see. But I'm not going to lie. I like me a good old hot dog. I get in trouble for eating too many of those, but hey.
Yeah. I mean, the hot dog, that should be bullish for Costco, right? The hot dog,
right?
The hot dog deal's not changing at Costco.
Dude, why don't I just eat lunch every day at Costco, right? Like, I'm struggling. I need to just start getting a Costco nearby and getting those nice little $1.50 deals. I mean,
I'm telling you, that's
right?
That's where it's at, Mitch. Drinking a hot dog.
There's nowhere else you're getting a $1.50 meal. Let's just say, like, you can't even get that at Mama's house. She's even gonna charge you probably.
I was gonna say. Straight ballin' saying, Ryan, is Justin Fields going to become a good passing quarterback? First snowfall of the year here in Chicago. So when I woke up and saw everything covered in snow, I was about as happy as it gets. Straight ballin', you don't need to worry, my man. Justin Fields was the best quarterback in that draft. Forget Trevor Lawrence, forget Mac Jones, forget Trey Lance. The Chicago Bears got the best quarterback in that draft. And go back and watch some of his Ohio State tape. Bro can throw the ball. We're going to be just fine. Get that guy some weapons and some protection, and we're going to be just fine.
Oh, I love to hear some Bears optimism from Ryan.
It's about time. I haven't had any in a decade, I feel like. I mean,
yeah, that's why I'll let you enjoy it, my friend. You enjoy that. I know how it is and how tough it can be going for a team that it's like, man, the hell are they thinking?
The team just makes you want to hang your head. It's so depressing. But these last couple of weeks, they've clearly figured something out. The coaching staff is competent. which is a change from the past. And this quarterback's got tools for days. He looks, I mean, I think he's a more devastating runner than Lamar Jackson. He's bigger, just as fast, and can actually hit people.
Remember when Costco was down there towards the 470s and we were talking about potentially maybe it comes back to 500? It's at 526. That's not a bad stock, right?
Believe me, kicking myself for not.
You and I were talking about
We even talked about it, bro.
Yeah.
We talked about it.
Yeah, we did. We were looking at it. We were thinking about maybe getting it down there at the 480s, 440 area and looking for the 500 run. It's had a really nice run the last couple of weeks. And when I hear things like Sam's Club having new member all-time highs, that makes me lean more heavily into this area and try to focus on names like this, because let's just be honest, there's probably going to be some moves out of this. So like one that I'll call to the radar that has yet to move, but has been going sideways since September is Ollie Bargain Outlet. Just giving a little bit of some swing trade outlook here, team. Of course, I'm keeping my eye on that SPY 400 for us. If that does break, I'll let us know. That's my warning sign. We cracked it for a second, quickly recovered it. So I'm looking more on a 5-minute to see if we close below it. But really the 15-minute, I think, is the more important chart here. But like always, you guys choose your own investment decisions there. Ollie Bargain Outlet. I'll show you guys this on a weekly outlook so you guys can see what I'm seeing. And you guys can see how there's like kind of like this overall trend line here that we have yet to come back through, that I'm wondering, do we come back and try to battle up there, right? And so right now we're kind of in this sideways period. I think if we can get back above this 58 and these stocks can have good earnings report, like Target have a good earnings report, why not see Ollie back here towards 66? It's not a bad stock to keep in mind. I'm not saying that you guys need to trade it, just something that's standing out to me in this area.
All right, Mitch, I'm going to jump for the day. I'm going to get back to my daily tasks. Thanks to everybody for the great morning today. Sorry I was a little bit slow on the uptake today, but we have an opportunity to get better at that tomorrow. Zunaid, good luck on your futures trading.
Hey,
good luck on your interview.
Hey, before you leave, don't forget.
Just ping me, bro. I'm ready.
Raid on Benzinga Live, 11:45, baby. 11:45. Don't forget it, team. We're raiding up there. I'll see you there.
The banner, Mitch. Pinch fingers emoji. All right, take care, everybody. We'll see you in a bit.
Have a good one, Ryan. We'll stick around here, team, and we got an interview coming up. I know Zunaid is going to be ready for that, but I'm going to look for another trade here. I'm looking to make a move here. I want to see if the SPY is going to hold this 400. We come right back up, ripping, rallying. Let's see what happens here. We did just bounce off of it. Should I go for another Amazon buy here? I don't like Amazon. It's a little bit weaker for me than, let's say, an Apple. A little pullback there. It doesn't look too bad there. And you guys know I'm not the biggest proponent for Apple, but I know that some people are calling that Warren Buffett maybe taking TSM. He believes in his Apple. I'm sure of that one there. So 152.50 off of around 152.30s doesn't make too bad sense here. I'm going to look for a little pullback in Apple. See if I can grab that one. Just need a little pullback here. We'll see if we get it. All right, let me get out of Ollie's here. The SPY, get a little bounce there at the 400. I'll go ahead and I'll put up Apple here on the right-hand side. Ollie's trying to make a little move. We'll see what happens on that one. Walmart was a strong one, right? Tesla, another one that I'd be maybe taking a look at. Just bounced. Apple already up there towards the 152.80s. Probably not going to be able to get the pullback that I wanted. I was talking about the trade instead of taking it. And I hate to kind of like get in the name, then tell you about the trade. So like, because then I just have like a better price. And I don't like to, I'm not trying to front run you guys. Let's put it that way.
On what ticker?
On Apple. It's not like I'm going to front run it, but like, it's more like I hate calling out a whole like trading plan after the fact, because then it just sounds like you're kind of like cherry picking there. Like the 50s, the 52.50 area. We'll see what happens there. Apple SPY holding the pull. What will it do here at VWAP? Will it just break above? That's what I'm looking at. 15-minute. Can this candle go green? How much we got left on that? We got about 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 40 seconds or something like that on this candle. We'll see what happens. Candle opened at 401.41. So that's going to be the level if it goes green on the 15-minute basis. And so I'll show you guys that candle here. Let's see if this candle closes to the downside of it or towards the top side of it. What?
Yeah, I'm long Amazon. SPY here, but my stop loss is going to be pretty much the low of day. 399.80s of the wick. Need to go ahead and get up above VWAP and continue this march forward. So far, the 400 is holding. So far, and then of course after 400 breaks, I think you can have about 398 that'll hold as support. Tesla below VWAP. That trade didn't work to the break of 200. Sayed. Yeah, I agree. Amazon, we talked about this in the morning where it kind of gave you a little bit of a scalp of about 50 cents almost, but didn't give you more than that, unfortunately. The second time, you can go ahead and see. Matter of fact, we traded Amazon in the morning here. Went and took some shares and sold it for about sold it for about 60 cents, and it went a whole point above, which of course I didn't capture all of it, but then it came back, bounced a little bit, but then when it finally broke this 5-minute close to the downside, we went, and then what do you know? Found support at 100. No surprise there whatsoever, and now it's kind of bouncing back a little bit here, 60 cents in the money off of the $100 level. And of course, let's go ahead and take a look at SPY. Still under VWAP, nothing crazy happening there. If you like the short, this could be a solid risk reward as you're risking maybe about 50 cents on the SPY if you like it to the downside, as it is below VWAP. Oh, man. Let me go ahead and switch up this. Come on, SPY. What you gonna do? Really, really want to go long Tesla here off of this VWAP. Screw it. Whatever.
All right. Getting ready for Pineapple Energy coming up. Excited about that?
Yeah, dude. I mean, they reported earnings yesterday. I'm taking a look at my notes. They had increased revenue up 31% from Q2, increased gross profit 58% from Q2. So definitely, some good stuff there. Looks like they got about 10 million in cash. And then of course, the main thing I want to talk about is that Sun Nation acquisition that they had and how that's going to impact the future growth of the company. So lots of fun things to talk about.
Right? I got to get my pineapple shirt. Where's your pineapple shirt, Zunaid?
I actually wore my pineapple shirt on air once, and then everyone told me that apparently means that you're into swinging. And I didn't know that. Not saying they're wrong. Not saying they're right.
What if you're just a pineapple fan?
I didn't know that, man. I didn't know that.
You're just a pineapple fan. I like pineapple.
Yeah. Let's see.
So it looks like we're getting into some solar action. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, and that'll come up in about 3 to 5 minutes here. Let's see.
Ooh, I got that pullback there. Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it. Little Apple pullback here. Taking the shot off. I'm going to keep it tight. I'm going to do like 152.38.
I mean, you want to talk about a pullback here, SPY, once again at that 400 level. What are we going to do? Rejected SPY, which means Tesla is to the downside. That's a quick 25 bucks I just burnt. Let's go ahead and take a look at, are we going to, man, if we hold, this would be incredible. All right, looks like Tesla got snuffed out.
I took a little hit there too. It was a really small one, but I was like either go or no go moment, and I had definitely no go moment. SPY cutting down there and pulling back now. Now starting to break.
SPY to the downside.
15-minute, though, still needs to close below 400 for you to kind of see that weakening coming in.
Let's see what.
All right, don't forget it, team. We got still 482 of you guys. We will be doing an sneak raid on Benzinga Live, 11:45. Don't miss it, team. I want to see you guys out there. It's going to be fun. Keep it on the low. We're going to have fun and raid up there on Benzinga Live. But coming up next, of course, you guys will be getting into your interview with Pineapple Energy. As we're seeing a decline coming in here into the markets, we start breaking through that 400. We could see some downside coming in here. We'll see what happens out in the markets. Definitely basic materials, energy on the downside, leading the downside action. Now you're starting to see some tech starting to get hit, some cyclical starting to get hit here. Utilities in the red after being in the green. Be careful out there. Defensive starting to rise a little bit, but everything kind of pulling back with this recent move here. So I'm going through the sectors here. Don't see anything really kind of bouncing strong here. Energy trying to get a little bit of a bounce, but we'll see what happens in the markets. All right, going to get your chart down here, Zunaid, and I'm going to go bring us towards here and change up the background right quick as we get out of some live trading action. Get you guys over to Pineapple Energy. And then, of course, right after that, we'll be right back, switching you guys over to Benzinga Live and the fun time when we'll get into the raid on Benzinga Live, of course. I'll see you guys. I'm going to let you take control here, Zunaid, and do what you got to do for your interview, and wish you the best. Pineapple Energy. I'm going to be tuning into the story myself. Haven't heard about this company, and it's always fun to learn a new story.
Yeah, and it's always great chat. You know, the reason that you guys know I say this all the time, but the reason I love doing these interviews is because you in the chat get to have a conversation alongside me with the executives and kind of have your hard-hitting questions answered straight from them. And that's kind of exactly what this opportunity is, especially with them reporting earnings yesterday. So the market reacted positively to that, but more importantly, it's not about today. It's about what's going to happen in the future there. So without any further delay, I'd love to go ahead and bring up Kyle, who is the CEO of Pineapple Energy. How's it going, Kyle?
Hey, it's good. How are you, Zunaid?
I'm doing very well. You had a lovely quarter that the market, reacted positively to that. But before we dive into that, Kyle, I'd love for you to explain it to me like I'm five. What is it that your company does?
Yeah, thanks, and appreciate you having me on. This is first live media appearance for Pineapple Energy. Appreciate the chance to have the coming out party. And you got a good professional rig set up. I got to maybe a better chair and a better microphone here. But thank you for having us. Really appreciate it. So Pineapple, we founded the company coming up on 2 years ago. Residential solar company with a vision to be much more than that. Residential solar, battery storage, home energy management, and then continuing to branch out just into more and more adjacent categories and kind of ride this wave of the energy transition and drive that wave. As well as these themes towards electrify everything. Prior to founding Pineapple, I spent about 3 years at Sunrun, starting out in San Francisco. Then was with Sonova, remote worker, but traveling down to Houston a lot. So really got to learn the industry, working for those two kind of leading pillars, big multi-billion market cap public companies. Those companies are great, do a lot of things really well, learned a lot from them, still own those shares myself, have a lot of respect for them, but saw the opportunity to kind of have an opening to build a new kind of company. And the vision for Pineapple Energy was to drive consolidation in the space. So you've got these large public traded names, Sunrun, Sonova, SunPower, SolarCity, part of Tesla now. But in almost every market in the country, those big names account for less than a third of the market share. So then you've got thousands of other small to medium-sized companies, many of them really phenomenal companies in this long and medium tail. And we saw this opportunity to go to each of the attractive residential solar markets, identify the 1 or 2 or 3 companies who are great fits for us, these kind of quote unquote independents who aren't necessarily Sunrun or Sunrun dealers, not necessarily a Sonova dealer, not SunPower, those dealers, kind of believe in customer ownership model, believe in a great customer experience, growing through referrals, and kind of find the 1 or 2 or 3 like that in each market and bring them together as part of the Pineapple family and kind of scale rapidly through a consolidation play.
Yeah, so I love it. So when it comes to, solar, you definitely have so much experience with your previous employment with Sunrun and a couple other companies that you mentioned. I want to talk about the earnings, right? I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but from my notes, I've got increased revenue 31% from Q2. You've got increased gross profit approximately 58% from Q2. Any other highlights that our viewers and possible investors, more importantly, should be aware of from what you reported yesterday?
Yeah, and thanks for the asking the question. I'd say we're really proud of the quarter, really proud of the hard work from all the folks at Pineapple, and especially our core operating business right now in Hawaii. Chris DeBone, founder of that business, one of our senior leaders at this company. They drove a phenomenal quarter, right? And on the heels of a really good Q2. I think one other metric I would highlight is just the pending installations up 40% as well. Thinking about this business, it's kind of a backlog-driven business, right? You've got sales that leads and having phenomenal sales growth kind of each month here. But then as you get into the spring and then through the summer season, that sales growth stacks up into a backlog. You can't quite install that fast. So I think it's key to look at sales that were made in period. It's key to look at revenue, which kind of comes from actually getting the installs done. But then you've also got a forward look at what's coming in the next quarter and out into the future as you build up this backlog. And then there's seasonality in the business. Kind of you tend to have a really big Q4 and then Q1 maybe not as big. And so I think that's a great leading indicator of the work that we've done and what you might see coming up in the future too. But a great quarter all around for the Hawaii business. And then we also announced the acquisition of Sunation. So very bi-coastal or trans-oceanic, I guess you'd say. And kind of the joke was, hey, Sunation's on Long Island. It's an island too, just like Hawaii. So we know how to do it in one island. We'll do it in the next. So, a step function change for us, going to triple the size of the revenue, going to get the company to anticipated cash flow positive going forward and certainly in 2023. So proud of all the hard work from the team in Hawaii. And then looking forward to being able to give results and kind of some forward guidance on an even bigger company next quarter and going forward.
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing up the Sun acquisition. I'll talk about that in a second, but I want to go back to the backlogs that you talked about and how you're kind of, I don't want to say playing catch up, but you are looking to fulfill those. And at the moment, you've got a bunch of backlogs. Any supply chain issues that you see coming up even more than what you've been dealing with is one. And two, are you worried of any cancellations because of the backlog? Worried that, hey, you might have residents that are, looking to purchase from someone else or just flat out cancel because I don't know about you, but I'm an instant gratification kind of guy.
Yeah, no, it's a savvy question. I think it's perceptive, but we're not seeing any data or evidence to indicate any concerns about that on cancellation. I think it's the expectations that we set with homeowners. And I think that just to kind of double click in on that point, the Hawaii Energy Connection business, they've been doing it for 16 years now in Hawaii. And I think they've really worked hard to kind of earn that reputation as one of the most customer friendly on the island and really care about customers and deliver that great customer experience. And so I think part of that is doing the sales process the right way, setting expectations around pricing, around equipment, around system sizing, around what your first month and another month bills are going to look like going forward, post going solar, but then also setting the expectations around installation timeline and when that's going to happen. So I think we believe that as long as you do that the right way, set those expectations and then deliver on those, that's kind of all you can ask for as a homeowner. And I think we continue to see strong referral and word of mouth business. Yeah. And I think we knew this was kind of what the trend was going to look like. I think that it's kind of another thing we believe in is just having really experienced high quality crews there and not kind of doing the seasonal hiring like maybe some other companies do, where they ramp up really quickly to try to install faster on these kind of summer and kind of late summer bumps in sales, but then they lay off all those people. It's not a good employee experience. It's not how you build morale and a good culture at your company. But also, if you just think about that, if you're going with a company who's doing that, you're kind of rolling the dice as the homeowner and just kind of the inconsistency you might get in the customer experience or the installation experience. You might get lucky and get that really experienced crew. You might get unlucky and get one of those seasonal crews. And so we try hard not to do that in Hawaii. But no, like everything's kind of matching up to our expectations. And I think we're we're anticipating a strong fourth quarter just based on that backlog we disclosed.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the insight on that one. And yeah, I agree. If you've got an employee or someone who isn't giving the best personal experience, you're not going to recommend, word of mouth, something you talked about here early on as well. But let's talk about the Biden administration. You have a couple of acts. Some may impact you a little bit more than the others, but you've got the Inflation Reduction Act. You've got the Build Back Better Acts. And how are these, programs impacting your business, whether positively or negatively? And do you expect them to continue having an impact in the future here as well?
Yeah, good question. And I realized I didn't answer your supply chain question before either. So I think the short answer is no, we're not seeing any increased concerns over supply chain, and that's not contributing in any way to the backlog. I think it was a real thing and kind of continues to be with some of the concerns out there about the Forced Labor Protection Act, the Uyghur Act, in China, as well as just ongoing challenges from kind of COVID-led supply chain. But I think we've navigated that like a lot of the industry has as well, and worked with our distributors and starting to build some of those direct relationships too with the OEMs and the manufacturers. And so I think the industry as a whole has kind of weathered that storm and is through the worst. But it's something we monitor closely. And what kind of sparked that connection for me too is in the Inflation Reduction Act. I think the biggest headline news coming out of it and what the industry reacted to, or the stocks reacted to best, was the extension of the federal investment tax credit for another 10 years, back up to the 30% it had been at, to kind of build the industry. I think just like with any industry, that certainty in the regulatory environment is something that investors crave, and it allows you to build businesses without that uncertainty and kind of go forward and make commitments and kind of longer term commitments in terms of hiring, in terms of capital investment. So I think that was really important for the industry. I think just from a helping to decarbonize, helping to build solar at all the different scales, utility scale, commercial and industrial scale, community scale, and community solar gardens and farms, and then residential. I think kind of having that consistent support system at all those levels is helpful as we keep on this path to decarbonizing in solar. And then I think it ensures homeowners will get a reasonable return on their investment. So that kind of policy stabilization, I think, is important. I think then also making sure that 30% goes on standalone batteries, whether they're paired with PV or not. De facto, people who are putting batteries on their homes mostly are tying them to PV systems and benefiting from that tax credit already. But it's good to have that clarification and good to have it if you don't need to. So I think it just sets up for the next decade of continued growth in residential, solar, and storage. Then I think there's the other aspect of it, which is maybe talked about less, and it doesn't as directly impact our company in the short run, but just some of these supports and incentives for domestic manufacturing and kind of trying to diversify that supply chain over time, and kind of all up and down the supply chain and the value chain, just looking for more made in America, from even the mining and refining of polysilicon into ingots, into wafers, into cells, into modules. You look at Hanwha Q Cells. It's a company that I like a lot, and actually had Q Cells on the roof of my last home.
Yeah,
Korean company who'd bought a company out of Germany, so kind of innovation and design out of Germany, a strong Korean conglomerate, but also has manufacturing in Dalton, Georgia, and a really large plant down there, right? And it gives a company like that an opportunity to make a further investment into the supply chain in the U.S. and then other companies to follow suit. So I think that in the medium run, that's another maybe underappreciated element of the Inflation Reduction Act, is you'll get that diversification and that certainty in the supply chain. And I think that'll just make sure there's not lumpiness and kind of availability, which is great as the industry grows. And then I think over time, you'll help bring costs down just through that investment as well.
Yeah, and I feel like, sometimes the ecosystem of EV can be helpful, right? So for example, Apple, in my opinion, one of the reasons it works so well is because you have an iPhone, you got to get an iPad, things like that. So it's like, hey, if you have an EV vehicle, you want to go ahead and have solar, and then you want to continue expanding on that sector, if you will, as a homeowner and whatnot. Now, let's talk a little bit about the financial of things, right? I'm looking at my notes here, and it looks like you have about 10 million in cash, and then you have some investments and things like that. Can you give me more insight on the financial health of Pineapple Energy?
Yeah, I think not really more than kind of what we disclosed or what's in the statements, but I think the company's got a strong cash position. I think that, you can see in the Sonation deal that we just did, the terms of that, it tends to be a mix of cash up front, plus some seller notes, plus some stock, plus some earnouts. And I think we like that kind of formula. We think that we can find the right combination to deliver value to the founders who worked hard to build those businesses, let them have a bit of a liquidity event. But we're absolutely not looking to do acquisitions with companies where the founders are looking to kind of cash out and buy a boat, right? We want people who are committed to the mission, committed to the vision, want to be a part of something bigger, want to continue on in executive roles with the company, and want to grow something together. We found that with Scott and Jim and the team at Sonation. And I think that that's what we continue to look for in the pipeline. So I think that we're in a healthy cash position just from a working capital standpoint. And then I think that we're also going out and just looking for that next acquisition opportunity and that next opportunity just to kind of keep growing the vision and the strategy that we built around the roll up.
Three main things here. And of course, hopefully I don't forget it here, but you talked about tripling, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in this interview you mentioned tripling revenues with the Sun acquisition. Is that correct? The Sun Nation acquisition? Did I recall that correctly?
Yeah. And so, these are rough numbers. I think maybe a bit below them or like kind of plus or minus a percentage. And we've got it more disclosed in the filing. But yeah, roughly a $25 million revenue business in Hawaii, and Sonation on Long Island in New York State is roughly 50 million. So it gets it to roughly kind of ballpark 75 million. So that's the tripling that we referred to.
And the reason I bring that up as a recap is because my next question, and we always get fun little nuggets from these interviews, but what can investors expect in the future in terms of what else is in your pipeline to help grow the company without getting any of us in trouble? I would really love to get some insight on what's down the pipeline.
Yeah, I think one thing that investors can expect certainly is kind of a relentless focus on operating the business as well that we already have. So we've got a really strong business in Hawaii that's growing fast and very profitable. But I think we want to continue to kind of foot on the gas pedal, drive that top line growth, manage costs, drive that EBITDA margin, simultaneously take full advantage of the opportunity we now have in front of us in Long Island and New York State with Sonation. Same thing, keep driving that top line, keep focused on kind of cost and delivering value to shareholders on the bottom line, managing corporate overhead and expense. So I think that there's a strong commitment to integrating these companies well and just operating them well that we already have to deliver positive cash flow. And I think that's the foundation, but then certainly going and continuing to kind of hunt, continuing to build inorganically while we grow organically as well. Can't really disclose a lot of the detail. Just, I guess what I would say is, if you look out at the markets where resi solar has historically been strong, you've got markets like California, you've got markets like New Jersey, kind of very different weather and sun profiles there. But, it's not only having a sunny state that makes it a good residential solar market. I think kind of the three main props to a great residential solar market. One, you want some sun, absolutely. Two, you want relatively high retail electric prices because you're offsetting that with the own solar you put on your roof. So kind of the more you can not pay the higher retail electric costs, the better. And then three, kind of a nice framework of regulatory and public policy and legislative support in those states. And so you have those come together, all of those in states. And I live in Minnesota. It's where Pineapple is headquartered. People certainly don't think of that as the sunniest state. It's not the first that would come to mind as a great residential solar state, but residential solar works really well here because you've got enough sun, you've got good local and kind of state policy and legislative, and you've got not crazy high, but relatively high retail electric prices. I think as you see utility rates going up and up, kind of nationwide, a huge component of inflation and just outpacing overall inflation. And you just kind of think about the state of the grid and what's going to be required to kind of upgrade this kind of creaky grid and the CapEx that's going to be required there. And that's going to get passed on through rate cases to ratepayers, homeowners who are paying those and renters who are paying those electric bills. I think you've got a lot of room to grow in a lot of states, and more of those states are going to get past cost parity and have that good ROI. But, I think if you kind of look back at a California, at a New Jersey, you look at a Massachusetts, and then you look at kind of the Southwest, Nevada, you look at Arizona, and then you've got these big prizes with kind of untapped TAM and lower penetration now, but everybody sees these sleeping giants in Texas and Florida, right? I think each one of those markets we're interested in, each one of those markets we're trying to make a plan or make a strategy and do that sequencing. I think that we tend to like what we call kind of the Goldilocks markets and companies where not too small and not too big, right? I think as what we were looking at companies that ultimately culminated in Sunation, we said we don't want to go any smaller than the Hawaii business, right? We want to at least double in size in the next acquisition. The juice just isn't worth the squeeze of everything involved in being a public company and doing that acquisition. So kind of set that bottom of, say, a 25 million revenue business. And then it's not a hard cap, but we said, hey, like start getting north of 100 million revenue on the next business. Maybe that's a little big to digest. Like we really care about integrating these companies well, not having the culture of the new company kind of come in and swamp the existing company. So we found that really great Goldilocks company in Sunation. Now we've got a 75 million revenue business kind of growing strong beyond, but now you're maybe in that range where you could still do a 25 million acquisition, but maybe you can kind of step up to 100, 125, 150 million revenue business. That's kind of how we're thinking about it, but and very robust pipeline. And I think that I've been pleasantly surprised. I guess you hope this would happen, but you don't know. But announcing the acquisition, just kind of the inbound interest we've got to, I think the industry is paying attention, and there's a lot of people who have kind of been waiting for a company who can drive this consolidation and have this strong national brand and kind of give the super local or really strong regional operators kind of the access to capital, the economies of scale, kind of best practice sharing that you get with some of these bigger companies. And so I think it's just a theme we've heard from more is wanting to be a part of something bigger, but be able to kind of preserve that that independence and that kind of local roots and brand and go to market that they've built.
Well, hey, really looking forward to see what you guys do with Sunation there. Really appreciate you hopping on here today, Kyle. It was a pleasure talking to you about the past, the present, but more importantly, the future of Pineapple. Really appreciate it. Once again, Kyle, CEO of Pineapple Energy. Thank you again for joining me, Kyle.
Thanks so much, Zunaid. Appreciate it, and come back anytime you invite us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Take care, Kyle. All right. That was great. I mean, solar energy, whether you believe it's the future or not, this is a great chance to kind of do your own due diligence, get some insights. They had great earnings yesterday that the market reacted to very well. And it's about, cool, what do we do from here? The main thing to look forward to is they went ahead and had that acquisition. Now what can they go ahead and do with that acquisition of Sunation, excuse me. But that was great. Appreciate Kyle and everyone at Pineapple Energy for making that interview happen. Shout out to Zoltan, who works so hard to go ahead and get these interviews from these CEOs and these executives. And of course, shout out to Mitch for producing in the back. My man, what's up? What do you think about solar energy?
I mean, at the end of the day, whether you think it's going to exist or not, we're going to need some kind of support for the grid, right? I mean, it can't just be running on fossil fuels forever. So I think at the end of the day, I think what we're going to continue to see is more subsidies come into this space and support it, right? That's what we're focusing on. That's what got these solar stocks moving again. And whether you think it's the right or wrong decision, I don't think that's going to matter, because the investment here is what's going to matter to me. At least that's what I'm focused on, is the financial opportunity that this presents. And, if you want to battle on that other end, that's up to you. But from my eyes, I think you're definitely seeing a change in these stocks. Now, the big thing is going to come is what really will come out of this, right? There's still a lot of support for solar, but I've still not yet seen it just be the obvious solution, right? Once it becomes an obvious solution is where I'm really going to think these stocks take off. So I think at this point, you're looking at what can I do? Where can I get these on big pullbacks? They've had big runs, but of course, if you're looking for more an investment, I would be looking for a little bit of a pullback. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. I mean, whether you like it or hate it, it might just be something that you'll have to get used to. No question about it. But I actually got to go ahead and head out. Looks like you've got, I don't know if he's there. Oh, he's just walking across. I won't be able to join you on the thing because I've got some calls coming up. I know.
What?
I know. I'm sorry. maybe on my phone. I know, man.
You're getting Chewy mad, bro. Come on, bro. You know better than that.
But I hope you guys have a lot of fun. But appreciate you, Mitch, as always, and everyone else in the chat. We will see you tomorrow, right? We got boot camp, but I think we're doing live trading before that or something like that. So anyway, we'll see you tomorrow. And by the way, actually, let me go ahead and share my I've got about 2 minutes here. So taking a look here on the, so by the way, I did go long Visa because you've got the 240 calls coming in on the ask, but this is going all the way out to next year, about $2 million worth of calls. So I'm just gonna have a quick little stop loss here. on the low of this candle and see if we can go ahead and get a nice little movement to the upside. Maybe we can be a little greedy and see if we can go to get a 4-to-1 trade out of this one, because I'm going to step out real quick. But the reason I wanted to go ahead and bring up my chart is because let's take a look at the futures here in a second. Go ahead and switch accounts. There we go. Go to the futures settings.
You're going to the futures, Zunaid?
We're going to the future,
bro.
man. We're
You take
going
me.
to the futures. Executions. Cool. Perfect. So you can see we actually went ahead and purchased. Let me go ahead and put up the 1 minute so we know exactly where we purchased it. Call me the bottom wick buyer. Went ahead and purchased this at 40.11. And of course, that ticked all the way down to 4,008. So fine, maybe not bottom tick, but the same minute. But regardless, we went ahead and purchased it because you look left and you saw that this area here ended up being a bit of resistance. We were hoping that it would end up being support, and it was. And then we went ahead and sold it here on the next minute for about, how many points was that? So we purchased it at 11. We got 5 points out of this trade, and obviously continued a little bit higher. Now we are going to look to purchase some more at about 4,001 level, or the 01 level. How do you even read this? I don't know. How do you read future levels? Do you say 01 or do you say 4,001? That just sounds so weird. I'm going to say 01. I'm going to say 01. I guess you could go 40.01. Fine, we'll go with that. 40.01 is where I'd be looking to buy some, buy one contract. Again, just testing the waters. 40.10. Yeah, I like 40.10.
I would do 40.10, 40.20.
Yeah, we'll go with the doubles. 40.20. I like that.
Yeah, I
but
like the doubles.
First day trading futures with you guys live, and we are down a solid 650. I call that a win. Like I said, the plan is to just lose a little bit of money, break even, and just lose money on fees. That's the move here. Went ahead and put in $10,000 into this account to, trade with you guys for fun. And then we're down $7. So no Subway for me, but I'm out. Appreciate you guys. See you tomorrow.
Zunaid, everybody. Zunaid. Give my man some love and hit the like button. Let's keep it going right here on Benzinga. We're going to keep it going, team. We got a lot more to talk about and a lot more to take a look at. Benzinga Live going to be coming up next. We'll see what happens. Deuces, you can go somewhere. No worries. That's why we don't need you, Deuces on the Parker. All right. We'll keep going here. We'll take a look at what stocks are making moves on the day. The SPY still battling the freaking 400 like it ain't no tomorrow. So that's what I would definitely call out to take a look at. We'll take a look at the sectors. Yeah, I killed that. You know how he is. He out. Peace. Deuce. Take a look at the sectors today. What is moving on the day? Consumer cyclical getting some lift. Specialty retail. Of course, BABA up 10% today as China stocks continue to make the rebound after getting crushed. That's just how it is in the stock market sometimes. But definitely the SPY still battling that 400. We'll see if the SPY ever gets back above and really starts making a push. You can see on the hourly, it's not a bad little pullback. Just really needs to come back above, let's say, the 401 area. But it just keeps battling here. Well, I don't know if it's going to be able to hold here. I'm just watching now to see the perspective that happens. Industrials coming back. Defensives, technologies definitely still had a good day there. You guys can catch a look at some of the stocks. I'm sure TSM, is it still into the green? Yeah, it's catching a little bit of a bounce there after a big pullback. Doesn't look too bad there from the prior kind of price action, catching some support around the 81s. We'll see if that actually comes back on the day. Will the SPY make a little push up? Will the Qs make a push up? You guys can see it's been declining since the open, but that doesn't mean that we can't catch the bounce eventually. We'll see what happens in the market. It looks like it's 11:30. That means I'm starting to wrap up here. Going to bring you guys over to 11:30. And Duke the Fool, you got it, my friend. Just it's a little later, a little later. But I'm going to put you on timeout. But it's not because I want you on timeout. It's just I want someone to see what you're talking about there. Don't worry. Boom, 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 boom. Dun, dun, dun. Come back, Duke the Fool. We'll see you in a little bit. But it's time, of course, to get you guys over to none other than Benzinga Live. I'm going to go ahead and pull down my screen here. You guys keep battling in this market. We could still find a rally. Seems like it's been pulling back today. We'll see if the SPY holds 400. I just saw a quick spike there. I don't know what could have happened there, but I'll do something a little bit better. I'll bring you guys right to Benzinga Live. I see DG in the back. He can definitely give us some insight about what he sees in the market. Stick around, team. We got a great Benzinga Live for you.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Benzinga Live. It's Tuesday. We've got a good show planned today. I've got DG, my man Dave Green, hanging out backstage. We're going to be doing some live trading with Mr. David Green. We are going to be talking some more developments in the FTX Sam Bankman-Fried case. Yesterday, I said we were going to talk about some developments with the Twitter situation, Twitter, Tesla, Elon Musk, things going on there. We didn't end up getting to that yesterday, so I need a reminder there, but and we'll get to that later today. But guys, this morning, biggest news was that producer price index wholesale prices didn't get cheaper, but they didn't grow as quickly as they were expected to grow. Another sign that inflation is cooling down. Again, we've been talking about this for weeks and weeks and weeks. There have been a lot of signs, whether you're looking at commodity prices, the price of oil, the price of steel, the price of lumber, different commodity prices having a steep decline. The cost of shipping goods, whether it's from China to the U.S. or even just domestically, shipping prices have gone down a lot. All these signs are signs that not that inflation's gone, not that inflation's not anything we have to deal with anymore, but just that it's starting to slow down. And we're starting to see that in the bond markets as well, pricing in a lower rate hike for December than what was originally anticipated. We were originally thinking it was like probably 50-50. We didn't know if we were going to get another 75 basis point hike or a 50 basis point hike. Now, according to the CME watch tool, which is taking into account bond markets, 85% chance we are going to get a 50 basis point hike, which the market is loving it. You can sit out there and say, hey, Aaron, just because the Fed goes from 75 to 50 on the next rate hike, they're still hiking rates. They're still, hawkish. That's not a pivot. Well, hey, it doesn't really matter if the market's interpreting this way. If the market is going to interpret a 50 rate hike as bullish, I don't know if it really matters if you want to get into all the semantics of is that a true pivot or not. Bottom line is the way I see it, you can't say the Fed is as worried as they are about inflation if they go to 75 to 50. If the Fed goes to 75 to 50, that is a sign that that they're saying, hey, we're okay on the not okay on the inflation front, but we're starting to get better to the point where we don't need to go 75. Daniel, they might go 75. I'm not saying there's not a chance they're going 75, but right now the bond market is pricing in a 50 basis point hike. You can see here on the CME watch tool, 85% chance now in December we're going to get a 50% or a 50 basis point hike. A week ago, that was only a 50% chance. A month ago, that was a 30% chance. So that shows you in a month how much the bond markets have been kind of moving around, looking at these inflation numbers, trying to predict the next hike. We're trending in the right direction in terms of inflation. So that's all I really care about right now is we're trending in the right direction. The Fed, again, they're still going to be raising rates. It's not like they're cutting rates in December. It's not like they're cutting rates in January. I don't know if they're going to. But you can't, I don't know how you could possibly say after 4 straight 75 basis point hikes, the Fed going to 50, how you wouldn't see that at least as some sort of a sign that they're saying maybe we're not as worried about we don't need to we can start taking our foot off the gas essentially when it comes to inflation. Someone asked what cities, this is Detroit. It's kind of gloomy out right now, but beautiful downtown Detroit. We're in a really cool part of Detroit, Campus Martius. You'll see in a couple weeks, they'll have this ice rink all set up for the wintertime as well as Christmas lights. Beautiful this time of the year. But all right, guys, enough of me blabbering about interest rates and inflation. Let's go ahead and play our Benzinga Live intro, get the show started, and bring my man David Green on. We'll be doing some live trading, talking some charts. So if you've got any stocks, anything you want to look at chart-wise, drop them in the chat, and we'll get to them with David. Without further ado, let's go ahead and play that intro and get David on the show.
This is Benzinga Live. Spencer Israel and producer AB. What's up, everybody? How we doing?
Someone told me buy high, sell higher.
Let's get Matt Hammond on the show, talk some IPOs. Jake Wojacek from Trend Spider. We have a breaking news.
Alrighty, let's get my man DG on the stream. DG, Dave, how you doing?
What's up? Good morning.
What's up? What's up? You got the Rangers hat on, huh?
Absolutely. 35 years, I'm a Ranger fan.
I saw it. The other day, I was walking downtown Detroit back to the office, and they there was a outside of a hotel, a whole group of people in Rangers gear waiting for the Rangers team to walk out of the hotel onto the bus.
There you go. Did we win that game, Lorraine? I think we did.
Oh yeah, by a bunch. It was like 8-2.
It was 8-2. Yes.
8-2.
8-2. All right, let's
Here
start by talking about what you were just talking about with the.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
To me, and again, it doesn't really matter the language or anything else. The only thing that matters in this market, guys and girls, is price action. That's all that matters. And it is positive if they're going to just do 50 basis points. You know, that would be a pivot from where they were last month. So it would be definitely be positive if they go down to 50 now. And then we'll see what kind of language they come out with. Look, we got, 3 weeks before they make their next decision. So, you know, we got a lot of things can happen between now and then. But the fact that that there's a 90% chance of only 50 now, we're going in the right direction. You know, and what we've done for the last month or two is make higher lows in the market. What we've seen happen is make higher lows in the market. Netflix, 312.40. Too close, guys. Wait a little bit on Netflix. So, you know, I'm looking at everything technically, Aaron. You know I always do, right? So we are in Fubo, Snap, and SoFi hysterically doing well. Oh, nice. Very nice. So here is our spiders, right? So let's go daily in our spies. And we had a little level at 401.50 this morning, which we piped through early this morning. And I'll show you a trade we did in the spiders early. Here's our weekly level, 405, and here's our monthly level, 404. So to me, if we can get above this 405 on a weekly level, right, and above this level on a monthly level, we have a chance of changing the downtrend that we've been in for several months. All right. I think we're going to have a hard time getting above this 404, 405 level, especially look, if the Fed comes out and they only do 50 basis points and they're a little more dovish, then I think we could be off to the races. This has been a nice run up, right? And we knew this was going to happen. Well, one of the reasons I knew this was going to happen the other day was because when we had the first day up, what was this, the 10th? Jim Cramer said to sell the opening when we were up about 200 points. And we've gone up 2,000 points since then. So he's always a good barometer for anything that is going to happen in the market. He's usually wrong on everything that he says. Anyway, all we care about is just price action. That's all we care about, Aaron.
And that's what I was saying. I was saying you can argue with me all you want that, oh, Aaron, that's not a real pivot. I'd say, I don't care if it's a real pivot or not. The market's responding well to it. The market's going to say, hey, we like a 50 basis point hike more than a 75 basis point hike. That's simple. I mean, and I got to look back into this. I mentioned this on the show. There's if you look in recent history, every single time the Federal Reserve has started slowing down its rate hike, so going from 75 to 50 or 50 to 25, it's ended up cutting in that same cycle. They haven't in the past 30, 40 years started cutting and saying, okay, we got to raise again. Kind of that they, Daniel, I don't think so. I don't think the election is moving the markets like this. I think it's all inflation data and all Federal Reserve expectations.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I don't think this is the election at all. You know, here's our daily chart of the spiders. And we talked about this last week. We made a low here. We made a higher low. We made a higher low. We made a higher low. And that's how you form market bottoms. You know, when you start making higher lows in the market, going all the way up, you know, this is the last few weeks. That's how you build a low in the market. So, again, that doesn't mean we're never going to see the lows again in this market, but this has been very, very, very constructive. And, you know, we'll take anything that we can get. We're still what? 18% below our highs? Something like that, which is better than 25 or 30. But we got a long way to go before we clear the woods and start getting back to those new highs again. There's still too much going on. There was some good news out of Russia yesterday. That was part of why we went up. And then today he's bombing everybody again. So China had some good news, right? All the China stocks are ripping up again today. So, you know, what I would say is every little bit helps, right? I think last time we were on, Aaron, we were talking about grabbing some Meta, Amazon, and The 3 stocks we were talking about. Let me go to the daily.
I can't remember.
Meta, Amazon, Google. Those are the 3 that we were talking about, right? And these things got so oversold. All of them down here. We were talking about it's a good time to maybe start investing in these things. Last time we were on, because we were down here. I don't think we did last week. I don't remember. We might have, but this is only 7 or 8 days anyway. But look what Meta did. Look what Amazon did. Same charts, and look what Google did. They just beat these things up a little too much, right? All of them are up, 10, 15% from the lows that they made. And, some of them are coming into a little resistance now, but whenever we have this 3-day in a row down rule, right, usually you get a nice bounce on these stocks. That's exactly what happened in every single one of them. So it was a good time to start getting into those little things there.
Yeah, Jay Rice is saying in the chat, the pace may slow. It's not the same as cuts. I'm saying,
yes, it is.
I understand that. The market is going to interpret it almost similarly to a cut, though. And what I'm saying is that history, I'm not saying this is going to happen this time, but historically, at least over the past 30 years or so, every time the Fed has started slowing the pace, they've ended up cutting. It's kind of like that signals if you think about it like a roller coaster, you go up, 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 woo, and then you go down. We've been going up, up, up in interest rate hikes, and that's kind of when they start cutting is kind of seen as the top of that hill, then you start coming down the other side. I'm not saying, again, that's for sure going to happen. If the inflation, picks back up, obviously all these things are up in the air. Maybe a new war happens and inflation, I'm not saying it's a for sure thing. I'm just saying historically, I don't think the Fed would start cutting or start slowing the pace until they were really like, okay, now inflation's starting to get better. Why would they start slowing the pace if inflation was still as bad as it was 6 months ago?
Yeah, and we still have some big numbers coming out within the next month that they can look at. I think we have an unemployment number. We'll probably have another PCE. There'll be a couple more inflation things that come out before that. Who else bought NVIDIA around 120? We recommended NVIDIA about 112 to some of the people in my room who had positions already from much higher. But yeah, we like that around 112. Their earnings are coming out tomorrow in NVIDIA. It's had a beautiful run up. Expected move is like $13 tomorrow in NVIDIA. So that's something we'll be keeping an eye on. I was actually wanted to get involved. I'll show you guys. I want to start a little swing trade in this SOX S, which is the index for the chip stocks. And I'm not going to do anything until NVIDIA earnings come out. But this thing has just been really beat down. It's almost fitting our criteria. So this is the chip ETF, Taiwan Semi, NVIDIA, AMD. And 3 days ago, this was $55. Aaron, check that out. In 3 days, we went from $55 to $30. And that's because NVIDIA, AMD, Taiwan, Qualcomm, all the things have been ripping up. So this is something I'm going to be looking at after the NVIDIA earnings come out. If this gets another bop down in the next couple of days, I'm going to be looking to start a little bit of a swing position in that because I just think all these chip stocks have moved up very far, very fast. Going short SOX S? No, I'd be going long that one. I would
trying to see. I saw some people talking about it. So Dave, we're doing this kind of fun little fantasy trading challenge. It ends on December 2nd. You start with like 100 grand paper money. I'm looking at the leaderboard now. We started yesterday. Some people's portfolios are already up more than 8% today. Holy cow, you guys.
10 grand. No, Soxel's not the one you want to do, Mike. But again, this is a big move in Soxel too, but you want to do SOX S. And again, I'm going to wait till after NVIDIA earnings come out. If they come out really good and this gets one more stock smackdown, I'll look to do it. Well, 8% in 1 day is pretty good, right? I guess if you just bought stuff when you first started.
Well, yeah, you can't even do options or anything. So they're getting 8% on. I think someone bought some like crypto. Yes. Oh yeah, the person leading bought FTT token. They bought the token from FTX, and now it's up 30% today.
Nice. That's great. Tesla is sitting right in the middle of everything, guys. Nothing here until we get down to that. Yeah, 65 would have been good.
What's going on, guys? How we doing, DGAB?
What's
going on? It's time, everybody. The raid is here. We're raiding the stream here because AB left us out of the competition. Can you believe that, DG? He didn't invite.
I
did he
didn't
invite
hear
you?
any mention of it either.
Right?
Wait.
He didn't invite us to the
Nobody mentioned it to
competition.
me.
That's what I'm doing now. That's where I'm bringing it up. I'm dropping the link in the chat. Everyone go join us. Wealthbase.com.
Let's go. Let's go. We got to get DG into this. We got to get Ryan. We got to get the crowd. The raid is here.
It goes until the second, December 2nd, DG. So you've got about 2.5 weeks to double your money on this link. It'll take 2 seconds to sign up for it.
100%? What are you out of your
right? Come on.
All right, we'll do this, guys. Everybody do it. We'll come back next Tuesday and we'll see where everybody's at.
I'm down for that one.
So, Mitch, Ryan, did you guys get that? Were you guys showing that this morning on live trading? If not, I'll come into live trading tomorrow and we'll do a proper promotion for it.
Why do you think we rated you? Why do you think we rated you, my friend?
Well, you guys are acting like this was my thing. I was just told to talk about it on Benzinga Live. I figured you guys were told the same thing.
No, we were.
I'm going to tell everybody in my room too, guys and girls in my room. I just posted a link.
Let's go.
Okay, there's a contest going on now in December 2nd.
That's what I love to see.
Prize on the line as well. You get a free ticket to our event in New York City, as well as Benzinga Pro for a full year, which is about a $1,200 value if you win. Benzinga Pro for a whole year.
Guys, if I win it, I'll give it to somebody else.
Well, we know we're gonna shoot for that, right, DG? We like 100%. To get some charity. We like to get some charity, so we're gonna shoot from that first place. We'll see what happens, but definitely tune into that competition.
A couple of trades that we got today. It's been a very good morning for us.
That's what I love to hear.
First one we were looking at. Yeah, first one we was looking at Tesla. Now, guys, you know everything we do is based on technical analysis, and everybody has different technical analysis. But we were looking at Tesla. We had a pivot point up at this $200.80 level. It got 2 cents above it. We shorted a little stock there, and it went down, $3.50 from here. So that was one of the trades that we got this morning that worked out very well for us. Spiders pre-market, we got a nice trade. What we call our far from moving average trade this morning. When the SPYs just got a little redonk-a-donk and a little stretched out, we had an 85 RSI in the spiders at one point this morning. And we were almost $4 above the moving average. So when we see something like that, we'll go to a 1-minute chart. Second we see a red bar, we'll jump in. And I think we ended up taking like $1.50, almost $2 out of that trade. So basically a lot of peeps in the room were done before the market opened from just this one trade. So things set up pretty nicely for us today. I have no clue what we do here for the rest of the day. Probably nothing. I don't know.
Yeah, nothing burger, more like it now. Ryan and I are going to see ourselves out of here, but really appreciate a little raid action. DG joining in on the action. Appreciate you guys. And
DG, how are those Rangers going to finish this year?
I'm hoping well. I mean, I'm a little disappointed right now, but they got a good team. They're finding their legs and stuff. Our backup goalie stinks, so I'm not very happy about that.
Yeah, I feel that. It's fun watching. I got Kreider on my fantasy team. Shesterkin can really play, so go Rangers.
Go Rangers. I think we'll be fine.
Have a good one, guys. Have fun. I'm joining that comp. Better step
do it.
Up,
do it, Mitch. Hey, you guys better. Hey, you gotta hurry. I'm already up. Let's see. How's my portfolio doing? My portfolio's up. Let's see. Well, I don't know. I bought a bunch of I bought Baba in here yesterday. It's up 10% today, so I've made some money on Baba.
Nice start. I have to sign up or log in. What do I got to do here? Get me set up.
Wealthbase.com/Benzinga. I signed up yesterday, David. Honestly, it took me 2 minutes. So, you can do it right now. You can do it right now. Join the free game. Log in. Sign up.
Continue.
Yeah, I just signed in with like Google or something. I don't know if you're already signed into that. It was easy for me.
We'll see if I am. Choose an account. I don't want that account.
Here, I'll pop your screen off for now in case you got to type in a password or something. I don't want.
Hold on, I got it. I'll move it.
So here are the rules. You get 100 grand. There's no options. You can't throw your like whole portfolio into one stock. You've got a 20% limit. So I threw like 20% of my whole portfolio into Baba yesterday. It's up 10% today, I think. So
nice.
11% today. So doing well there.
Beautiful. Gotta get my email in. Okay. Create account.
Shelly's asking Ryan why was Ryan hanging out with these delinquents? I don't know. Oh yeah, you can short though. You can't.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, Angela's asking where is turkey money, guys? We need to. I think she's saying she wants to make a little extra money so she can buy a bigger turkey for Thanksgiving this year. Yeah, Jay, you can short.
My Google Pass. All right.
All right. Well, DG will be coming back in any second. Yeah, you can short. Here, I'll pull up my. We can go through here. We can go see who's winning. Like I said, I think the number one. I think the. Let's see. Let's check the leaderboard. All right, so I'm 23rd right now. I'm up 1.84%. Not too shabby. But look at this. So Alan Vincent, number one. You can click into. I don't really like this. I don't think you should be able to click into people's things and see their portfolio, but you can. And he bought a bunch of FTT, which is the FTX token that, of course, was basically worthless. And now for some reason it's up 30% today. This was interesting, David. So I was talking the other day with someone who came from traditional finance into crypto. So there's been this trend in crypto where when one of these exchanges goes down and the coin goes to basically zero, when it's at zero, a bunch of people will buy the coin of this company that's going out of business, and then it'll be this 30% pop, and then it eventually ends up going back to zero. But I was talking to this guy about it, and he was saying, that's nothing new with crypto. People used to do that with shares of companies that were going out of business back in the day.
Wow. Hey, if you notice a pattern that works more often than it doesn't, you got to jump on it, period. End of story. Yeah, I tried to log in. For some reason, I couldn't do it.
All right. Well, I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out once. Yeah, once you're off stream, I'm sure it's.
Exactly.
But yeah, shout out to everyone.
A lot of nothing for the rest of today.
You're anticipating a lot of nothing for the rest of the day, you said?
Yeah, let's talk about. Last thing I want to talk about, a couple of important levels in the spiders. The most important one that I'm looking at is this is what we need to clear. I don't know if you have my chart back up there or not.
Yeah, hold on. Let me pop your chart back up. There we go.
All right, here it is. So this is a weekly chart, and our big resistance is 405. That is the number I'm looking at that we need to clear to get this thing really going in the right direction. So that's. I think we'll have some resistance if we get up there, but that's what I'm looking at. I showed the far from moving average in the spider from this morning. Guys, you get out of the options in the spies for $2. So you get stopped out. Someone in our room posted that we were looking at the spies right here, right? When we were right around 400. And they said, let's grab a 400 call in the money. And we bought it for $1.50 and it went up to $2.25 and we got out of that. So that was nice. I got robbed 38%. Can Dave balance his sound? Keep going. I think I'm good now. I just wasn't here for a minute, guys. Anyone have any stock questions that you guys want to go over? Any stocks that we want to look at while we're here? I'll get into the contest a little bit later on today if I can figure out how to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure if you need help, we'll get it. We'll figure it out. Easy Mike since
Amazon. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon is not participating today. All right. Anyone notice that? Amazon is not participating at all today. Let's see. I don't know why. Again, this is another one. This has had a beautiful run from the lows. So we got some resistance at 105 on our daily, 107 on our weekly. But for some reason, this is lagging a little bit today. SE, what a trend. Yeah, we saw that this morning, guys, right? How spectacular is this? C Limited. I don't know what it is or what they do, but this set up for a trend trade at $57 today at 10 o'clock. It's up $7 from there. This, guys, is the definition of a trend. That's incredible. Just gorgeous. AMD is one of the ones that's going up with all the chip stocks. This has had a nice pullback from the highs today. We're up around 79. But here's the trade, guys. Check it out. 79, 65 EMA at 76.50. I'm just about getting $1 out of that. But I'm seeing a lot of stocks that are really stretched out. And actually, it would be healthy for them to pull back a little bit. It would. DWAC, guys, I have not liked this stock since it was $60 or $70, whatever it was. I am thinking this will probably be a decent short if Trump makes his announcement and it rallies significantly from that. That's what I'll be looking to do in DWAC. If we get up, we got a level around 32, but I don't know what it is. Maybe it goes to 50 when he makes his announcement, but I will be looking to short that stock when he does. I've been negative on that one for like $60. So yes, there is a link to the challenge. I think Aaron posted it in there before. I'm just trying to pull out a couple other stocks, guys. Snow. Take a look at Snow.
Wealthbase.com/Benzinga. RB wants to look at AT&T, Snow, Para. Oh, what's Para? I mean,
all these charts, you know what's amazing? Look, the market has gone up significantly, right? So every chart that we're looking at looks exactly the same. I mean, Snow made a low at $122. It's up 40 points from there, right? So we got a weekly level at about 175, and we got a monthly level at about 181. And again, if these things get up to their weekly and monthly levels, I'm thinking short first time up, man. I'm thinking short because we just had such a huge run up, and we still have a month before the Fed makes their next announcement. Oh, look at this. Diet Wire. Thanks, David. Last week bought Google and Amazon off your numbers. I thought it was last week that we were talking about it, right? Yeah. It was only 7 days ago, I think, that it's done this then. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so it was like, when were we here? Last Tuesday. Yeah, this is when we were here, Aaron. The 4th? No, the 8th. Yeah, so it was down around $87, not quite the low, but it's had a beautiful run up. Good.
I mean, where do you stand as far as just, I mean, like right now we've been kind of almost going straight. Like I was looking at yesterday, Netflix, some of these other stocks have been doing, and like the RSI is getting pretty high. We can't just go, like there's got to be a sell-off. There's got to be people taking profits at some point, right?
Yeah, and it's all technical. I'm going to look for the technical points where I'm going to start shorting stuff. Even the ones that we just talked about. Let's look at Google, right? Let's see where we were. We'll go to the daily. So we got a little level coming up right here at 150. Might be a little close. Weekly, we got 101.45. That could be a little spot. And then we got a big gap up to it's like 107, 108. So yeah, if we go from the levels we were at and start hitting monthly resistance levels, that's where you got to short it, at least for a trade. And if you don't want to do the stock, you start buying a little puts in it. But I use the charts. Just put up your charts, look for your weekly, monthly levels after these giant runs up, and do some puts with options. That's all. That's what I'll be looking to do. For those of you guys who want, you guys can come into my room for the next 5 days. I'll share with you all the technical analysis that we use. I always offer that to everybody in here. Before we leave, Aaron will post my email. Anyone who wants, you want to come hang out with us for 5 days, send me an email. I will get you into the live trading room. I will share the technical analysis that we use. And you can hang out for a few days with us. Last thing I want to say is you'll see my name on the top of the leaderboard once I figure out how to do this. Okay. I'll probably lose like 50 grand in the first 3 days, Aaron.
That's fine. Hey, it's not about how you start. It's about how you finish.
Let's put it this way. If we get spies up around 404, 405, you'll see me starting to short stuff. Aaron will post the email, Manny. And I'll just say one other thing for everybody who is here. I know Aaron gives everybody a free trial to Benzinga for a couple of weeks. Please take advantage of that, guys and girls. To me, Benzinga is as important as any one of my moving averages on here. Okay, we use it as a tool. We have gotten so many great trades before other people have because of the Benzinga news service and scanners and everything else. Guys, if you have not taken advantage of that, you have to do it, okay? Muy importante. Cool, I would like to hang out with you. All right, there you go, man. Send me an email. You guys can come hang out for 5 days with us. I have Pro for a lifetime. Yeah, JD's, it's incredible. It's just an unbelievable tool that we use like we use any other tool. Cancel our short in the Spider-Mans. Not happening. I think we're just dead for the rest of the day, but we'll see what happens. You never know. You know, it's nice when you have 2 or 3 good trades early in the morning and who cares what happens for the rest of the day. I'll say this to everybody who's here and in our room. 70% of our trades happen before 11 o'clock, usually. And then usually it doesn't get better than that for the rest of the day, as far as trading is concerned. Spiders coming in like a hot potato now, a little bit. So where do we like the spiders, guys? Maybe 398.80. That's our 200 EMA. I definitely like that. So if we get down to 398.80, I'll look to buy those 400 calls again. They might be like $1.50. They just went down to $1.30 now. You got stopped out. Why don't you take the profits at $2 like I told you?
Let me hold on. Let me just catch up with the chat real quick. Make sure we don't have any final questions or tickers.
Right, you came into the room November 3rd or 4th. Yeah, it was even lower than that. Nice. Jet, no, that's cool. I like to have my people out of here by 12 o'clock if we can. And go enjoy the day.
Benzinga Pro changed my trading game in the green every week. Thank you, thank you. Of course, Lindsay, of course. And if you don't have Benzinga Pro, pro.benzinga.com, go sign up for the free trial there, and then you take your Benzinga Pro. You open that up on a tab, then you go to Dave's room, D Green 927. We'll get you right in no time. So, Dave, again, thanks for hopping on the show today.
My pleasure.
Always good to catch up with you, see what you're watching. Dave, enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you next week. We'll talk soon.
Absolutely. Thank you, Aaron.
Of course. All right, guys, that was Mr. DG David Green. Go ahead and sign up for that site or go ahead and sign up for Benzinga Pro if you have not already, and shoot Dave an email, dgreen@927. Let's go ahead. Let's go pull this little contest back up. I'm gonna make some trades in here right now. I've got to catch up with people. I mean, there are these people YOLOing, all these crazy names. Buy retracement levels. He knows his stuff. All right, I don't know what. All right, someone give me some good ideas of what kind of trades I should make. What can I do to make up some? Oh, how's Ford's do? Oh man. All right, we're gonna need. What? I'm gonna short something. I'm gonna short Netflix. Netflix getting too extended up here. Sell short, max. Scared money don't make money. Boom. Let's go. I'm gonna do the same thing with Tesla. Everyone else is going long. I'm going short. Sell short. Review. Submit. Boom. All right. I made some trades. Oh my God, I'm negative on my buying power right now. Holy cow. Can we see the leaderboard? No. What time is Trump announcement? I don't know. Oh, let's figure that out. He said he was making an announcement on Rumble. Let me see. Update: the 45th president, Donald J. Trump, will be making a special announcement live from his official Rumble account at 8 p.m. Eastern today. So 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. I'm seeing 8 p.m. This is from Rumble, at least what Rumble's saying. It could have changed by now. I'm not sure. All right, let's see how my trades working out. Portfolio. All right, let's go. I'm in the green on my oh my, of course I've never had this on my actual account, but I've got it on my fake account right now where every single one of my trades is in the green. Total return 2K on my Baba trade. Let's go. DUAC shorts tomorrow. I think that's a good plan too. It's kind of one of those sell the news events, right? Everyone knows what's happening. Trump's going to announce his run for presidency, or at least that's the expectation tonight. But what does that really, does that mean everyone's going to come in and buy DUAC tomorrow? I don't think so. I'm gonna do a short. I'll do that too. I'll do a short Tesla trade or a short DUAC trade as well. Let's do that. Let's take my. We're gonna take some profits on Meta. Review, taking some profits there, skip that, and we're gonna open a short DWAC trade. So, oh no, you can't. God damn it. All right, you can't short DWAC. All right. Well, that's fine. By Jamia, isn't that that was supposed to be the like African Amazon? Who was pumping that? There was one guy that loved this stock back in the day. I forget who it was absolutely pumping this. See, I am swing. I disagree. I think those things are all things that run into the announcement and then they sell off after. It's a classic sell the news event. Para first gap fill, continuing to move Warren Buffett play. Yeah, I think I have like shares of Paramount in my real account. I don't know if I'm gonna buy them in here just because it's usually not that big of a mover. Today it is moving, obviously up more than 8.5% today. It's like a true value play. I think down here a lot of people have been kind of looking at it as that way, a value play. But all right, guys, let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my Benzinga Pro. We're going to go through some of the biggest news headlines of the day. We'll talk about some of the biggest stories. One thing, so here was something that I wanted to talk about yesterday that we didn't end up getting to. And that is that Elon Musk has a history of using his kind of businesses to bail himself out or bail family out. Of course, with Solar City, a failing solar company, Tesla bailed out. It was his brother Kimball's company or all this stuff. So now we're seeing SpaceX buy ads on Twitter. This got a lot of flack on Twitter. SpaceX just bought a big ad campaign on Twitter for Starlink. So I don't know. I mean, there's clearly a conflict of interest here, right? That Elon Musk using one of his companies to buy advertising to essentially siphon revenue from one company to another. Now, I don't know. Starlink, okay. If SpaceX wants to advertise its internet internet capabilities to everyone, then that's fine. But what I'm worried about here is if you're a Tesla shareholder, I mean, what if the reason why Elon Musk did this with SpaceX and not Tesla is because he bought Tesla ads on Twitter right after he bought Twitter, the stock would be down like 5%. Investors would be like, what the heck? Why are you using funds for Tesla on Twitter? Like, does this make sense? Whatever. Getting a lot of flack there for that. I think we'll have to continue to see what's going on here because the more and more Elon, like, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point, this is my big, he's probably pitched this idea and someone, told him how stupid of an idea it would be or why you can't do this. But I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Elon Musk tries to get Twitter bought out by Tesla, tries to get Tesla to buy Twitter. I saw another good, someone was talking about it on Twitter yesterday, talking about how Tim Cook should go buy a lot of the debt from Twitter. And then basically, if it goes under, okay, then Apple takes control of Twitter and can start integrating it into its own system. And if Twitter's basically, say, a $15 billion market cap right now for a $2 trillion company like Apple, it's a drop in the bucket. They can kind of take Twitter over. Or you take on the debt and Elon Musk ends up doing well with Twitter, boom, then you just made some money. So I think that would be a win-win for Apple. I see Raz in the chat talking about HubSpot, ticker HUBS, up almost 4% today. So, a couple of weeks ago, I think I'm still getting, so I have a note. I had a notification that popped up on my phone that said if HubSpot's earnings were good yesterday, buy HubSpot. So I think I was looking to buy it, but I wanted to wait until after the earnings. The earnings were pretty good and the stock went up a bunch right after earnings. But then ticker Team reported earnings the next day or 2 days later, and the stock dropped like 30%. You can see this huge drop here, and HubSpot went with it. I think it could be time to start taking stabs at some of these high growth tech companies like your Asanas, like your HubSpots. And here's the thing, from a chart perspective, look at Asana. Things haven't been going well for the company for months. I mean, a high interest rate environment, not good for growth, but the stock hasn't gone below $17. It's kind of found this bottom. It's basically saying no matter what happens in the market, no matter what the earnings are, no matter what's going on with interest rates, there's going to be demand for this stock here below $15. So I like looking at charts like that have found some consolidation, that have been trading sideways for a little bit. HubSpot, similar, not exactly the same, but very similar. If you guys are unfamiliar with HubSpot as a company, we use it, to help with our sales, to help with our emails, to help with our sends. AB, does Tesla own part of Twitter? No, I don't believe so. He can run all of his Tesla, SpaceX on. No, see, that's not why he's not doing it. I am Swing because he's using the free advertising. It's the opposite. He's doing it to try to beef up Twitter's rev sheets, essentially saying, "Hey, look, we're getting income in the terms of these advertisements," but really they're just coming from SpaceX, his other company. So again, I don't. It's. I think right now, if you're looking to buy some of these high growth names, well, again, whether you're talking Asanas, HubSpots, Roku's, basically, a lot of these stocks that could fall under a Cathie Wood type umbrella, just more high growth stocks. I think I wouldn't go like 100% into my portfolio into these right now. I don't know if we're completely out of the woods in terms of what's going on in the macro conditions, but I think it's time you can start stabbing at them for sure. And if the Fed does start slowing down the interest rate hikes, maybe even start pivoting a few months down the roads, I'd be surprised if a lot of these names that have been beaten up 80, 70, 90% don't outperform some of the bigger Apples, Microsofts, at least by a little bit on that upswing. So HubSpot is one that, wow, I mean, shoot, it's up another 0.5% just since we started talking about it. Were you guys going out there and buying this because I started talking? I've told you guys not to do that. I've told you guys not to go out and buy something just because I'm talking about it. But it seems like you guys aren't listening, and people are going to buy HubSpot right now. Let's go to a 10-minute chart. So yeah, I mean, HubSpot, Asana, I'm starting to like those a little bit more. Let's check out what the Qs are doing. Qs up more than 2% today. I saw some news today. I wrote an article earlier today. If you guys are on Robinhood now announced today, Robinhood is now allowing users to trade options on the Qs and on SPY that expire every single day of the week. So before today, you could buy options contracts for Qs or SPY that expired Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Now you can buy them any day of the week that expire Tuesday, that expire Thursday, regardless. So I mean, I don't know. I'm going to be able to trade some even more options on Robinhood. Excited about that. All right, let's talk about Baba for a second. So this has been one, guys, that I've been watching. So I made this point on the show yesterday. So over the weekend, Beijing hit its record for most COVID cases in a single day. With how big of a city Beijing is, with how big of a country China is, it would probably shock you to know how little that number was. It was like 400 cases in a day was the most that Beijing had ever had. But that shows you just how strict kind of that China has been with COVID since its onset. But the fact that Baba and these different Chinese names were trading higher yesterday, and I know there's a bunch of other stuff going on with Biden meeting with Xi Jinping and all this stuff, but the bottom line is, for the past 2 years, if we would have gotten that news, are we live now? Yes, William, we are live now. You can ask questions in the chat. This is live now, not an archive session. Yeah, Duke the Fool, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm down to short DWAC here for sure. But anyway, that news about Beijing, any other time in the past 2 years, we got news about COVID cases rising in China, these stocks would be down like 5-10% because that would be associated with a full lockdown of China. But we haven't seen that yet this time. And I think what we're seeing, and maybe it's completely unrelated to Biden meeting with Ping, but I think we're starting to see China kind of be like, okay, maybe we can slowly let people start to get COVID a little bit, or start to open up the economy. And if people start getting COVID, so be it. We don't need to go to full lockdown. I've been bullish BABA. I've been wrong about it since it's been below $100, but I haven't really changed my thesis on it, and just that I think it's way undervalued. I think where it's trading at right now is because of this risk associated with Chinese names, and part of that risk is because there's been this fear that China is essentially going to continue its business crackdown. It's going to continue its regulation and essentially become like a whatever. And I've basically been saying, I don't really think that's all going to happen. Has China proven to be more willing to step in and regulate companies and willing to? Of course. But from what I understand, and I don't claim to be a Chinese geopolitical expert, from what I understand, China has clear goals to becoming the world's economic superpower. And part of that is working with the United States. So if you want to become the world's economic superpower, you're not going to completely destroy your Alibabas, your Ant Groups, your Tencents, your biggest companies. Are you going to regulate them? Sure. Are you going to crack down on them when needed? Fine. I don't really care. I don't live in China, but I don't think that China is going to essentially regulate BABA to the point where it's not profitable, to the point where it's not growing. And again, I think that has been a lot of the fears surrounding Chinese names over the past 2 years. Investing is all about risk reward and where you're willing to take on risk. And here I'm saying I'm willing to take on that risk where other people think China is going to continue moving toward this full communist crackdown of all free market and business. And I'm going to say, I don't think that's really going to be the case. Is China, again, going to be more or to be less business friendly than the US? Yeah, of course. Sure. But does that mean it's going to be, I don't think, I think the fears are overblown. Jade Aroma saying they're letting up a little bit, not much. The only reason they're even doing that is because they see their economy shrinking. Exactly. And that's my point, is that they want to become the economic superpower of the world. So they're not going to follow through with some of these things that people think they are that would be detrimental for BABA and for some of China's other biggest companies. China is our biggest trade partner. So if there was a US-China fallout, sorry, I catch up with the chat. A little confused at Carrie Lake Loss. Hey, at least, Carrie Lake Loss, you're right about your name. You're right about your name. She did, in fact, lose, it looks like. Made some money on that. Honestly, let me check how my predicted markets are doing. I don't even know. I don't think I'm in any trades on here. So maybe we can do that. If you guys have a good trade on predict it to make, that didn't work. Yeah. See, look, I'm kind of pissed. I've got $430 in cash on here, and I can't even pull it out. Like it has a lockup period. So I need to find something else. Will Trump file for presidency before? Okay, so here's the thing. So Trump might announce he's going to run for president tonight. I have a thesis here. And I'm sorry, we'll only spend a couple minutes here and we'll get back to stocks. For anyone new here, this is predictit.com, essentially a stock market, but for political outcomes that we've been kind of dabbling on, trading just for fun. But so here's my, not really prediction, but I'll throw this out there as kind of a potential thing that could happen today. So there's a chance that Trump says he's running for president today, announces tonight at 7 p.m. But this is saying that Trump files for presidency. So what I'm thinking is that there's a chance that he announces tonight and either get so much pushback from, conservative leaders that say, hey, we're done with you. We want to be, not the party of Trump anymore, like all this stuff. And then he uses that as sort of a trial balloon. He announces his presidency, realizes it's not that popular, and then decides not to file. That's one possibility. I don't really think that's going to happen because honestly, I think a lot of the Republicans that have been very outspoken against Trump after the elections, I think it's been a little a little extreme because, I mean, think about it. Republicans at F1, there's been one Republican that's been able to win the presidential election since 2004, and it's Donald Trump. And now, after the midterms, people have been blaming Trump instead of something like abortion or Roe v. Wade or all this stuff. So I could very well, I don't think, people have been writing Trump off. I don't think he's done yet. I think he's still got his base. I think he's still popular. But I do think there is a case to be made that there's a chance he doesn't file before the end of 2022. I mean, we're only 6 weeks away, so there's a chance he announces tonight and then files the first week of 2023. I don't know. I don't know when you even have to file. She wanted to secede from the Carrie Lake. Yeah, she was a little out there. But all right, if anyone has any good ideas on here that would give me some good returns, see, like, I'm not gonna buy something that's above like 70 or 80 cents. There's just not enough return there for me. This could be interesting. Which will win the closest? Which Senate race will be the closest? So I had Wisconsin, but it's looking like Nevada's the favorite now for closest Senate race. All right, let's go back to Benzinga Pro. And again, if anyone has any ideas on predicted markets that we should take, I'm all for it because I've got cash in there that I can't even pull out, so it's just sitting there. Princess Cruises is what I mentioned. Is that a company? I've never heard of. I don't think they're publicly traded. Norwegian Cruise. I mean, there's a bunch of NCLH, Norwegian Cruise Line. Meta, Pin, Snap, Pop-A-Bit on TikTok ban from Is the FBI talking about banning TikTok? Yeah, and again, I mean, my point isn't that I think China is going to move more into the free market direction, or they're going to become, this pro capitalism, like super unfettered capitalism, laissez-faire. That's not my point. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to say that the price of these Chinese names is reflective of this fear of China's governance and of the fact that China is going to continue to crack down and be anti-business. And my bet is that those fears are overblown and that it doesn't end up being as bad as a lot of people have thinking of it. Let me figure out. I got to figure out this TikTok FBI thing. I'm not seeing anything, Jay Rice. Trump's TikTok ban might have been right overall. And this is from Vox, which is a very usually liberal outlet. So here's something you rarely hear Democratic senators say. Donald Trump was right. But that's what Senator Mark Warner is saying now, and it's all because of TikTok, the popular video app that Trump tried to ban in the waning months of his presidency. As painful as it is, that Donald Trump was right and we could have taken action then, that would have been a heck of a lot easier than trying to take action in November of 2022. The sooner we bite the bullet, the better. So here's the problem is politically, if you ban TikTok right now, you have like millions of young people that are going to hate you for the rest of their life. And so I don't think like the Democrats want to go out on the whim and ban TikTok and then have all of, young people be upset about them, or maybe not all, but a lot of young people be upset at the party for banning TikTok. I think it's a tough political position to be in. But let's see why exactly. Warner is the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and his problems with TikTok are more shared by his Republican counterpart, Mark Rubio. Rubio has been sounding the alarm about TikTok since 2019, before Trump even, and he's still doing it now. He recently co-authored an op-ed in the Washington Post that called for the app to be banned, and he's planning to introduce a bill that would do just that. TikTok appears to be Congress's next big tech target. The big tech antitrust bills that once seemed sure to pass this year are likely dead. So we talked about, obviously you have, wow, what a great picture of Marco Rubio. You have, like Jay Rice mentioned in the chat, your Pinterest, your Facebook, your Meta, your Google from YouTube Shorts. Twitter could also be a very, very big beneficiary of this because Twitter still owns Vine, which is now the defunct kind of video sharing platform. But Vine was really the TikTok predecessor in a lot of ways. And so Twitter could roll out or relaunch Vine as TikTok dies out, kind of offering a perfect, alternative for people that have to leave TikTok. TikTok's most pressing concern right now is probably the investigation by the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, an interagency group that reviews foreign investments in the United States for national security issues. CFI US is looking at ByteDance's acquisition of Musical.ly, which it then combined with its own TikTok app to become what it is today. TikTok is reportedly trying to reach an agreement with CFI US that would allow it to continue to operate in the US, but it hasn't gotten there yet. CFI US can and has blocked or unwound acquisitions before. It could do it again. So even though Trump is no longer in power, TikTok still faces the same threat of being kicked out of the United States or forced to be divested from its parent company. So that's the kind of what Trump was trying to brokerage a deal there, it looked like. It's not necessarily that TikTok has to be banned outright. So again, if you're going out and buying Facebook or buying Google specifically because you think TikTok is going to get banned, remember that it's also a possibility that they say, okay, you have to either extract TikTok from the US or sell it. And again, like, there were talks about Walmart buying TikTok or Microsoft buying TikTok. So if the regulator's big problem is just that it's a Chinese-held company and not with the app or the content itself or all the negative impacts that social media has on kids, just the fact that it's Chinese is what a lot of these people think is bad about TikTok, not really what it's doing to kids. And so if they say, okay, yeah, TikTok's fine, it's just Microsoft has to be the one feeding our kids a bunch of shit and not China, and then that's fine. So that will be a complete, I must be a Trump supporter, Chris Woods is saying. I don't know, you either haven't watched the show a lot or I don't know. Yeah, that's, I'm not, but if he, like someone else was saying, if he was right on TikTok, I'm saying I don't really know where I stand on like the TikTok issue. I think the whole like China bad, US good thing is like hypocritical. Like here's how I basically I feel. TikTok, I think, has negative impacts on young people, not because it's a Chinese company, because that's kind of just the nature of social media, right? If you look at Facebook or Meta, I mean, there was a whole whistleblower report about the effects that Facebook and Instagram has on young kids and how terrible it is for young people. And you can go and look at that. It has nothing to do with the fact that Facebook or Instagram is an American company. It's just the nature of the content, how social media works, right? And so I'm critical of this idea from different senators and stuff that are like, China bad, US good, so TikTok bad, Facebook good. It's like, no, probably TikTok and Facebook are both, or and Instagram are probably both bad for young people. And it's probably hypocritical if you want to say, oh, we're doing this, we're banning TikTok for, the betterment of our society, when it's like, okay, if you really felt that way, then you'd regulate other social media too. And I'm just saying that, I think TikTok, if it ends up being divested and then owned by Microsoft or whatever, and then TikTok's impact on kids will largely be unchanged. The negative impact on kids will largely be unchanged, whether it's an American company or a US company. And people are always like, and you have people like Tucker Carlson and stuff that push this notion that TikTok shows a certain feed in yeah, it's like a prequel to Knives Out. I guess it's only on Netflix, or maybe a sequel. I don't know. But here, Tucker Carlson pushes this notion that TikTok gives a certain feed to U.S. kids and a certain feed to China kids, and I don't think that's true. I don't think that's ever been proven. But it's like this notion of like, okay, you go on Instagram, it's not like kids are seeing a bunch of educational content and great things, and it's like TikTok's showing you dance videos and trying to make you dumb, but all the other social media platforms are trying to make you smart. No, they're all the same. Like, they're all like none of, I don't think, Facebook, Instagram, even Twitter, like, I don't think any of that has necessarily been like good for society, but they've been profitable. They've made money. So again, I think the big issue that people have with TikTok isn't its content or the effects of social media has on people, but just the fact that it is a Chinese company. Yeah, and I Meta China not allowed. Yeah, and that's China's made a decision to not allow Facebook, Instagram, whatever. I don't agree with that decision. I'm not in charge of China though. Not my call or whatever, but I'm just saying I don't think really TikTok is that much different in terms of social media impact than other. And honestly, it has there's a reason TikTok is the most popular social media platform in the world. Its algorithm is second to none. It's very strong, and people are like YouTube. I mean, YouTube went from a silly place where people could share videos to now YouTube is like a very, very, very important and helpful tool for a lot of people. If I want to learn basically anything, I can go on YouTube and do that. And it's an incredible platform for that. And TikTok, there are like good things about TikTok too. I think a lot of people, young people, like learn things on TikTok. So I don't know. I mean, I really don't know what the right answer is for how do you deal with social media in our society. How do you if you have kids, what do you I don't know. So TikTok is a dopamine reinforcement feedback loop. It's designed to get you stuck there for, again, Carrie Lake. And that is my point, is like when people say this stuff about TikTok, like it's like a knack on TikTok. What do you think Facebook's algorithm is designed to do? What do you think Twitter's algorithm is designed to do? What do you think YouTube's algorithm is designed for you to do? I don't think TikTok has this sort of like nefarious, inherently evil type of thing. I think it's literally just like all other social media companies, an algorithm designed to try to keep you on there for as long as possible, to capture as many eyes as possible, to then increase the bottom line. Like, I think it's a very effective business. I think it makes a lot of money. I don't think, I could be completely wrong about it. Maybe it is some spyware by China to get information on this. I don't really think so. See that, like, you're saying TikTok's way worse though. I'm saying TikTok is just better at building their algorithm than all the other social media companies, because if all the other social media companies could have an algorithm like TikTok, they would have an algorithm as strong as TikTok's. They don't. TikTok does a better job of keeping users on its site for longer, keep getting users to come back, and all the other sites are jealous of it. Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. My point is that they're all probably terrible for your brain. Facebook's probably terrible for your brain. Instagram's probably terrible for your brain. So if you hate TikTok because it's got a good algorithm, then you should probably be in support of regulating the U.S. social media companies too. Because if you're saying this is specifically designed to keep kids on the app for longer, that's so bad, I'd be like, dude, go look at Instagram. Like, Instagram is doing literally the exact same thing. So why would you be? You can't be okay with it for one company and okay with it with others. Yeah, it's very controversial right now. I don't think the politicians are going to make any moves for actually banning TikTok, because, like I said, I think it would be very unpopular among a young crowd, and you don't want to do that if you're a politician. But the idea of getting it divested and owned by a U.S. company certainly could be an option. I'm not quite. We'll see. It's a more engaging format to young people with short attention span, easier to scroll through. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think TikTok does have its kind of strengths and weaknesses like anything else. We'll continue going through this article for a bit. So while some have come around to thinking Trump was right to ban TikTok, they don't necessarily agree how he tried to do it. Courts didn't agree either and blocked his August 2020 executive order that would have forced ByteDance to sell TikTok or be banned. I'm actually like, yeah, I'm like, if that's the big issue, right? That it's a Chinese whatever. It's almost kind of, I don't know. It's kind of unfair almost to like make a U.S. company be able to buy this company that's way better than what all these other companies are doing, just because you're scared of China's potential effort. I don't know. Like, basically what Trump was trying to do with this August 2022 executive order was like get Microsoft or Walmart the ability to buy TikTok for probably way cheaper than it should have been sold for. And then boom, now TikTok's an American company and it would have been the biggest, best social media company in the world. Republican leaders have criticized Biden for not being as tough as Trump on TikTok and appearing to support the platform by reaching out to some of its biggest influencers. But the Biden administration isn't going easy on TikTok either. Biden recently issued an executive order expanding the definition of national security for the purposes of CFI US reviews to include data and technologies necessary to protect the United States technical leadership. It does directly address TikTok, but it doesn't directly address TikTok, but certainly includes it. Has been reviewing ByteDance's acquisition of Musical.ly for 7 years. Doesn't comment on ongoing investigations, but TikTok said in a statement to Recode that we will not comment on specifics of confidential, yada, yada. To that end, TikTok is currently trying to wall U.S. data off from China to satisfy CFI U.S. concerns. In an effort, it's dubbed Project Texas. That would keep what's considered protected data on U.S. users and U.S.-based servers run by Oracle with controls over who has access to it. So again, I mean, like if that's like the compromise they come to, TikTok can operate in the U.S., but all data has to be stored in the U.S. by Oracle or by U.S. Run companies and not going back to China. Then like fine, like. Sorry, catching up on the chat. 100 AA Ron. There's my AA Ron for the day. I said yesterday I've been called AA Ron pretty much every single day for my life since that Key and Peele skit came out. It's more engaging format. Instagram, Facebook are blocked in China. TikTok is why 50% of the kids don't know the capital of the U.S. Yeah, Jay Rice, I strongly disagree with that. I mean, you can say, social media has been bad for kids' education. Sure, if you went and started doing those man on the street interviews with basic U.S. questions in 2015, it would have been the exact same. And Facebook had been around for 10 years at that point. I think, again, people blame TikTok for what social media should be being blamed for. And by the way, we invented that. We invented the US. Where do you think the birthplace of all this was? MySpace and Facebook and social media and the whole way that has changed how people interact with each other and how kids interact with each other and how kids are being indoctrinated or how they're getting educated or where they're getting their information from. All that comes from development here, and TikTok's a product of that. TikTok it comes after Facebook and MySpace and Vine and Twitter and all of this. So if you want to say social media is making our kids dumber, sure, I'll get behind that. I'll agree with you on that, but you can't say TikTok is the problem. How are you gonna? That's like saying I'm trying to think of a good example. Like it's like. You're taking the like fast food, right? Like if McDonald's wasn't there, people would still be buying burgers and fries from somewhere. People would still be buying sodas from somewhere. So you're going to be bad at McDonald's because they're more popular? Yes, Jay, we are in agreement. I don't think social media is a good thing for kids. I don't think social media has been a gain for society. I think it's probably been a net societal loss. But you can't blame TikTok for that. You can't blame the newest thing in social media for a trend that's been going on for more than 10 years. It's been going on for I was in high school and we were talking about the trends of social media and the mental effects it has on this. And this was years and years and years before TikTok had ever become a thing. NBC is the problem. Not all of TV, just NBC. 20 years, son? What was going on in 2002? We didn't have social media in 2002. 15. I'll give you 15. 2007, MySpace started to get big. 15 years. And I think I think this irks me too. A lot of and I think a lot of what you see, like anti-China sentiment and anti-China, honestly, is like anti-China propaganda. Like, Is it possible that China is using TikTok as some sort of data gathering, whatever, and all this? Sure, that's possible. But is it also possible that TikTok is literally just a business that has a better algorithm than all the US businesses, and it's running as a for-profit business, that's also possible. So like, I don't know. And I think to assume there's some nefarious, actually, I think we did get confirmation that China was using some TikTok data to track certain like individuals or something. Jay, how am I missing the point? I agree. I'm just saying banning TikTok. You think banning TikTok does that? You think we ban TikTok and kids are off their phones playing touch football in the street again? That's my whole point, is that banning TikTok doesn't fix any of these societal issues that we're talking about that social media causes, because banning TikTok doesn't fix any of those issues because we already had all those issues before TikTok was a thing. We'll still have Instagram. You'll still have Snapchat. You'll still have girls and guys, young people using face filters on their face, so Snapchat makes them look, not even better than they normally do, but look different. And then they look in the mirror and they don't look how they look on their phone. My whole point is I'm in agreement with all you on this. I'm just saying banning TikTok doesn't do anything, and a lot of the conversation has shifted to kind of this like anti-China narrative. We got to ban TikTok to save our kids, when it's like a lot of this is the calls coming from inside the house. We made social media. Not only did we make social media, we made our society, our like Western society, made the like social media possible, right? We love promoting, flaunting our wealth and doing all these things. It's not like that everywhere in the world. It's not like that everywhere. Like Instagramming you on a private jet. That's like purely American how that started. I'm starting to think so too. They're trolling me. Because if you're trying to say yes, it does, all those problems go away when you ban TikTok, and none of the other problems are an issue, then like I don't know. AB, do you or do you not think TikTok is tracking these kids? It depends on what you mean by that, Jay Rice. Do I think TikTok is using people's data to track what they're watching, to optimize their feed, to offer them the right ads? Then yes, 100%. That's what every other social media company does. Go through the terms and services on YouTube where we are right now. Go through the terms and services on Facebook. Do I think China is using TikTok to, like spy on kids and then like do something that... No, not really. No, honestly, no, I don't. And if I could be 100% proven wrong, but I think TikTok probably does on par with what every other social media company does in terms of tracking data. In fact, if you look through the terms and services for Facebook, they're way, way, way more, kind of invasive on some of the other ones compared to TikTok. I think TikTok actually changed that to make it anything that can be bought and sold is tracked 100%. I mean, we track. How do you think these ads show up on Amazon? Yeah, it's like, do I think TikTok's tracking me? Sure. Do I think my iPhone's tracking me? Sure. Do I think every time I log into Facebook, I don't think they're tracking my location, and then they're reporting back to Chi Ping, hey, Aaron Bree in Detroit, Michigan just watched this video on TikTok. He searched for this. We'll be able to use this against him in 5 years if we ever need to. We're storing all this in this file, and once we get all this information on these U.S. citizens, then we're going to be able to make our move, and we're really going to take... No, I think that's all bullshit. I think that's all anti-China propaganda. I think TikTok probably does, similar what... most of the people on TikTok are not kids. Yeah, that's true, but I think TikTok probably does have I think most kids in the United States right now, TikTok is their like primary social media platform. Kids in the US right now are on TikTok more than they're on social media, more than they're on, more than they're on Instagram, more than they're on Twitter, whatever. Everything the kids are steered towards a click away. I went to the bathroom this morning and Google hit me with a Charmin ad. Yeah, and that's like it's so annoying. Like it actually is really, really like upsetting and scary. Like when you have the thing where you're talking about something out loud, then all of a sudden you're seeing ads for it on your phone and you never even Googled anything. Yeah, TikTok has a good tendency of giving you what you want to see. So if you want to see dancing girls, that's what it's going to give you. Let's move on. Eating a bed hurts. I agree, Jason. We were going through this article and we've kind of been on the topic for too long, but for good reason. It's obviously very controversial because people either love TikTok or they hate it. By the way, I'm not even on it. Like, I don't use TikTok. I'm on it for work. Like, we post Benzinga TikToks, but I'm logged into our Benzinga TikTok. So when I log into the app, I don't know if we can get here. I'll go full screen on here so you can see, or hopefully see. But so I'm on our Benzinga TikTok. We've got about 50,000 followers. Give us a follow if you have not already. Oh, wow. Oh, I thought we had a video that popped off, but it's just a pinned one. But so when I log in here and go to the feed, it's all like financial, like here's an FTX video, scroll. Barbara from Shark Tank. Like, they're like boring finance videos. I don't see like fun, like dancing. So it's like I don't go on TikTok because it's just like for work for me. So I say people love or hate TikTok. I'm not saying this as someone who really loves TikTok or is a big user. Do you dance on Benzinga's TikTok? No, but I will if you want me to. I'll do anything for enough likes. If we get enough likes up here, I'll do a dance on Benzinga's TikTok. Let's get back to our Benzinga Pro. All right, so TikTok, we talked about that. What are the other big headlines for the day? What do we need to talk about? I did mention earlier we're seeing now an 85% chance, according to the CME Watch tool, that we're going to see a 50 basis point as opposed to a 75. I have been looking at financials though, and here's the thing: is we know that banks typically do well in high interest rate environments. You can see Bank of America's stock has kind of been on a pretty straight uptrend from $30 up to 37. But I don't necessarily think it's bad. Hey, be getting the shakes over TikTok and Snap going away. Nah, I'd be fine. I'd be very, very okay with a lot more government regulation that regulates social media and stuff. Because look, at the end of the day, like, talk to any parents out there right now. You can only do so much. Like, once your kid's 13 on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, like, a lot of things can happen from there. And I think, you got to ask, like, what do we want? Facebook? Do we want Snapchat? Do we want Google? Do we want these billion dollar corporations to be one to making these decisions on what your kids are able and able not to see? Do you want those companies to be the ones making decisions on how your kids are going to see advertisements? Do you want those companies to essentially be the ones in charge of the indoctrination of what your kids are doing socially? Or would you rather have some more say in terms of the government being able to regulate? So again, look, government regulation is not popular to most people, to a lot of people, but I'd rather have that. It's a better of two evils. I'd rather have that than a $1 billion company that's trying to maximize its shareholder values before it's trying to look after its users, right? That's those companies' jobs, right? If you're a Meta or if you're a Google, your job is to return value to your shareholder. Your job, once you're on the public markets, is to show that you can continue to grow. Not to make sure little Susie Lee, 14-year-old in Georgia, isn't going to kill herself because of what she's seen on Instagram. Frankly, I don't think they care about that. But again, let's move on because we're beating a dead horse here. I'm sorry to hear that, MD. Yeah, again, I will bet dance on BZ TikTok. All right, so let's talk about. I want to talk about some of XLF doing all right here. I don't think that just because interest rates might start not coming down but slowing at or start raising at a slower pace, I don't think that's really bad for the financials. And I have been looking at your Bank of Americas, your JP Morgans, good dividends here. So these are ones that I wouldn't mind just kind of buying and holding here for a while. Let's see what other stocks. How's XLE doing today? Energy still doing well. So, okay, here's what I'm doing right now. If you look at a lot of these energy names, if you look at your Oxy Petroleums, if you look at your Exxon Mobil's, if you look at your chevrons. We're basically at or near all-time highs. And I've been saying this on the show. AB doing a DDD rant at lunchtime. I've actually never been on. I've heard a lot about the DDD rants. I've never been on stream with DDD. God didn't give me serotonin because he knew I would be too powerful without it. That's how I feel about my height, Shelly. I knew if God made me 6 foot, I'd be too much of a problem, and that's why I'm as tall as I am, and that's okay. That's okay. But. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but my kind of thesis here, and I know, Jay, you've pushed back against me on this, and I don't want to oversimplify this. I don't want to try to make it too simple, but I still believe this is true in the sense that the higher these energy stocks are, the lower I think the market is pricing in our odds of our recession. I'm not scared of a recession when these names are at all-time highs. And I know, again, Jay Rice, you push back against me on this, and I'm not making it that simple. So there are supply chain issues. There are a lot of issues that have led to these prices being so high. But right now, I really don't think demand is an issue. I don't think demand is an issue for oil right now. I don't think demand is an issue for energy. And if it were, we would be seeing that reflected in the stock price more than we are. So if these names start trading off, and we talk about this a lot on the show too, that the market is like oftentimes 6 months ahead of the economy or months ahead, right? You'll see the market really start to come back before inflation's peak. All these things, kind of the market is predating that. If I start seeing Chevron like trading off here 5-10%, that might be my sign. Like, okay, the market's really anticipating a drop in demand here for oil, for energy. But as far as when these stocks are at like all-time highs, yeah, and I'm with you there too, Jay. Like we talked about this with Steve Kalasian on the show, like the basically the idea that the bottoms could be in for 2022, and then maybe we could take a next leg lower in 2023. And there's a lot to be said there, because a lot of people are like, yeah, inflation's maybe peaked, so now everyone's getting bullish. But what if inflation has peaked because we're heading toward a recession? Then that's certainly not bullish at all. And basically my point is that if I think that inflation had peaked because we are heading toward a recession, I think these energy names would be starting to reflect that. And I again, next year, that will be one of the things that I'm watching. As we head into 2022, the XLE, these names will be something that I'm watching, because if Chevron goes up another 5-10% from here to the end of 2022, okay, so what? Who cares? But again, if these names start selling off as if there's an anticipated drop in demand for oil, I don't get this. How is employment has been we're basically at like a 10-year low for unemployment right now. I know, but I don't know. It seems like to me like a soft landing is becoming more and more possible. Like we're seeing inflation cool without unemployment really needing to jump up. And I think that's good. Like I think we should be able to see inflation come down without unemployment, spiking up. And we're seeing a lot of tech layoffs. By the way, if you guys see a stat going around Twitter right now that there have already been more tech layoffs than the .com bubble, can you guys all do me a favor and point out how stupid of a stat that is? Think about this. Have there been more people? Are there more people working in tech in 2022 than you think there are in 2000? So maybe a better metric, way to measure that. What percentage of the tech industry has been laid off? Bree easily swayed by headlines. What do you mean? The perfect audience for... By the way, bullish till December. I've been bullish. I'm not changing. I'm bullish. I've been bullish before most people were bullish. It's also the White House anti-energy stance that's helping these stocks. Sure. These layoffs look huge, but as a percentage of total labor market, they're tiny. Well, and that's the other thing too, is, I mean, in terms of I was worried about this. Essentially, the idea that if the crypto market completely like collapses, what kind of bleed over does that have into the overall equity market? So this is from Eric Wallerston on Twitter. Crypto has lost $2.2 trillion in market cap from its $3 trillion peak a year ago. So a year ago, crypto's market cap was $3 trillion. Now it's $800 billion. That's a huge decline. 2.2 trillion has been wiped out. All right, so that's crypto market. We've lost $2.2 trillion in market cap from last year to this year in the crypto markets. Now let's flip over to the equity markets. The U.S. equity market added over $2.7 trillion just last Thursday and Friday. So in last Thursday and Friday's rally alone in the stock market, U.S. equities, when I say equities, I'm talking stocks, U.S. stocks added more value in terms of market cap, 2.7 trillion, than the entire crypto industry has lost over the past year. So if you're worried that like a bunch of this bleed out from FTX is going to start, we got to start shorting the markets because this is, 2008 was the housing bubble, and in 2022 it's the crypto bubble, and that's what's going to lead to the market crash. It's a drop in the bucket. It ain't nothing. The U.S. equity market is an absolute monster. And you know what dwarfs the U.S. equity market is the U.S. bond market. The bond market, most people don't realize, is way bigger in terms of total money than the stock market. So if you really want to learn kind of what's going on in the markets and you want to be able to, you start with the bond market because that's where the big money is. You start with the bond market, and then once you're able to understand what's going on in the bond markets, then you can kind of figure out how the equity and stock markets depend on the bond market. There's a reason the book The Bond King, or if you read The Big Short even, they talk a lot about how, the biggest, players in Wall Street aren't, the stock investors we see on CNBC or the Warren Buffetts, but they're these bond traders, the guy running the bond markets. Bree snorting the Raoul Paul and Macro Alpha juice. I do really like Macro Alpha. We've had him on the show before. I don't think don't get it twisted. My first love, my true love, is stocks. I'm not a bond guy, but I have over the past year or so been learning more and more about the bond markets, and not just how the bond markets operate, but of course then the correlation between what the bond markets are doing and what the U.S. Are doing. Not sports. Yeah, but sports too. I was gonna say, I was just meant kind of like my big, yeah. I know. I don't know what to think about this because Michael Lewis has long been one of my favorite authors, and supposedly he's been with Sam Bankman-Fried for like 6 months and was like fully ready to publish like a book about how great he was until all this happened. And he's like, oh shoot, I got to go back and rewrite some of this stuff. So I don't know. I mean, that will be disappointing for Michael Lewis if he's been in finance for 30 years, been on Wall Street since the 80s, and he couldn't, he couldn't smell something wrong with what was going on with Sam Bankman-Fried. I think that will be a bad look for Michael Lewis, but it also could speak to really just how good that Sam Bankman-Fried was at kind of making people believe he was this like some great guy that he wasn't. Taking your series exam. Which series? Series, what is it, like 66 or something? Series what? I'll take it. I don't care. You guys think I can't pass the test? I'll pass the test for you guys. Michael Burry's new investor are prisons. Yeah, but we're talking about Michael Lewis here, not Michael Burry. Michael Burry is washed. We don't care about Michael Burry either. Can we start calling him Sam Bankman fraud yet? Maybe. I don't know. China stocks moving today. Recommend a China ETF to watch. I don't know. I'd look at KWeb. CQQQ could be interesting too. CQQQQ is one from iShares. It's Invesco China Technology ETF. Up 8. So I would stick to those two, KWeb or CQQ. Honestly, CQQQQ is kind of the one that I've traded the most and the one that I would stick with. But all right, guys, it is a little bit past 1 p.m. You know what that means. It is time for Stock Market Movers with my man Money Mitch. He's hanging out backstage. You're going to go ahead and bring him on the stream here. Mitch has got a good show for you guys today. He's going to be talking to Quincy Krosby, chief strategist at LPL here at about 1:15. And then after that, or it looks like that's all we've got today on Stock Market Movers, so it should be a great interview. Awesome. Let's go ahead and pull up our little promo for our event coming up in New York City. Again, if you guys are in the area, I don't care if you're in New York, Brooklyn, Pennsylvania, like take a train up to New York. You got to be there, got to be in New York. We're talking fintech, we're talking crypto. A lot of big names in the crypto space are going to be there, and it's going to be great timing because we're going to be able to talk to them about everything that's going on with FTX. Without further ado, check this out, guys.
All right, team, it's time for Stock Market Movers. Who's excited to get into another show? Of course, I'm ready to talk about the market and stay up. It's holding on to this 400. I feel like there's this sort of magnet holding on right now to the market, and we could get a ripping rally towards 3 p.m. Stay tuned to find out why I think we could see a nice little push. We're still hanging on to this 400. And of course, we got Quincy Krosby today, Chief Global Strategist at LPL Financial. Stay tuned. And of course, welcome to Stock Market Movers. I'm your host, Money Mitch. Let's take a look at this market. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. All right, team, let's get right towards the market. I'm going to talk about some data points that we got today, but let's take a look at the overall market, looking at the 15-minute here, and just seeing this kind of pattern just kind of build up here, right? And you can call this like a pennant or a descending wedge, whichever one you want to look at it. But the big thing I'm noticing is around this kind of 400, 399, 80s acting as more support. Of course, there's been a couple of wicks through that 400. Doesn't need to be exact on that, but it's looked like it's acting like support. And another area, another chart that I like here is that hourly chart. You know, you get that nice little pullback look. Will we get a nice little push towards the end of the day? Just keeping a close eye on it. We'll see if we start breaking down, going towards the 398. Yeah, I would expect maybe seeing a little bit of turnaround. But right now, we've been hanging in there in the SPY. We'll see if we get that turnaround and push towards the upside. But of course, we'll talk a little bit more about this with our analysts coming up from, of course, LPL Financial. Excited to get into the first time we'll have Quincy Krosby on today. So we'll talk a little bit about the PPI and what other numbers we should be focusing on. But let's get towards some other numbers that hit the tape today and some headlines, right? Everyone focusing, of course, on Warren Buffett today, as a lot has changed in, of course, Berkshire. Let's talk about the first company that was the big company to talk about today, TSM, right? Taiwan Semiconductor. Well, it looks like Warren Buffett disclosing a $4.1 billion stake, leading to a big spike in the pre-market. And of course, this is coming off of 60.1 million American depository receipts for TSMC. And so now we just need to take a look here as Warren keeps getting into more and more exposure, I feel, to Apple, right? I don't think he went exactly for Apple this time, but went for an Apple supplier and also a supplier that was seeing different companies report some good numbers, right? Qualcomm talked about their kind of increased revenue, but we needed to now watch to see if this really kind of makes sense. In my eyes, I've been calling out TSM as a little bit of a danger for me just because of the China situation, right? I feel like there's just too much of a battle right now in technology to be kind of calling this one towards the upside. But of course, Warren knows a little bit more, probably seeing into the financials here, and likes Taiwan Semiconductor. Now we'll just have to wait. Is the concentration getting a little bit too strong, though? Those are questions that I would definitely throw out there for investors. I just feel like Warren has gotten way too leaning into Apple. And of course, I mean, it's not a bad stock to be in, right? He always says high convictions in some of the leaders. But here, is it getting to a point where it's too much exposure to Apple? Well, we'll have to wait and see. TSM having a good day today. 15-minute kind of held the pullback on the hourly. That's why I like those hourly looks. It came back towards kind of resistance from the pre-market action that we started seeing it pull back. We'll see if it closes towards kind of this wick towards 82.93. A close back towards that, especially going towards 84 is going to be looking good on the daily outlook. But definitely TSM getting some lift with the Warren Buffett mention this morning. Another stock that got the mention, right, was Louisiana Pacific Corp. It did do a nice little pullback kind of towards that hourly support also. We'll see if it takes the next leg up through 65.50. This is one that I would be looking for bigger pullbacks, but it seems like definitely the dip got bought today. Another one was Jefferies Financial Group. You can see this one took the bounce, the dip back. Of course, getting the lift with the Warren Buffett mention. We'll see if this can come back up through 38. It's one that I'll keep in mind, especially if it can come back closer towards this 9 EMA. I feel like it was extended away from the 9 EMA. When stocks get extended for me away from that 9 EMA, I'm really looking for them to come back and look for pullbacks opportunities. We'll see what happens there on Jefferies Financial Group. One thing, though, I can clearly see, though, is you're seeing the 50 cross above the 200-day. That's a good-looking crossover there for the moving averages. We'll just look to see if Jeff can pull back to a reasonable opportunity here. Not looking too bad. Jefferies Financial Group. Also, the last one that I'll give in here is Para. Para also getting the lift today. This one was a little bit strange to me. I mean, I've looked into the business, and I just don't see what Warren sees. But, hey, he definitely has some people that do some deeper research than I do. So Paramount, of course, rallying after he increased the stake in the media company to $1.75 billion at the end of the third quarter. Now I think we're just looking to see where can it really get to. This has really kind of come off the bottom and really coming up there towards the 20s. We'll be looking for some pullbacks, let's say towards 19, but we're starting to push above 50-day right below it. Maybe that's going to be some pullback areas, 1961, maybe 1950. Right now, I think this will get some lift with the World Cup exposure because this will give you probably access to many, if not all, the games. So if you're looking at it in that aspect, what could keep giving part of the lift? I would say the World Cup will be a catalyst for this, but can it keep running? That's where I'd be a little bit concerned, especially if we somehow hear bad subscriber numbers. But I will keep on watch to see what happens there in Para as Warren taking some bigger shots there in Paramount Global. We'll see what happens there. All right, getting out of the Buffett news with Berkshire 13Fs. Let's go, of course, to our earnings stock on the day, which is going to be Walmart. This is one that I've been looking at for a nice little push. We were looking to see if we were going to fill in the gap zone. You guys can see here, we've been holding and looking for this gap to fill since September 30th is really where I created this kind of gap. Was looking to see if we'd ever come back to fill it. And there you have it, right back up there towards the 148 today, really closing up that gap zone, now holding it on kind of pullbacks. We'll see if it comes back into that range. As you guys can see, I'm going to pull it to the side so you guys can see kind of more where that price action range lies. But there you guys see it. It's right underneath it, creating some of that support towards 145. If that can hold, Walmart not looking too bad. But other stocks in this area, discount stores, doing well. Target was one that I was watching, right? They have their earnings coming up, and could this one continue to push from the Walmart earnings? That's what I'll keep watch. But Walmart, let's go back towards it. Let's give the numbers here. Walmart EPS came in here at $1.50, beating the $1.32 estimate. Sales at $152.8 billion, beating the $147.51 billion estimate. They did approve a 20 billion share repurchase authorization, and they did mention Sam's Club's comp sales increased 10%. Also, Walmart U.S. comp sales grew 8.2%. And they did state in the earnings call that pocketbooks are stretched and that people are having less discretionary income and less disposable income to spend on things. So they're looking for value. Of course, they mentioned other things like going towards hot dog versus expensive meat cuts. And what does this show us? I feel like we're finally getting towards the point where our eye test is starting to meet where even the companies are starting to let us know. So this is where I start seeing that, yes, the consumer is starting to be strapped. Those pocketbooks are starting to be stretched. And now we're actually seeing it out in the open, right? Now I think we need to just continue to watch to see what happens moving forward from this. Walmart are companies that I think can get the lift and continue getting the lift in this area. And of course, we've been talking about it, the rotation to more of value names versus these growth names. We'll just have to wait and see. Walmart did mention about inventories concerns getting a little bit better. So that's why I think Target can maybe come in with a surprise. We'll just have to wait and see. Of course, Target has an even bigger shadow on the daily to try to fill up there. We'll see if it fills that gap going back, and that would be a huge gap fill for Target. Just been keeping my eye on these stocks, and especially when they go sideways for a very long time, like 2 or 3 months, I like this. And this has been sideways for pretty much almost 6 months. Let's see if Target can shake that inventory concern. All right, next earnings stock, and in a second we'll get into our interview, is Home Depot. Home Depot is one that I kind of helped out. I will say I bought a nice barbecue. Gotta get a nice barbecue from Home Depot, but nice little pullback. And it seems like the dip opportunity got bought up this morning. Of course, it pulled back with their earnings numbers. Let's give those EPS here at $4.24, beating the $4.13 estimate. Sales at $38.9 billion, beating the $38.01 billion estimate. They did reaffirm full year 22 guidance and see comparable sales growth at 3%. Home Depot, we'll see if it can pull back towards the VWAP here. Definitely got bought up on the pullback there, especially around the 300 in the pre-market. You can see it didn't kind of crack that into the intraday. We didn't even get down there and recovered really quickly through this 305. Then really kind of turned around this kind of bearish looking pattern right around here around the 307.80s going through the 310 level. Now we're holding as 310 as support. We'll see if that holds as support and it takes the next move up. Lowell also was moving off of this, so keep your eyes on these two. They trade very similar. Home improvement stores. We'll see if they can continue getting the lift. All right, that's going to do it for our earnings stock. There's still more to talk about, of course, and we can get into that after. Of course, we'll get into like ratings from Bank of America, double upgrade on Netflix. Stick around for more talk on that. We got Digital World acquisition that could be making big moves. Will Donald Trump announce? Still haven't got a news on that, but it was getting some lift today. And concerns for consumer debt, right? We'll talk about household and credit cards spiking. But let's get into our first interview today. Like always, we try to get you to the expert opinions to keep you in the informational edge. Like always, Benzinga gives the opportunity for you guys out there to also give a question. So if you guys have a question for my guest coming up right now, 115, Quincy Krosby, Chief Global Strategist at LPL Financial. Feel free, throw it up in the chat. This is your opportunity and, of course, a competitive advantage that only Benzinga has. Let's get right towards it and bring on our guest. All right, let's bring on here Quincy Krosby, the Chief Global Strategist at LPL Financial. Looks like we got a new sheriff in town at LPL. Welcome on, Quincy. You're on the mute. Just hit the mute button right quick. No worries, team. We'll get her on right now. There you go. We got you, Quincy. How we doing today?
Good. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Definitely excited to have you on. First time here. Let's first talk about what we saw hit the tape today with, of course, PPI. And what does it really show for the economy?
Well, it was good news. You know, the market is hyper vigilant regarding anything having to do with inflation, obviously, because, you know, they want to see the Fed start, as they say, stepping down, which the market expects for December 14th. But the PPI came in lower than consensus estimates, meaning that input costs have come down markedly in terms of, you know, what the ultimate product has to pay for in the manufacturing process. It's interesting because we saw, you know, from the National Association of Small Business Owners actually saying the same thing in their latest survey. So it's good to see this because it also helps, you know, it confirms what we're seeing from the CPI report that came out and actually was the catalyst for a major rally last week.
Definitely. Now the question, I mean, I think everybody's asking, does this rally really have some legs?
You know, this is always the major question, right? Because you always hear, oh, no, well, you know, it was a short covering rally, but let's face it, all bear markets end and move into the bull phase with short covering rally. It's just a question of, do we get enough buyers to come in and push this market higher? We still don't know. I mean, it looks as if, again, because the question about a recession remains, questions about how companies are actually going to do in this quarter and the first quarter of 2023. And that's hovering over the market because once you start thinking a recession is going to happen, it always leads to what kind of recession. And right now you would have to argue that the market sees a lighter than expected recession, not one of those deep, dark recessions that really discombobulates the economy. So that's why I think the market probably has more to go. And also, we've seen the tug of war amongst Federal Reserve speakers, those who are more dovish, those who say, 7.7% is nothing to write home about. Yeah, the trajectory is moving in the right direction, but we still have to kill that inflation that we're seeing in the CPI.
Of course. And one of the things that we're looking for, and the Fed has spoken about this multiple times, is an increase in kind of the labor market's unemployment, right? Or do you expect to start seeing that labor market showing some weakness?
Well, I think so. Obviously, the question always is how much. I mean, you don't want to see it crater. This economy is still pretty resilient. If the Fed could get us to the terminal rate with our dignity intact, so to speak, it would be very good. It'd be historically good, actually. Yeah, I mean, we already heard from Amazon. I don't know if that was a leak of how many they intend to fire. We're going to see more of that, I think, and that should push the unemployment rate closer to 4%, and then above 4% if it continues. It's interesting because we haven't seen it across Wall Street yet, white collar workers yet in any major way, but once companies really start controlling costs, and if they're worried about, the market looking ahead, they're worried about the recession, they're going to be forced to let go of more people.
And of course, I have to ask the question, is Santa Claus coming to town this year?
Well, yeah, the Santa Claus rally is, how do I say this, part and parcel to this season. I'll sometimes hear people talk about, it's because everyone is in a good mood. No, that's not what it is. It's in essence, the market jumping what we expect in January. That is to say, more money coming in and having to be, allocated into the market. And what happens is managers, knowing that, start allocating before the actual money comes in. So we expect it because think about it, by the time we get to January, we should see inflation coming down at a faster clip. Once we start to see rents empirically showing up, we know from the surveys that rents, at least new leases, are coming down. We want to see it show up in the CPI. The personal consumptions expenditures index, the PCE, coming out in early December, should also show. inflation coming down, I think even more than the last CPI report. So the point here is that will give, I think, lend more confidence to folks coming in wanting to have more going into the equity market. And a lot of that's institutional money, it's 401k. And I think it will coincide with what we traditionally call the Santa Claus rally that is really end of November, December, and even into January.
All right. Now, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news here, but I'll be bringing in at least some kind of, and this is, don't worry, it's not too breaking, but I just want to make sure that our audience knows about what's going on here. It looks like just a few minutes ago, we did start getting a dip in the overall market. You guys can see that on the 15-minute here. Mm-hmm. And it looks like BlockFi is releasing that they're preparing for potential bankruptcy as, of course, exposure to FTX. And I think that this could be definitely what we're seeing, the reaction here. A big way to look at this would probably be to maybe take a little peek into Bitcoin. But I'd like to ask you just overall, what are your thoughts about what's been going on in this space? And could we see some further maybe aftermath even in the equity markets as this is bringing up more uncertainties?
Well, it is interesting that on Friday, for example, I mean, Bitcoin was still trading at an attractive rate. I mean, you would think that given all that's happened, it would be, down, and pretty held steady, right? With 16,000, 17,000. That was amazing. So it's been fairly isolated. I think that's the word to say. It's been fairly isolated. And if anything, I think it's helped gold actually with the weaker dollar. Gold has actually gotten a bid. I think gold is down today, but it started to get a bid. The competition from crypto is eased right now. So as long as this stays, how shall I say, isolated, the thing that you have to worry about, though, is if any of the folks who are losing money in crypto land need to sell any of the equities that they hold in order to raise cash. That's always a problem because certainly they are going to have to raise cash. If they do, I mean, some of them are exclusively crypto, but those that have regular, more normal portfolios may be forced to sell.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like we are taking a hit here in the markets, down now towards 396.70s. Let's continue going. It looks to me like it's this FTX weakness. Of course, BlockFi, we had known that they had some exposure, but did not know that it was enough to get them into potentially bankruptcy. But I'm going to continue moving forward. Just want to make sure our audience knows why we're seeing the downside action there.
Also, you may have hedge funds that have exposure, more exposure than we initially thought. What happens with them is they're forced to sell what they can sell to raise cash. They may have clients, saying, hey, we want out. They may have to put up the guardrails so clients can't take money out. But, you're always looking for the contagion effect in any of these announcements.
Well, I want to thank you, Quincy, for joining me. We'll keep going through the interview, but I appreciate you even coming through from this kind of breaking action and filling us in on what you're thinking here.
Yeah.
Let's continue moving forward. How long does it really take for the Fed to get inflation back down to the 2%?
It takes a while. It may take a recession will do it. A recession that's a bit harder than this soft recession that the market is expecting at this point will do it. Recession is like raid. It'll kill everything. But it depends on, what kind of recession. Right now at LPL Research, when we look at the possibility of a recession, we're still at this point with everything that we can draw in, everything we can discount, we see a fairly shallow recession. That will, help reduce inflation. Layoffs are going to help reduce recession because folks are going to stop spending. They're going to afraid they're going to be next. That will do it. Even again, the fear of a recession, let alone an actual recession. So it'll take a while for them to get to 2%. What the market is looking for is that trajectory, that they reach their terminal rate. And even though they have said, look, we'll stay on hold for a while, we need to see the lagged effects of the rate hikes, the cumulative rate hikes. It's going to take a while to get there unless, again, there is a deep, deep recession, which we're not projecting at this point.
Yeah, it seems like we could still get that soft landing, especially we're not seeing those job numbers jump yet.
Right,
So
right,
unless we
yeah.
see that complete destruction in the labor market, I think we'll still be kind of, at least the worry will be slim, but we'll have to
Yeah.
wait and see because those job numbers, when they jump, have a tendency of jumping fast. Now, of course, everyone's kind of more leaning towards the 50 basis points in December, but
Yeah.
where do you see kind of the Fed funds peaking? Because I feel like this is really the important part, especially for our longer investors that are thinking, is it now time to start putting in some cash? What do you feel here?
You know, this is extremely interesting because historically, so I could say historically, statistically, money doesn't go into the market until the last rate hike. I remember August of 1982, the market waited for Volcker to finish raising rates. And then once they were convinced it was over, money started coming and creating probably one of the best secular bull markets in our history. But I don't think that this market, the world that we're in with algorithms, 60 to 70% of daily market volume, the fear of missing out, the role of the retail investor, fearing, that they won't get in on time. I think that is going to, how do I say, change the historical direction. In other words, folks will start moving in, especially long-term investors. Look, traders have been in the whole since the beginning of the rate hike cycle. But long-term investors, I think, are going to start going in when they feel that the valuations are attractive. They have their eye on certain stocks. But I don't think that they're going to wait till that very last rate. Maybe when the Fed gets to 25 basis points, you'll start seeing money going in. And remember, institutional money managers, typically wait it out. But how can they when a tsunami of retail money goes in and pushes the indexes up? It's going to be very hard for their risk managers to say, okay, wait it out to that very last rate hike. It doesn't seem plausible in this kind of environment that we live in.
Looks like there's some more news. I don't know particulars, but looks like there could be some situation happening in Poland. Poland convening National Security Committee meeting. So I'm going to go ahead and probably get you out of here, Quincy Krosby. I know that you probably have some things to look into this yourself, and going to definitely have you back on. We're going to have a longer conversation. I've really appreciated you coming on. We've had a great one, but I'll let you go ahead and get out of here. Have a good one, Quincy.
I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Definitely. All right, there you have it, team. A lot of news coming on. Looks like there's some situations going on near the Poland border. No confirmation right now. I'm trying to get through the news at the same time that you guys are. So I will do my best to do that. You guys, if you guys see anything being mentioned, of course, go ahead and talk about it. I'm seeing out there, we are definitely getting some downside action in the markets. Of course, what is a concern for the markets? Anything with the war, anything with Bitcoin is going to be concerns for the markets. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what's going on in the situation. We're all trying to figure out as we're coming to this, and it's in real time here. So we're just going to have to keep watching. Looks like, of course, earlier today, some strikes were going on Ukraine, but there's a lot going on right now. And SPY taking a down hit, BTC taking a down hit here. Still trying to get some confirmations on exactly what's going on here. But it seems like there's a bigger situation that could be at hand. All right, I'm going to keep going through what's going on out there. If you guys see something hitting the tape, of course, you guys can throw it up in the comments. Don't know exactly, and so I'm not going to confirm that Omar. I need to know a little bit more. And, of course, I don't have other medias on right now, so I'm going to try to focus on what we have, and I can confirm for you. That's the important thing, too. I'm not going to tell you something that isn't true right now, so I'm just trying to figure everything out and get it to you in real time here. We'll see what happens, and, of course, there's going to be some updates as we go through the show. I'll try to do my best to talk about it as we keep going through. Thoughts on BTU? Of course. Thinking about it, says during rocket attacks on Ukraine, one of the Russian rockets hit Poland and caused damage to property and the death of 2 people. Said thinking about it, I'd have to confirm that. But of course, anything that falls on Poland soil is going to definitely cause some concern there in Poland. We'll see what happens there. Need some confirmation. Just going to keep going through on what I can tell you is exactly true. We'll just keep pushing. All right, let's get towards that. The SPY definitely taking the down hit. Let's go around. We need to see what's getting hit hard here, right? Is it energy? Energy took a little bit of a downturn, but not a hard hit. And if anything, concerns, more war concerns would probably have oil spiking, right? So I'm just taking a look. What can happen here, right? So I'm looking around to see what's going on. You see XOM trying to get a little bit of volume coming in here on that spike. I did see some volume come in a little bit earlier. Now we'll look to see if it can hold VWAP, start making a move up. That's oil names. But looking around, definitely seeing Bitcoin since that moment taking the hard hit to the downside. I could show you that chart, but we could also just do MSTR. You can see MSTR took a down hit too with that kind of BlockFi I mentioned. I think this is just kind of negative things hitting the tape at the same time, but it's at the same time, I'm not going to kind of underplay this. It's looking like it's definitely a downturn right now, and we got to be concerned. I'd be concerned on stocks like Apple doing a hard downturn. Dollar going up, right? That's the sign to look for. What's going on in oil? Right now, oil went from red this morning to green now. And so you could see oil continuing to push. Apple's turnaround shows me also something because like TSM, right? It was so favored. It could easily start getting into the red here. And that shows us something that's important here as we're seeing the SPY start dragging back down. So if you were playing these kind of longer swings for the upside, that's where I'm starting to get a little bit more concerned. In this case, these are the times where I really like to just kind of move to cash. But like always, you guys make your own investment decisions, not trying to lead you here, but trying to help talk about the situations that's going on. Like I talked about it, we look to hold that 400 and we cracked fast through there. And it doesn't look good out in the media. I'm trying to look for more about what's going on here. Looks like Reuters is stating that Poland is having a national security committee meeting. So we have to wait and see what happens after this. All right, I'm going to keep going into what else is going on. So sick of these violent market swings, says Urban Farm Markets. And I agree with you. I'm with you on this. I don't like these big swings. And this is why I try my best to remain some kind of cash on the sidelines, because I feel like this market still has those catalysts where things just turn all around. And so in moments like this, I realize that I always want to have at least a little bit of cash to put into play in moments like this. And you can also learn from this, because let's say if you were in a good position there and for some reason the market goes against you, the market rules all. That's the way I feel. If the market comes down massively and quick, well, a lot of times I cut my positions, even though they could be looking bullish, because once the market starts pulling down, you get that VIX jump, right? Once you get that VIX jump, all stocks kind of get correlated, and maybe, you have an uncorrelated asset. But if you have a highly correlated asset, you got to be careful, because you could see those quick rotations to the downside. All right, I hope you guys enjoy our today's show. I'm going to do my best to try to get through this. This is definitely happening. Am I targeting you? No, at all, my friend. Omar, I'm not targeting you. I don't know if you guys are having some issues there in the chat, but trying to do my best to keep going through you. Omar, it's all about trying to learn how we can kind of improve. Nothing you have to be perfect on. We all make mistakes. I make mistakes, right? I made some mistakes trading Oxy today to the downside. And we won't even get into that conversation. You could take a look at that chart. Not probably a stock that I should have been traded to the downside. But hey, we all live and we learn. Now XOM starting to make a move up. If this is real war concerns, I would look for like stocks like LMT. Nice little breakout there. Now you're seeing it there, right? Now we could take a look at these defensive names to see the rise. RTX, another one that we could be looking for this potentially to keep going up. Normally, I go through all the headlines here. I'm taking a kind of a card out of here, wild card, as this action's going on to try to run through this for you guys. Look at that RTX. Pulled back there for a second. Now we're really starting to get a little push there. That shows me a little bit more concerns there that we need to keep watch here on the defense. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look more at the aerospace and defense sector. LMT getting that nice little push. NOC getting the push there. You guys can keep watch on these names. We'll see if they keep pushing here. And we are getting a lift on these names. So now it's kind of a matter of, will it continue to run? We'll have to wait and see. All right, going to leave this conversation, going to keep going into some other technical aspects of the market. But it's been a crazy wild ride. I see that, JDs. I see you guys taking some shots. And of course, there's some other ones, right? NOC, this one had gotten hit in the pullback, looking like it's bouncing right off of that, coming right back towards the upside. LMT had pulled back, and I talked about certain levels that I liked. I liked the 450. It made sense for me. It didn't even get there. Didn't even do a 50% retracement, bouncing a little bit here towards the 473. We'll see what happens now. If this is, going to stick here, that's what we need to keep watch. We'll see what happens there. All right, I'm going to keep going to see what else is making moves, but let's go towards some stocks that were making moves today. Another one that we needed to keep on watch was, of course, Netflix, but this could all have turned around with this kind of recent downturn in the SPY. Yep. Netflix turning around. They did get here this morning, Bank of America, with a double upgrade on Netflix. But this is the same exact thing, right? I just talked about it. This chart looks really good right until the turnaround there and when the SPY gets hit. These are the kind of stocks that you got to be careful, because when they get hit and the rotation starts going against you, you can miss it. BTC just going straight down from here. Also, that's not a good sign here. SPY is continuing to leak now, as we've gotten, 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 red candles straight on the 5-minute. We'll see if it ever gets a little bit of a bounce. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get into some other conversations, but it seems like, of course, the market's going to get dragged with this news. So we'll just keep looking at what was hot and what was not, and keep going through some different sectors and industries to find where the intermarket analysis is leading us. Energy up now, so I'll keep my eyes on that. Even defensives took a hard hit to the downside. So that's not what you wanted to see. Where is it holding up? It's holding up in discount stores. We've talked about Walmart. Walmart right near that VWAP. Will we get a little bit of a bounce? Will that kind of continue into the green? Target was one that I like. It's going sideways. We'll see if it gets that next leg up. Dollar Tree, DG, BJ, right? BJ has been pulling back. Made a nice run back up. Will it get towards the 80s? Actually, I don't mind this one. I know it's a relative strength and it's holding on, but you got a nice support underneath it. See what happens there. And BJ and Ollie was one that I'm looking for on the daily chart to kind of get a move towards 60, especially if Target can kind of surprise to the upside. We'll see what happens there. Bitcoin continuing down, man. That just shows me that it could be a combination of factors hitting at the same time. Not what you want to be seeing there. All right, we'll see what happens there. It's about 1:39. We're going to get you over to the roadmap action that should be coming up next. Roadmap today, right? Tuesday. Yeah, definitely. Should be getting you guys over to the roadmap action. Don't miss that. That's coming up after this at 2 p.m. Time to go shovel snow, though. Have to clean off the solar panels, said Brandon. Well, maybe just put me in your ear. No, you can just tune in. Just listen to me. We'll take a look at the market, what's going on out there. If you guys got a big mover, throw it up in the chat. Healthcare pulling back there. Basic materials, financial services pulling back also today. JPM finally turning around there. Bank of America. You can thank this on Citi. Citi was doing the downgrade on Bank of America, and since then, the banks just turned around there. I was wondering if they were going to return the favor and put a downgrade on Citi. I'm going to keep watch to see what's going out there, but definitely Bitcoin turned around big there, and that's not helping the market right now. We'll see what happens to these financial stocks. Basic materials, coal is the only area that I see up right now, and I actually like this outlook here for BTU. Been looking at the daily. We've been waiting to see if we're going to get a daily breakout above the 30s. Right now we're battling. We saw this break through the zone last week when we were looking for this to break through the 25. It eventually got through that break. Now we've been kind of going sideways up here towards the high. Now will we break through 29 and get that big breakout? We'll see what happens. We rejected that breakout right now just recently. We'll see if we end up getting that breakout above 29 going towards 30. SC, huge spike. Yeah, I saw that one having a spike earlier today, and definitely a big move up on the day. Electronic and gaming multimedia stock. And it was based, I think this is just China getting that nice little lift. You can see it when you see Billy. Billy and SE trade very similar, and you can see 24% up, SE 37% up. But it's not all the gaming stocks, and I think that's an important thing to note. It's not ATVI, it's not EA, and that just shows me that it's kind of more of these China electronic gaming stocks that are making the lift there. Semiconductors not looking too bad. That still had a decent day. Of course, TSM going up 10%, not hurting it there. Solar, an area to keep watch, right? There's been a lot of lifts in ENPH, SEDG. The run was one that we were watching for the 25. It's kept going there. SPWR, Array Technology was having a good move earlier in the day. We'll see if this can get another push back. It did pull back now, but definitely solar stocks, not bad. CSIQ, we were looking for a break above the 35. Look how this has continued going. Not a bad move there. Canadian Solar. All right, Zen, I can't confirm or disconfirm fighter jets. I honestly need to go ahead and do a little bit more deeper dive on what's going on with the Russia situation. Really hard to do while I'm having you guys live here, but I will have a major update for you 3:30 at the close. Don't miss it, team. I'm going to do the research that we need to find out exactly what happened. All right, I'm going towards the oil stocks because the oil stocks will probably make a nice little lift if this is true. And you guys can see it here. XOM getting nice lift off the VWAP. Not a bad area to look at if we really are going to more increase war concerns. I would look for oil names to continue higher, defensive names to continue higher, and be careful on other names. Don't get caught. Of course, you could see some turnaround on some names. It's been what a day. Another shakeout. Bear trappy. Yeah, it's crazy. And I know SRT8, you've been in that camp of trying to stay bearish, but it's hard, right? There's just a lot of things that got the spike, but then we get these crazy headlines that turn everything back around. Got to be careful. There is major concerns for consumer debt. Households increasing debt. Now it looks like we're on the fastest pace for 15 years. It looks like just between July to the September period, we increased total debt, jumped by $351 billion. Well, that just goes to show us that credit cards are really starting to become a concern for the consumer as they continue to just get into these household increased debts. And of course, houses are not selling. So a lot of people are probably stuck on the mortgage side of getting out of their homes. So it seems to me like there's a lot of bigger issues for the consumer concerns. And I think in the long run, this is going to have an effect on certain stocks. So we'll see what happens with that. All right. Does your closing show only run for 30 minutes? And you've never seen it, Kenneth? Yes. It's called At the Close. And so it's with Joel Alconin that I have also on pre-market prep. And we join and we do At the Close together. It is only 30 minutes. I need to talk to Joel to probably making it an hour. So if you want to see it a little bit longer or you just want to catch it, Kenneth, definitely stick right here on Benzinga. Hit the subscribe. We'll be on at 3:30 Eastern. Don't miss it. That's where we take a look at all the action. And of course, going right until the close of 4 p.m. Eastern. All right, we'll keep going. We'll take a look at some other stocks. DWAC, what's up with the DWAC? Is that getting moved? Nope, not right now. We'll take a look here. DWAC pulling back here towards the 2590s, was looking today to see if it could catch the bottom or a little bit of a bounce on the price action of the 2683s. We went right through there like butter. So we got to be careful because this stock probably going to keep leaking a little bit until the announcement. Of course, it was stated that potentially former President Donald Trump could be announcing for presidency as soon as today. So we'll have to wait and see if he does announce. But of course, another shareholder vote is scheduled for later in November. So this deal is not even secured yet. This is not a done deal in DWAC. That's where I think a lot of people are forgetting here. DWAC, of course, if it gets a nice little push towards 50 and 100, I would think the vote goes through. But for any reason, they have not been able to really kind of get the support that they need to get this stock where it needs to go. And of course, get the actual closing of the deal so that you actually could say, okay, yes, True Social is going to be coming with this company, Digital World acquisition. But it seems to me like right now it's still in question. And that leaves me a little bit of a red sign warning here because things can turn around. All right, we'll see what else is going on. We'll see what happens with all that is going on in this market. It's a hard market. Kenneth, I'm not going to always be able to get this right, but I will always be here to answer your questions, regardless if I know the answer. I'll tell you what, I'm always going to at least try to point you in the right direction so that you can do some research and make your own investment decisions. That's one thing I can guarantee 100%. All right, let's keep going. We'll take a look at what else is making moves right now, but the market definitely caught a little bit of a bounce there around 395s. We're catching a little bit of a bounce. Still have yet to see any kind of more news really hit the tape. Of course, they're saying that Russian missiles crossed into Poland, but is there going to be kind of a fight back on this? And of course, this is going to be something that the U.S. is going to have to address. We'll have to wait and see. All right, we're going to take a look at the oil stocks. I think that could continue getting some lift now if we're going to see continued troubles out of there. But there's still a lot going on here. Looks like Reuters is reporting a good amount of this. So I'm going to be looking at Reuters also. And of course, stay tuned from Benzinga. As we get the news, we will get it to you. Looks like there's a lot going on here. And during the G20, right? I mean, probably not a good time, but it's going to be interesting to see what happens here as you're seeing, looks like a missile that went into Poland, killing 2. I mean, killing 2 isn't the worst, but just anything into Poland is signs of concern. Another Biden tape bomb, another tape bomb period, right? I mean, this is definitely not what we wanted to see. And it's shaking everything up. It's to the point where everything that I had on my list, I felt like I should just kick it to the side. I've brought in some up, but this takes all the headlines and makes it start being a focus. If it's true about the missiles, it starts becoming a NATO issue, and I do agree. I do agree that you'll have NATO responding to this, and the question will be, will we get a tougher stance on Russia? What will China say about this? All kind of questions that you need to be looking at to see what we get in the news, especially for the rest of the day. Stick around, team. There's going to be a lot going on the day. We'll just have to wait and see and get some more news, especially about the situation that's going on. But if you wanted to hear a little bit more about the FTX situation, what happened? Well, we have a trader that predicted all this. He's going to be on the roadmap coming up next. So don't miss it, team. 2 p.m. FTX story. Trader who saw it all. Find out from him what he saw in FTX and why he was calling for signs of concerns. All right, let's get towards some other stocks. If you guys got a ticker, we'll just do a little ticker time here. What is on your radar that you guys are thinking we'll keep watch? War will be waged. Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. But I'll tell you one thing. War can make some stocks some money. Just ask Lockheed Martin, right? I mean, look how that breakout's been lately. It's been a big breakout. Catching the bid there. RTX, that's the next one that I saw get a nice little push. And that was right around here. It's made some nice little pullbacks. Still gave you opportunities to get back in this name. So you could see how it was in a bullish trend, right? You get back here towards the resistance. And then what does it do? Well, it breaks above this, but comes back on the pullback. At 145, it came as low as 94.16, giving you the opportunity to join the rally. It was definitely an opportunity that I would have liked taking. And this is why I always like to use those pullback opportunities after you break above resistance, looking for those, what I call throwback opportunities for you to get that next lift. We'll see what happens. And war is no bueno. All right, we'll see what else is going on. It looks like there's some more Poland and Ukraine news definitely coming into the tape. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of here in just about 2 or 3 minutes. You guys can keep throwing up some stocks. I will see how Walmart was one that was hanging in there. If Walmart starts going into the red, we got to be careful, right? That means everything's turning around. This is where we got to be concerned. What is turning around and what isn't? Well, technology even taking a hit off of that. TSM. Will TSM get into the red? That's going to be a big warning sign on the day. What do we want to see on maybe a recovery on? Well, let's go towards the 1 hour chart here for TSM. If it can hold around the 80.51, definitely not break down below this kind of next layer of support, which is around the 80. We're still hanging in there. Right now, we did wick through that 80.51 and then went down towards a low of 80.16. We'll see if it breaks through here, gets back into this range and breaks down through that 80. That's not going to be a good look and probably get you Apple deeper in the red. As you guys can see, Apple was in the green from the overall, but from the open down about 1.64%. All right, looks like there's some other kind of talk out there to see what you guys are looking at. Boeing could be a stock that could get some lift. I don't disagree with that. I would take a look at the hourly chart. You're right off the hourly support. So if you're looking at this possibility coming right back up, I would maybe start calling about what my support might be. 173.50. I like that level. And I also like the 173 level now for a little bit of a rebound. We'll see what happens here. Doesn't look like a bad stock. You know, you can draw it up completely up here with the 15-minute or the hourly chart. Doesn't seem too bad here. We'll see if it takes that next move through 175 and through 176. All right, we'll see what else is going on. And if it was a mistake, like you guys are maybe mentioning in the chat, well, that's a big, costly mistake that could be a huge there could be some big ramifications from this. And so I'm going to keep watch to see what happens. But it's been that type of day where all of a sudden we get some news. And look at XOM. XOM on an hourly looks decent to me, actually. I was thinking that oil was going to start pulling back. But news like this of continued possible war situations, well, that's going to continue probably the spike there. And I'm going to be looking for a move eventually through 114, 115. We'll see what happens here on ExxonMobil and the oil game. Someone wants to take a look at SHOP. I got you. SHOP is one of these stocks that was a growth stock, getting the move with the rally. But of course, I feel like just as Amazon can turn around, you can see SHOP turn around. Amazon turned around today. SHOP tried to get through that next high. I feel like you're starting to slow down on the momentum on SHOP. Does it mean that it's completely done? No, but it's been a nice 3-4 days, right? Sometimes it's important to take profits when they're given. And it looks to me like we're starting to use resistance right around the body close of the recent drop here, around the 41.50 area as resistance. And we'll need to close above 42, going towards the 200-day moving average of 44 if you feel that this can continue running. NATO's response, we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Definitely going to have to wait till we hear some actual response. Also, probably some comments coming from the G20. We'll see what happens there. What will Biden say about this situation? Meta is trying to make up some of the wall of the worry. This is starting to look to me like maybe a stock that has gone too far, too fast, and could easily turn right back around towards that 100. Just be careful there. Starting to look at stocks like this. Feel like they've gone a little bit too far. We'll see what happens here. All right, CRM coming back a little bit today. Let's see the SPY. Let's see what's starting to get dragged downwards here. Downwards is like ALB, UNP, Humana, taking another leg lower. These are areas where I'd be a little bit concerned. Healthcare plans have been really getting hit hard on the downside. Could see kind of a rotation coming out of those names going into somewhere else. The question is, where is that going to? All right, let's look for the up stocks on the day. Of course, we talked about Para, Walmart. Look at this one, Match. Looks like Match Group getting a little bit of a lift there. CCL getting a little bit of a push. I remember when this stock was down there towards 6. It's now back towards 11, a 71% move, guys, in about a month. A little bit over a month, right? It's about 1.2 months. Not a bad move there in Carnival. And what led this rally back was really kind of Norwegian, kind of leading that push. Never really kind of broke down, and it got a nice little lift there. Not a bad move there for Carnival Cruise Line. Didn't expect to see that as one of the leading upside moves. RCL also showing up there. That shows us how the cruise lines are really doing here. Autodesk, Payc, Generac. Payc seems interesting. Software application name trying to come back up through the 350. That's probably the level that I'd be watching for it to really hold. AMD trying to make its way back. DG. Well, we talked about those discount stores. Could they continue to go? DG, not a bad name there. All right, it's about 1:57. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up here, team. Like always, stick around. We got At the Close that will be coming up at 3:30. Up next, you guys get deeper into the FTX and the crypto story with, of course, the Roadmap team. Hit the thumbs up. I will see you guys a little bit later on At the Close. Don't go anywhere because the Roadmap is coming up next. A trader that predicted the FTX demise? Find out for yourself right on the Roadmap. All you got to do is hit that redirect. When you hit the thumbnail or you have autoplay, it'll bring you right over to the Roadmap action. We'll see you a little bit later at the Close, team. But of course, catch the Roadmap before At the Close, and we'll see what happens in this market. It's not easy, and things can always get shaken up, especially with a big catalyst that has to do with the war. So we'll just have to wait and see if this develops into a bigger situation. See you next time, team. Hit the like on your way out if you guys appreciated today's content.